Chapter 49. Thus opens the crusade against greed, Emilia. Subaru. A voice which seemed to summon Subaru, who had crashed through the entrance of the church and sprinted inside. It belonged to Emilia, who stood in front of an altar, clad in a wedding dress, dressed in a snow-white dress, her long hair coiled in a braid on her head. She was too beautiful. Lovely, to a truly dazzling degree. In the right circumstance, Subaru, more than anyone else, would have wanted to admire Emilia's bridal attire. Subaru. I'll sort out my thoughts on eBay later. Seems like we crashed this wedding here. Reinhard. Oh, the ceremony was already going awry, it seems, though we'll still be regarded as the intruders here. From a ways away, Reinhard snuck a glance at Emilia and Regulus as they glared at each other, and agreed with Subaru's mutters. The ceremony seemed to be proceeding poorly, offering them a perfect opportunity to intrude. Upon hearing their words, Regulus's already impatient face reddened with rage. He yanked at the front of his suit as his mouth twisted in a vicious pout. Regulus. Sorry, though I feel for uninvited guests such as yourselves. This wedding will soon become a funeral anyway. The emotional preparation for such a joyous event to become one of lament. Ah, right. You needn't consider such matters anyway, since you'll soon go from the ones bidding farewell to the ones who should be bid farewell to. Subaru. Hey now, what are you going on about when you were rejected right before the wedding? And the bride is so fed up with you she's taking a Narita divorce. Show me a little shame here. Besides, didn't you hear me when I introduced this guy beside me? Regarding Regulus' murderous rambling, Subaru taunted him as he eyed Reinhard. Surprised, Regulus exhaled an "ah" between his teeth. Regulus? Who? The Sword Saint. I think I've heard of him once. Isn't that the moniker of some guy who knows of nothing but swinging a sword? What are you planning to do with that kind of guy? Could it be that you thought of him as some trump card? Aha, that's rich. Whether it be reputation from history or glory from the bloodline or whatnot, all that is nothing but old-fashioned traditionalism. Notions like that, when struck by a wave of progress, should crumble to ash. Isn't that just nature at work? You two, are you here to demonstrate? Reinhard knows of nothing but swinging a sword, huh? It's funny that you'd say that. In truth, many expectations of my roles all stem from that one fact. But there's a slight problem here. Even faced with such arrogance, Reinhard showed not a trace of annoyance. As he spoke, his hand crept quietly toward his waist. Sheathed there was a celestial sword, with engravings traced by the claws of the dragon itself, which Reinhard always carried. However, as he clenched his palm around the hilt, he shook his head. Subaru. What's wrong, Reinhard? Reinhard. The dragon sword is an unparalleled blade which has been passed down since the start of the Astrea line. But it does have one flaw. It refuses to be unsheathed in the presence of any enemy it deems unworthy. Subaru. Which means, Reinhard, it seems that the sword has concluded that this enemy isn't worthy of being drawn against. Subaru. Regardless of whether Reinhard meant it this way, Regulus had received a rather humiliating evaluation. But Subaru had personally witnessed how, during a confrontation with Elsa, the sword hadn't made its appearance, and so he understood what Reinhard meant. But, even with that in mind, Regulus's unflattering appraisal remained. Regulus. A sword saint who can't even draw his sword, why should I even bother with you? Know your place, scum. In the first place, I'm not even on the same level as you. You who struggle with your ugliness and unfettered excuses can't even be compared to one who has already achieved perfection. A fool who can't assure his self-worth without comparing himself to others has no right to face my divine self. Subaru. Sounds like you really do think you're all that. Facing the burning obscenity in Regulus's eyes, Subaru found himself genuinely surprised, ignoring all his threats and listening to only the heart of his speech. Subaru? Hypocrisy is your forte, isn't it? Claiming to have achieved perfection when you fall short in every comparison to anyone you find? Regulus? You lowlife. Don't you condescend to preach to my flawless self. Infuriated by Subaru's jeers, Regulus finally put his threats into action. With murderous intent, he slammed the ground in front of the altar. Instantly, the paved floor shattered with astonishing force. The torrent of destruction pummeled straight ahead, sweeping shards of wood and stone into its overwhelming embrace and shattering them even further. Subaru. What? Reinhard. Subaru, over here. Just as the destructive wave neared him, someone caught him by the neck and yanked him to safety. A sudden gust of wind freed Subaru from the shackles of that torrent. This was Reinhard's doing. With one hand, he'd pulled Subaru to his side as he evaded the attack. Gently depositing Subaru back on the ground, Reinhard spun around, preparing to face Regulus. However, Regulus, don't move. Dare to try anything, and they'll all be dead in an instant. Reinhard. Glaring at Reinhard, who stood at attention, Regulus placed his hands on the walls of the church. Rows of elaborately dressed women watched him impassively. Clearly they recognized the intent of his actions and the severity of the situation, but they only stood in their lines, indifferently accepting the surrounding chaos. Subaru, on that note, though I'd rather not look too far into it, who are these women? Regulus. All of them are my dear beloved wives, lovely princesses who cherish and are cherished by me. Could you bear to allow such innocence to die? How could you be so cruel? Subaru. Goddamn, I had a slight suspicion, but I can't establish a conversation at all. Had there ever any we he could? Regulus's rhetoric was completely illogical. To hold these women hostage, and yet to declare that they were his wives, existed in no realm of reason. The worst of it was that both the proclamation of innocence and the notion that Regulus would kill them were undoubtedly true. This illogical battle of hostages was indeed an extremely effective tactic. Regulus, it's not like I want them to die or anything. Even so, if you still resist further, I'll have no choice. I'll start at the beginning and go in order. Isn't forcing me to do something so awful just heartless? Subaru. Not like that makes any sense at all, but I don't remember pushing you to that point. Regulus, don't nitpick. Maybe I'd be the one directly killing them, but you ignited this fuse. Your murderous intent would be the true weapon. You're using me as a prop. You're the real murderers. Don't evade responsibility. You heartless wife murderers. Obscenities burned in Regulus's eyes as he gnashed his teeth. The murderer who spouted his twisted rhetoric seemed not disturbed in the least by his revolting statements. While trying to buy time with dialogue, Subaru snuck a meaningful glance at Reinhard. However, their volatile opponent held about 50 hostages in his grasp. If both walls collapsed at the same time, even Reinhard wouldn't be able to prevent any casualties. Subaru, if it went on like this, they'd be stuck in stalemate. No, this was developing exactly the way Regulus hoped it would. However, the moment that he thought so, Amelia. Have you forgotten about me already? Regulus. Celestial lights began to dance from beside Regulus. In one instant, the light enveloped the entire church. In the next, a sharp sound was born. The light and sound chained into each other, intertwined and resonating. A simple, clear melody filling the temple. At the same time, a grand enchantment of ice shone in the center of the room. That celeste enchantment centered itself on the altar, forming a sanctuary of ice around the women who Regulus had taken hostage. In addition, the ice had frozen Regulus' legs to the ground, and a frozen sword pressed itself against his bare neck, a sword which extended from Amelia's hand. Amelia, you were far too careless there. Even I can't expect to just jump into a fight with you, so I prepared long and hard to freeze you like that. You lost. Regulus, I say, you're truly incapable of reading the atmosphere, aren't you? Right now, aren't I about to force them to back down? This is an important scene, showing that I'm righteously capable of facing despicable enemies with resolve. And my wives too. Everyone clearly believes in and prays for my victory. Who do you think you are? Amelia. Free all of us this instant. Although no one said it, some of them only stay with you because they're afraid. Even so, you should cherish them, since they're the ones who go out of their way to help you. Regulus. Really? Who do you think you're talking to? Looks like not making you a wife was wise indeed. Amelia. Eh? Subaru. Amelia. No, it's not enough to stop him. Normally, this would be the finale of the act. Amelia's judgment wasn't off. However, her opponent simply exceeded the limits of humanity. Regulus. Cheesh, with a sigh. Regulus began twisting his frozen limbs. That slight motion began to disintegrate the ice trapping his legs. As the rest of the ice began melting off, the frozen prison shattered to dust. Faced with this reversal, Amelia had nary the time to even draw a breath before Regulus seized her by the neck and allowed her to dangle, suspended by only his hand. Regulus. Such arrogance without even knowing how to keep yourself decent for a man. It doesn't matter that you're physically and mentally a virgin. Your impure spirit defines you. You whore. You filthy slut. As if toying with my innocent heart weren't enough, you took it a step further and tried to force my hand. Never have I seen such an unforgivable woman. Amelia. Regulus. Your cute face. Just how many men has it deceived? Just a brief smile, and you'd warm all their hearts. Just a small sound, and you'd win all their attention. Just a gentle touch, and they'd pour gift upon gift onto you. What a dirty woman. Subaru. Stop. Take your hands off her, you fucker. Sighing to himself, Regulus's voice was filled with disdain as he spoke to Amelia. Still caught in his grasp, his eyes, cold and inhuman, cut through Subaru's outrage at those unspeakable words. Regulus, how stupid are you that you can't work this situation out? Or are you one of those fools who've already given up on understanding? Here am I, ceaselessly trying to explain, but people like you, who thinks no thoughts of self-improvement and abandons all conscious thought, don't you think you're too wasteful of generosity? Do your best to stand in someone else's shoes, can't you even do that? Still playing cards like that? Isn't your skill in interaction just too outrageous? Reinhard, let Amelia Sama go, and I'll hear out your requests. From beside Subaru, who found himself speechless with rage, Reinhard spoke to Regulus. Hearing that, Savage raised his eyebrows, seemingly judging that conversation could come to flow more smoothly with Reinhard than with the seething Subaru. Regulus. Not bad. Not bad. That modest attitude. Precisely because people have all sorts of means of communication. If they want a topic to flow in the direction which they desire, they have to learn to use these methods effectively. Those who don't understand this, the majority, can only rely on brute force to see a message through. How off-putting. Shouldn't it be clear that matters which can be settled through negotiation don't require a show of strength? Well, people like that aren't impressive in the least. Fellows like those stand no chance against a pacifist like me. Isn't that just nature? Reinhard. No need to spin it so dramatically. Allow me to listen to your request. Witnessing Amelia Sama's suffering is painful for both me and my friend. Regulus. All right, then I'll say it straightforwardly. Drop that sheath from your waist and come stand in front of the altar. As Amelia's face turned ashen, Regulus, in a deliberate motion, hoisted her higher. Her feet dangled in midair, and her sword of ice clattered to the found. Faced with that display, Reinhard hesitated no longer. He freed the dragon sword from his waist and handed it to Subaru. Subaru, if this were a play, I'd really have loved to draw this sword and end that bastard. Reinhard. That's quite the idea, but regrettably, I doubt you'd be able to unsheath it either. Rest assured, I will rescue Amelia Sama. Concluding their whispered conversation, Reinhard complied with Regulus's orders. The sword saint stood, unarmed, in the middle of the temple, stopping when Regulus commanded, "Stop here." There were only about 5 meters left between the two, a distance which Reinhard could cross in an instant. And yet, the issue lay in how Regulus currently held Amelia in his hands, and would obliterate her the second Reinhard drew near. And the true nature of Regulus's invincibility had yet to be solved, even with the hints they possessed. Freeing himself from Amelia's prison, and setting off a path of destruction. Somewhere in those actions lay the principle behind his invincibility. Subaru, holding his breath, Subaru monitored Reinhard's movements carefully. At this moment, unable to find an opportunity to break the stalemate, he could only rely on Reinhard. Eager as he was to leap into action, he knew that nothing he did would solve it. Reinhard. As you wish. I'll stop here. What next? Regulus. Let me kill you. Isn't it easy? It's a little cliché, I think so too. But are you here for my wives? Or for this slut? I can't feel any sincerity in your thoughts. It's not that I want to force your hand. I just don't want to be misunderstood as a selfish and self-centered person. I'm just a normal man, satisfied with the simple joys of my everyday life. I do hope you fully understand. Reinhard. Regulus. So, there's only one condition for me to free the hostages. You stand in this place and bear one strike from me. No defending yourself, and no evasion. As long as you do this, I'll free everyone. Won't your unfair attack on me be forgiven that way? Reinhard. One strike, yes? Faced with Regulus's proposal, Reinhard stroked his chin as he mediated upon it. Watching his thoughtful figure, Subaru mentally shook his head desperately at the absurdity of the proposal. Regardless of how Regulus appeared, the power behind his attacks were obvious, an obscene power which could disintegrate seemingly anything. Even Reinhard wouldn't be able to withstand such a strike, even if he barely clung to his life. If he were left indisposed, this battle couldn't possibly continue. Reinhard, I understand. I accept. However, contrary to Subaru's internal fracas, Reinhard accepted the condition easily. Stunned, Subaru watched Regulus nod with approval. Regulus, a wise epiphany, I see. You have my respect. Although you're an enemy who tried to kill my wives, you seem to have at least some basic human humility. Subaru. Hanging on to hostages even as some invincible person, and he doesn't feel as if he's in the wrong. At a glimpse, Regulus and his mellifluous, flowery words were truly disgusting. However, it seemed that Regulus didn't hear Subaru's spite, for he kept his hand laid on Emilia's neck as he turned his right hand to face Reinhard. Subaru. Reinhard, you. What are you thinking? Reinhard. Subaru. As promised. Where I'm lacking, you'll find a way to fill in the gaps, right? Subaru. Quit being so discouraging. Even the hardest battle has a chance of being won, was the answer that Subaru had been hoping to hear. However, before he had time to respond, Regulus waved an arm at Reinhard. He couldn't see. Fingertips sliced through the air as if tossing something at Reinhard. However, the projectile was invisible. That attack might well very have been something like an unseen hand. Whether or not the speculation was true was left unanswered. Reinhard. Reinhard's figure, which had been standing in front of Subaru, collapsed into a splatter of blood. His bisected body toppled to the ground, as if struck by an oblique sniper, completely absent of its normal, refined temperament. Subaru. Blood flowed forth from Reinhard's fallen corpse, dyeing the crimson carpet a shade of aubergine. His body trembled like a spring convulsing in its death throes. Finally, the moment came where even those movements subsided, and the corpse entered the realm of true death. This was Reinhard van Astria's certain demise. Regulus. No matter how a person acted in life, death is a simple matter. Those who have accomplished great feats, those who have committed great sins, death treats them equally, stealing their lives in the same way. In this gravely unjust world, it's one of the few truly just parts of life. Having killed Reinhard with only a wave of his hands, Regulus simply shook his head. The murderer wore a serene look, as if this had nothing to do with his own actions. Regulus, precisely because they know that the end will inevitably come, the living shouldn't pursue too much happiness while they live. Therefore, I am extremely satisfied with the low threshold of my happiness. And if I am greed, it's only because I'm always eager to appreciate what I do have and what I will come to have. If I were never satisfied myself with the amount I have, I would never be happy in my lifetime. But fortunately, I was born with a unique gift, the sensibility of finding satisfaction in simple joys. Holding the arm which had killed Reinhard to his chest, Regulus began to laugh. Then, Regulus, my satisfied self wants to know, are you satisfied with death? If so, congratulations on your death. If not, then those are the words of fate. Subaru. Before the echo of Regulus' ridiculous words had even faded, Subaru sprung into action with a roar. He grabbed a chair and flung it at Regulus. Facing the projectile, Regulus swept it away with a single swipe, as if it were a mere insect. To say that the impact shattered the chair would be an understatement, and Regulus stepped away wearing an unpleasant expression. Regulus, compared to that graceful one, you really are both noisy and crude. Subaru. Being a knight without a trace of knightliness happens to be my specialty. Treading on the carpet stained with Reinhard's blood, Subaru unclasped his whip from his waist and directed the tip toward Regulus. In response, Regulus simply made a show of tightening his grip on Emilia's neck as he lifted her. Regulus? Are your eyes just for decoration? Can't you see that I have leverage here? Reinhard, This is all very strange. According to what you promised, you should have liberated the hostages. Regulus. Eh? The instant he heard that sound, Regulus' face became stricken with horror. Tearing his gaze away from the center of the church, Subaru saw a slender, blood-stained figure and felt his throat close with shock. Regulus. What? Reinhard, the divine protection of the Phoenix. With brevity, Reinhard responded to the wavering Regulus, and three figures moved as one. Subaru leapt toward the altar, allowing his whip to yank a blonde-haired woman to safety. Even as her throat was being choked, Emilia kicked her sword of ice over to Reinhard. Reinhard, who had appeared out of nowhere, caught the sword and pointed it at Regulus. With the women shielded from the line of fire, the wielder of that blade hesitated no longer. In the next instant, sound vanished from the world. A brilliant blue light accompanied the shockwave that engulfed the church. Chapter 50. The Shackles of Love. When the supernova faded and Subaru's vision had returned to him, the state of the church had completely changed. Subaru. Though I know I've said this before, witnessing that scene with his own eyes, Subaru took a soft breath. In order to avoid inhaling the scattered dust particles and wood chips, he covered his mouth with his sleeve. Standing in the now open-air church, bathed in the evening breeze, Subaru stomped on the floor and jabbed a finger at the man in front of him. Subaru. Sure enough, this guy's a fucking monster. Reinhard. Though I've said this before, how depressing. Even my heart would be hurt by such words. Subaru. Is this really an occasion to complain about heartache? Your physical wounds are obviously the bigger issue here. The hell do you think this is? In the face of Reinhardt's apparent aberrance, Subaru couldn't help but frustratedly bury his face in his hands. Reinhard returned him a wry smile, as the sword of ice in his right hand shattered and dissipated. Although it has only been swung once, being able to withstand the sword saints might indicated that its durability was deserving of praise. The one who'd made that sword, Emilia, was currently being embraced by Reinhardt's left arm. In that instant, he'd freed Emilia's neck from Regulus' grasp, keeping her safe. As a result, Regulus was the only one who'd suffered that bombardment. Aside from that initial blow, everything seemed to have worked out. Subaru. On that note, what a close call we had. Hey, are you okay? 184. The object of his concern was the woman who he'd yanked out of danger, just as Reinhard had, before chaos had fallen. Although the golden-haired woman was rather beautiful, her empty eyes and expressionless face gave off a foreboding air. Sure enough, the shock of the situation had gotten to her, was Subaru's thought. And so he met the eyes of the woman as she sat. Subaru. Sorry if we surprised you, but in order to take advantages of his weaknesses, we didn't really have any other choice. If you're hurt anywhere, tell us and we can help fix you up. 184. Although Subaru called out to her, she still gave no reaction. Although this situation was worrying indeed, he couldn't worry about just her and her alone. Leaving the still-sitting woman where she was, he strode toward the altar. Or rather, where the altar had once stood. This place, which strongly resembled what Subaru knew as a church, had been completely desecrated by Reinhard. The front of the building, where the altar and the corridor leading to a side room had been located, had all been demolished in the wake of the supernova. All that had barely survived were the very edges and the back of the building. Fortunately, due to the protection of Emilia's wall of ice, the seated women had remained untouched. Subaru ran where Emilia and Reinhard were standing near the crumbling altar. Stepping out of Reinhard's arms, Emilia immediately gave a pained cough. Subaru. Emilia-tan? Are you okay? Emilia. I'm fine. It's just that my throat feels itchy. Subaru. How are you? Did anything strange happen? Did that creep lick your face or anything? And this wedding dress is spectacular. Did he put it on you? Damn that fucker. I won't let him go. But this dress truly is amazing. No matter what you wear, you look cute. Emilia-tan. Emilia. Subaru. Calm down a bit. I can't quite figure out what you want to say. Faced with the frantically concerned Subaru, Emilia retreated gently. Looking at his distressed appearance as he carefully ascertained that she was safe and sound, Emilia sighed with a smile. Emilia. Right. Thank you for coming to save me. I knew all along that you'd come. Subaru. I also knew that Emilia-tan believes in me, and would wait for rescue. But if I'd crashed the wedding even a little later, who knows what could have... Emilia, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have married him. If I were to marry, it would have to be someone I like. Subaru. That's great. Really reassuring. Then, this person you like... Emilia? Ah, Reinhard, your injury. How is it? Just as Subaru prepared to go on an offensive strike, Emilia caught sight of Reinhard and cried out at him. Seeing Emilia's interest in Reinhard where it mattered, Subaru paused and scowled. The Reinhard who'd saved Emilia, unexpectedly, he'd sustained a heavy injury. The front of the white clothes had been almost exaggeratedly torn and stained entirely with red. Witnessing this explosive scene, Emilia sucked in a cold breath. Subaru. Ack. How brutal. You sure this is fine? Emilia. Yes, what a grievous wound. Let me take a look. I'll heal you. Reinhard. Thank you. But don't worry about it. The wound has begun to heal. Responding to the fretting, flustered pair with a smile, Reinhard wiped at the blood with his own white sleeves. And on his clean chest, the traces of the injury were indeed disappearing. The wound was completely gone, leaving only Reinhard's pristine skin. Subaru. The wound's vanished. Hey, what happened just now? You hid it, even from me. Did you sneakily hide some blood packets on your person or something? Reinhard. And by just now, you mean Subaru. Stop putting on airs, or are you being for real right now? Just now, with Regulus's hostage situation, I didn't know how you planned to deal with it, so I just watched silently. But how did you survive? Just tell me already. Reinhard. Let's put it this way, watching silently was a huge help. Thanks for taking care not to set him off. Even faced with Subaru's impatience, Reinhard responded in an even tone. Thinking that he was just trying to maintain a lighter atmosphere, Subaru sighed. Subaru. I just thought that since it's you, there must have been some trick up your sleeve. But seeing you fall in that shower of blood had me thinking you really were dead. How terrifying. Reinhard. Even so, you reacted in time. I'm very happy you had such faith in me. Subaru. Who told you to give this dramatic speech on shortcomings and whatnot? He lightly knocked Reinhardt's shoulders, responding to that guilelessness with coarse words. Listening to their conversation, Emilia's eyes widened with surprise. Emilia. Only with those words? You worked that entire scheme out? Subaru. Emilia, Tan. When you passed the sword of ice to Reinhard while I was moving, that's what happened too. Reinhard. That really was a huge help. Not having a weapon on hand and having to strike his body directly was an uneasy notion, for some reason. But I'm glad that it worked out. Subaru. Yep, it ended with half the building collapsing. Please, take responsible for it. Well, this also counts as a survival flag. Having had numerous encounters with Elsa in the past, Subaru couldn't be too optimistic. Now, while talking like this, there is no slack in his alarm toward Regulus. Subaru. So, Reinhard, the correct answer to the mystery of that scene is... Did you use an avatar? It couldn't be some kind of cloning technique. Please don't tell me that, in addition to being a knight, you're a ninja as well. Reinhard. Although I don't know what a ninja is, I'm sure it's not such a huge mystery. This divine protection of the phoenix is just a blessing that can be used to revive the dead. So, your observation that I looked like I was dead was correct. I was just a little bit dead, Subaru. Just a little bit dead, my ass. Did that mess you up? Or are you just an idiot? Being met with such an unexpected answer sent Subaru into another frenzy. Dying under the divine protection of the phoenix or whatnot. Wasn't it just making a mockery of death? Those were words better left unsaid to Subaru. Or, rather, perhaps it was better to say that only Subaru could speak like that. Subaru. What are you doing, stealing my niche and all that? Reinhard? Sorry. But at the time, I felt that it was the most effective way to deal with the Sin Archbishop, and it did in fact work rather smoothly. But, if possible, I'd prefer to avoid dying again. Emilia. Dying in order to save only me, I can't help but feel guilty. Subaru. Kill Emilia. Subaru. What's with the expression? Struck by the force of her reply, The psychological burden of those words was quite something. Moreover, it seems that this dialogue could continue no further. Reinhard. Subaru. Understood. Narrowing his blue eyes, Reinhard called for Subaru. Subaru raised his head at the call, and Amelia glanced to where Reinhard was looking. The predator, emitting an ominous aura, filled their line of sight. He stood atop the collapse's remains of the church, overlooking the other three. White hair, white clothes, and a blank expression. This predator made of white snorted and spoke. Regulus, leaving me out, and just bantering and laughing in a place like this. Speaking of which, how can you stand to maintain an air of normalcy? Isn't that too inhumane? Unless you felt like you've just stepped on an ant or something? Is blowing me away no different from stepping on a bug? Well, how about it? Yes, he fanned the flames of his own exaggerated outrage. Regulus leapt from the smoldering wreckage to the remains of the church. As he landed, he straightened out the coat of his white suit, brushed at the sleeves of his shirt, and readjusted the legs of his matching trousers. Before turning his narrowed gaze upon them, his body was unchanged from Reinhardt's blow. Whether injury or filthiness, neither showed even a trace on his form. Reinhardt, I see as I heard from Subaru, you truly are a fearsome opponent. Emilia, just now, the Sin Archbishop that you mentioned. Subaru? He's the one? Regarding him, Reinhard and Emilia each offered their own input. Hearing this, Regulus turned a spiteful glare upon Emilia. Regulus. Ah, that's right. I'm the witch cult Sin Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneus. Speaking of which, without knowing even the identity of the other party, you tried to go through a wedding ceremony. This is a problem that precedes not having an awareness of being a wife. Impudent, immoral, iniquitous. Really, your deficiency as a woman knows no bounds. Honestly. Emilia. Iniquitous and whatnot. You didn't tell me anything at all. Impure and immoral are also groundless. And you're a Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. Witch cult? Witch cult? Faced with the resentfully cursing Regulus, Emilia was about to refute his points before she suddenly sank into silence. Her hand on her head, Emilia's eyebrows lifted as if she were thinking hard. Emilia, the witch cults? Sin Archbishop? Have you ever faced me before? Regulus? Huh? How would I know? Although, right now, if you were to say that our meeting was fate, that would just be a ridiculous farce. Such a face of rare sweetness. But in spirit you're such a degenerate, how endlessly infuriating. Subaru. The fuck are you rambling on about aimlessly, you bastard? Aiming at the endlessly ranting Regulus's face, Subaru flicked his whip. But, under that impact, Regulus's face snapped to the side, and he snarled with fury. Unsurprisingly, his face bore no trace of the blow. Subaru. At this point, for real. If we can't solve the mystery of his invincibility, we can't secure out victory. Reinhard. Whether at close range or from afar, every attack is negated. Even Emilia Sama's magic does nothing to stop him. There has to be some kind of trick to defeating him. Subaru, watch out for yourself, all right? Subaru. Why does it sound like you're saying something acrimonious? Reinhard patted that confused Subaru's shoulder briefly. Then, he vanished. In the next moment, Reinhard slammed directly into the predator's body, sending him sprawling backward. Regulus. With a cry, Regulus, who'd had no time to brace himself, flew backward and slammed into a mountain of debris, further causing it to collapse and disintegrate. Reinhard. His opponent will me. Hopefully you can solve the mystery of his invincibility as quickly as you can. I'll buy time for you. Subaru. Right. Buying time is nice and all. But wouldn't it be better to just defeat him in one fell swoop? Reinhard. If I could, I would have done so already. Take these women to safety. If they remain here, they'll be dragged into the battlefield. Emilia. Wait, Reinhard. Although it's probably not too effective, use this. Calling out to stop Reinhard in his tracks was Emilia, holding a sword of ice freshly shaped with magic. Emilia, I've been concentrating super hard to make this. It should be a little more durable than the last one. Reinhard, my thanks. is inexpressible. Accepting her proffered blade, Reinhard offered her his ceremonious gratitude in return. Then he turned and leapt away from the ruins of the church to Regulus. In a single step, he vanished from Subaru's field of vision, crossing an impossible distance. Immediately following his disappearance, a shock wave slammed into Subaru's skin. As he bathed in this feeling, he turned to look at Emilia. Subaru, Emilia-tan. In order to avoid getting caught up in Reinhard's battle for time being, help get these women somewhere safe. They all have to leave. Speaking of which, are they all married to Regulus? Both now and before, the uniformity of the women trapped in the wall of ice felt unnatural. Being Regulus's wives made them all members of the witch cult. At a glance, there were more or less 50 of them. If they attacked as one, how could Subaru handle them without Beatrice's help? Only now had he begun to worry. However, Emilia shook her head, denying this uneasiness. Emilia, it's fine. Although they are his wives, most of them are probably only here through force and coercion, so don't worry. Subaru, right? Yeah, if they were a threat Reinhard wouldn't have overlooked. Gah, watch out. Just now, flying missiles have started attacking us. How dangerous. Outside of the church, Reinhard and Regulus were engaging in a battle that resided far beyond the limits humanity. The wreckage and stone fragments, swept away by various impacts, flew like missiles. If he were to be struck by one, there was no guarantee that he'd stay intact. Although Reinhard had an absolute advantage when it came to offense, as long as the nature of Regulus's power remained a mystery, that advantage faded bit by bit. Subaru needed to come up with a countermeasure before the predator could overwhelm him. Emilia. Hey, are you okay? No injuries? During his moment of reflection, Emilia had started shaking the blonde woman by the shoulders. That was the same woman Subaru had just rescued using his whip. Based on her position in front of the altar, her status seemed unique. However, her expression was just as blank, bearing not even the faintest trace of irritation. Looking up at Emilia, the woman shook her head slowly. 184. We have to stay here. If you want to escape, please take care. Emilia. Stay. Why? Are your feet injured? Then I'll heal you right away. Just this wall of ice isn't enough to keep you safe. Hurry up, we have to leave. 184. Please allow me to refuse. Only you can leave this place. Emilia. Why? Staying here will involve you in the fight. Regulus will, regardless of your presence, attack anything he wants to. Please, hurry and come with us. 184. Master Sama did not give instructions to leave. Emilia's persuasion was interrupted by the woman's cold voice, conveying her feelings equally devoid of warmth. Her cold, frozen gaze met Emilia's own amethyst eyes. 184. Not listening to husband Sama will make him angry. If that happens, there's only one possible result. Emilia, that's not... Subaru shared Emilia's speechless reaction. To call her determined would be wrong, for she had no selfhood. To call her unwavering would be wrong, for she had no resolve. Her speech and attitude spoke of a heavy despair that had long become inexorable. Or rather, they had given up long ago. Those hearts, shattered by Regulus, could no longer consider anything other than him. This was a cursed brutality which no longer required words or actions. Subaru. Regulus's opponent is the Sword Saint Reinhard. I know you're terrified of him, but Reinhard's not going to have any issue killing him. So, don't stay here. There's no need to endanger your lives. 184. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. Sword Saint? Please, don't kid. How could anyone match husband Sama? Regulus Corneus. The woman dismissed Subaru's reassurances with naught but contempt. That was her first time showing any sort of genuine emotion, the scornful dismissal of an adult looking down upon a child's ignorant delusion. Only then did Subaru understand the true nature of this distorted relationship. The wives of Regulus Corneus had absolute faith in their husband. Even the knowledge that his opponent was the Sword Saint Reinhard did nothing to loosen the shackle of the curse that no one could undo. The unparalleled, overwhelming power Regulus possessed held complete dominion over the hearts of his wives. The wife trusts her husband, and the husband maintains a firm grip on his wife's heart. In a sense, it was the ideal state of a relationship. But that serene surface gave way to inner distortions. Subaru, damn it. Subaru came to the painful realization that mere words would not move them. The women before him all unanimously believed this. The lack of dissent and dead silence only served to prove so. To force them to leave would take nothing less thorough than knocking all of them out and moving them one by one. But they were pressed for the freedom to take such drastic actions. Subaru. Reinhard. Change of plans! Do I mentioned before, dispelling the idea of persuading the women, Subaru climbed atop the collapsed church and called out to Reinhard, who was currently defying the law of gravity as he dashed across the side of a building. He flicked his eyes to the side. Reinhard, are we speeding up the battle? Hey, Subaru, have you ensured the women's safety? Subaru. Oh, no, Sagar. The hell? Oh. Where's this sound coming from? Tao, Reinhard. This is the divine protection of telepathy, which can spread my voice to those within a certain range. Subaru, could you stop being so superhuman? Even to the borderline non-combatant Subaru, Reinhardt's movements were clearly beyond the scope of human comprehension. Running and kicking off from a wall, Reinhardt flew into the air and spun rapidly. The instant before he landed, he allowed his clothing to spread, slowing down his momentum, and swung his slender legs to send a blade of wind slicing toward the ground. Sweeping up both dust and brick, the wave slammed directly into the predator waiting at the end. Regulus's figure, unable to stay standing, was blown away again. Subaru. That murder circus just now. What was it? Reinhard. He attacks by throwing stones or sand. There's really no gap of safety between the particles being scattered around. Subaru. In my case, it sounds like I want to hide from the rain. More importantly, move the battlefield. Those women won't move. They're so terrified of Regulus. They don't dare to. Reinhard. I see. Understood. Then, allow me to try. Lowering his voice, Reinhard leapt lightly toward Regulus. Climbing to his feet once again, Regulus stomped on the ground, sending bits of wood and sand flying. However, with economic movements, Reinhard evaded and drew Emilia's ice sword, slashing at Regulus and sending him flying once more. The screaming of the predator overlapped with the crisp sound of the shattering of the ice blade. Emilia. Subaru, what are we planning to do? Subaru. Lead that bastard away from here. Wow, Emilia Tan is bold. Emilia. This dress is pretty, but really inconvenient. Standing in front of Subaru was Emilia, who had yanked away part of her dress. The restrictive parts of the white wedding dress had been daringly torn open, revealing more of Emilia's white thighs than should have been visible in an enticing sight. Emilia, it doesn't matter. Anyway, what do you want from Reinhard? Subaru. A plan we thought of before the battle. Since we don't know what the true extent of Regulus's power is, we'll have to test possible weaknesses one by one. Emilia nodded as Subaru retrieved Reinhard's loved sword from the church. Then, he and Emilia rushed straight toward Reinhard's battlefield. Regulus. Gah, fucker. Quit jumping up and down. Cursing loudly, Regulus waved his both hands up and down. His target was Reinhard, who weaved rapidly back and forth, and his weapon was the plentiful gravel laying about. Normally, bits of gravel could only serve to blind an opponent. People who used it as a weapon had characters unworthy of praise. But if Regulus were the wielder, the power of this despicable tactic would skyrocket. Buildings began to crumble where the gravel came into contact with them, and the surrounding scenery fell into ruination. Reinhard. Touch. Watching the cataclysmic destruction unfolding in front of him, Reinhard launched into a dramatic evasion. He lowered his body as if he were planning to drop into a crawl, and sped into motion. Contrary to his seemingly unsightly appearance, he was moving so fast that he'd ventured beyond the reach of ordinary people, and thus, Regulus, who was no different from an ordinary person, had no way of catching up to Reinhard. Regulus. Damn, hey, where'd you run off to looking like a bug? Faced with the threat of losing his target, Regulus attacked indiscriminately from all directions, the rising of goosebumps on skin a sure sign that approaching would be terribly dangerous. A survival instinct everyone was born with, warning against enemies close at hand. In actuality, this has little to do with the presence of a clear threat. Any living creature was susceptible to this feeling. Regulus was no exception. The tingling of his nerves all throughout his body tipped him off that something was wrong. Only, this incredible threat was approaching from all directions, an oppressive ring of menace. Regulus. You fucker. What in the world are we? Reinhard. I am but a knight to the king candidate, Feldsama. Please also be sure to give her all your support. Regulus? With a line that may or may not have been a joke, a steady voice spoke. The shocked Regulus took a sharp impact on his head. Perhaps it was smashed by steel. The weapon had been bent completely out of shape, and a squeaking sound indicated that it had been cast aside. Humiliated, Regulus glared at the ground as he bit his lip. With crisp footwork that prevented ease of attack, Reinhard assumed his stance. The offensive and defensive battles of the Sword Saint and Greed were clear to both parties to the confrontation. Exerting the conventional combat power, the strength of Reinhard, which could toy with even the deadliest of Sin archbishops, could not be said to be of world. But, even so, Regulus, the one to win will be me. Can't you understand? Although I have no clue how well you've been doing with this violent power that can only think of oppressing others. Someone like you, whose happiness is built upon the sacrifice of others, will be stopped here. With this power, how many people's lives have you trampled upon? That greed really is despicable, Reinhard. That really is distressing to hear. It is true that, because of me, some have lost sight of their happiness. Without question, the reason why I do what I do is none other than for the sake of atonement. In the face of Regulus' ridiculous rhetoric, Reinhard's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing the Sword Saint's responsive movement, Regulus widened his own. Regulus, the hell is this? Some kind of... You don't need to say it because I already know ploy. I'm aware of my own sins. I'm aware, so I'm trying to fix my bad qualities, I tell you. So it's an attempt to let it all be water under the bridge? Jokes can only go so far. No one's holding any expectations to what you'll do in the future. All that matters is what you did in the past. Your feet were once planted on the ground where someone licked your souls. To such a person, whether you help tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of people, it's all meaningless. Sinner, just die. You, able only to beg of others, stop pretending to be a good person already. Reinhard, talking to you, I really do get the feeling of being shown a mirror. This must be the reason why Subaru told me to avoid seriously lending an ear to you. Regulus, speaking of which, that guy over there is this Subaru, the rotten man who snatched my bride from me. That hateful bastard. Even if she ended up being a dirty whore. His transgression can never be forgiven. To those who try to take what belongs to others, due punishment is... Halfway through his tirade, Regulus's world suddenly spun upside down. At that moment, Reinhard had dropped his stance and grabbed Regulus's left ankle, spinning him around. A rotating field of violent destruction. Regulus's back hit a wall. Under that impact, a shower of dust scattered as Regulus's body, still being swung back and forth, crashed through and collapsed a building. Reinhard, although direct contact with you feels rather dangerous, but I'll try to get it over with as soon as possible. Regulus, what? Are you doing this so you can call him a friend? What a goddamn fake show of hypocrisy. Your debased self naturally has no decent friends. With someone known as a rapist, sharing a friendship is... Reinhard, dealing with you really is unbearable. Doubly so when you slander my friends. The wind suddenly wrapped around their bodies, and the sense of rapid rising followed closely. If you were to take a glimpse, the figures of the two are suspended in the midst of the night sky, and right next to them, the full moon shines brightly. At that place, where the light of the moon lay within reach, Regulus skeked. Regulus. So, it is not a matter of strength at all. Dropping me from such a height will end this. You can't be truly naive enough to believe that. Are you playing me for a fool? Reinhard, indeed, I could try slamming you down and lodging you in the earth. But those weren't my instructions. Regulus, what are you? In midair, without any foothold, Reinhard alternated between drifting up and down by shifting his body slightly. Regulus, still being gripped by his foot, was subjected to centrifugal force, and, still being swung by Reinhard, his eyes widened as he glanced downward. Regulus? No way. Reinhard. What's coming seems to be known as... the first wave. I hope that I will not see you again afterwards. It was a rare sarcastic line from Reinhard. But Regulus had no leeway to pay attention to it. Reinhard, with all his might, swung Regulus downward. Whipping through the air, Regulus's dense form sped into the canal directly beneath him with the momentum of a bullet. Regulus, bathed by the wind, could only watch as the surface of the canal approached. Regulus. The only threat is the water. Rotating back and forth as he sailed downward, Regulus stretched out his hands, intending for them to slam into the water. The unprepared Reinhard, hovering defenselessly in the sky, would follow in a moment. Then, that calm face of his could be shattered in a single blow. At that thought, Subaru. Emilia, go! Emilia. Ulhuma. Hearing the voices of that hateful man and woman, the lingering light of the corner of his eye immediately illuminated that detestable pair. A black-haired boy gesturing with a finger, and a silver-haired girl who chanted quietly. In the next moment, falling from above Regulus, were icicles shooting forward at a speed which matched his momentum. The icicles caught his clothes limbs, accelerating his fall. Further, the last one slammed directly into Regulus's back, freezing his body solid. A total of 5 icicles bound Regulus's extremities, using his body as a freezing point as it plummeted into the canal. Immediately, a hand of ice stretched forward, centering on where Regulus had fallen, tracing the flow of the water. The canal was sealed in an icy tomb, without so much as a single opening. Subaru. Operation Splash, nicknamed Operation, I was a complete success. Reinhard. I hope it was effective. Next to Subaru, who gazed into the frozen waterway, landed Reinhard, cloaked in moonlight. After having thrown Regulus from the sky, the trajectory of that fall should have meant that he would not be able to avoid the falling water, but in fact even a droplet brushing him would have been a miracle. That Reinhard could move so well in mid-air was hardly even surprising. Emilia, sealing his range of movement and tossing him into water, freezing it afterward. There's no way he'll ever surface again, is there? From Reinhard's other side, Emilia stared into the water. The one who had drawn up the battle plans had been Subaru, and the one who had facilitated them had been Reinhard. However, Emilia had been the one who had pushed Regulus into a state of desperation. Even if the other party had been an unreasonable murderer, Emilia still wore a rather timid expression. If everything proceeded smoothly, he'd soon be naught but a drowned corpse. Emilia felt that she'd overstepped. This feeling was not without reason. Subaru. Regarding that Emilia, Subaru crossed his arms in consideration, although he felt rather sorry for her. To have Regulus drown was the best outcome of this. If that weren't possible, leaving him in a state mirroring death would be best. However, the worst possibility must also be expected. For example, Subaru. Reinhard. Tsk. Right in front of their eyes, the ice surface cracked, and immediately after, a jet of water spouted up, blasting straight toward them. At the sight of the spouting water, Reinhard grabbed both Emilia and Subaru as the jet of water closed in on them. His arms wrapped around their waists, he jumped backwards in one leap. After they were well out of the reach of the jet of water, Reinhard narrowed his eyes. Reinhard, it seems that it hasn't been settled yet. Subaru. Right. On that note, this guy, he's really bad news. Reinhard and Subaru had each fixated on something different. Reinhard was watching the figure standing atop a drifting piece of ice, whereas Subaru was looking at the outcome that had been caused by the jet of water which that figure had capriciously unleashed. Water droplets flew about, pouring down near where Subaru and the others were standing. The outcome was nothing so charming as the pitter-patter stopping and just dampening the earth below. Each part of the spray bored thoroughly into the earth, carving through the ground as if biting with the force of a gigantic beast. This destructive power was not inferior to that of stones and sand thrown by Regulus, which is to say, whether wielding solid or liquid, Regulus' attack power stayed constant. Emilia. His body, it's not frozen at all, just like what happened at the church. Muttering this, Emilia looked at Regulus, still perched atop that piece of drifting ice. Subaru had entrusted her with the task of freezing his body and limbs using magic. As per Subaru's instructions to show no mercy, the icicle pierced right through the middle of Regulus' body and limbs. Such an act should have left him more than half dead. However, when he'd fallen into the water, the tip of the icicle hadn't penetrated his body, and so Regulus was merely frozen on the surface, just as he had been in the church. To Regulus, neither freezing nor magic was effective. Like projectiles and strikes, he could also invalidate those types of attacks. Subaru. Although when he shrugged off Wrath's flames I did suspect a little. The fundamental of his invincibility is a unilateral specialization canceling out any physical or magical attacks. Reinhard, is there something I can try to confirm with combat? Subaru. About that, if we don't close in to try. It arrives. Interrupting Subaru's response to Reinhard's words was a change in the canal. A vortex appeared on the water's frozen surface, a distance from where the crack was. Gradually its momentum increased, pulling in the drifting ice which Regulus occupied. And then... Subaru. Water dragon. Leaping from the heart of the maelstrom, the dragon bared its fangs at Regulus, who was standing on top of the ice. Usually occupying the waterways surrounding the city was one of the domesticated water dragons. The supposedly docile water dragon opened its jaws wide, aiming to lunge at Regulus' slender back. Perhaps even that water dragon had received quite a bit of Wrath's influence. A tragedy that never should have taken place, however. Its jaws did not have a chance to close. Subaru's throat involuntarily clogged up at the gruesome spectacle unfolding before him. What happened in this moment? How could it even be described? The water dragon's maw jerked out of place at the very moment they had clamped down onto Regulus. As if in a game of Daruma Otoshi, the water dragon's lower jaw was dislocated. Keeping its momentum as it flew toward Regulus, its mandible shifted, a maw which should have dragged Regulus into the canal. However, unable to correct the dislocation, it split in two with a great shudder. The halves of bisected water dragon poured blood into the water as they were submerged. After a moment, an exaggerated amount of blood and viscera that once been a water dragon floated to the surface. This had been its gruesome demise. Reinhard. Emilia. Sama. If possible, could you make me a spear? Emilia. Reinhard. A spear of ice, please. I've troubled you. Faced with the same sight, Reinhard muttered this to the befuddled Emilia. Connecting the dots, Emilia hurriedly focused her mana. After several unsuccessful attempts, eventually Emilia created an ice spear and handed it over to Reinhard. After testing its balance, Reinhard... Grasping the ice spear, he drew his wrist back to aim at Regulus and let the missile fly. The spear flew true. However, it wasn't the sharp tip that had been pointed at Regulus. As it turned to its side, its shaft scored a direct hit. But the fact of matter was that when the shaft of the spear crashed against Regulus, it fell straight into the waterway, broken into two. Emilia. What is the meaning of this? Subaru. I get it, Reinhard. Seeing the state of the broken spear, Emilia tilted her head in confusion. From beside her, Subaru grasped the meaning behind why Reinhard had done this, shuddering at its outcome. Hearing Subaru's acknowledgement, Reinhard nodded and said, Reinhard, Emilia, Sama. Did you see what happened to the spear when it hit him? Emilia. It broke, right? A spear of ice is different from a real one, so it's natural for it to have broken in two after it struck with such force. Reinhard. Not quite. The spear didn't break. The part of the spear that hit him is missing. The part that hit him is missing. Separated. The spear was broken not into two, but three. Reinhardt's explanation served as an answer to what had happened to the spear and with the water dragon. Neither object, upon contact with Regulus, managed to penetrate his body. With an ordinary barrier, the collision would have caused a projectile to bounce off or shatter from the impact. But neither had happened. Regulus's body literally rejected anything that collided with it. Regulus. What cluelessly naive expressions you're all wearing. This is just how it is. Just as the three reached a consensus, Regulus's voice suddenly sounded from the ice. That calm voice made it sound as if he were just whispering to himself. The instant Subaru thought that, an unpleasant shock hit him in the back. Regulus. Ununderstanding. 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 All of you really understand nothing. It won't amount to anything. You have no chance. You'll achieve nothing. No matter how much you strain and struggle, it's meaningless. Why can't you see that? I'll say it to you, show it to you, force you to see. You could never understand. Regulus whispered to himself as he leapt from the ice. Having jumped forward only slightly, his body plummeted into the canal. For a moment, his figure vanished. However, with one hand on the edge of the canal, he pulled himself from the water, climbing back onto the street. Then, once again, he squared his gaze at those who were watching him. Reinhard. His body isn't wet in the slightest. His breathing remains unchanged. Naturally, the fragments of ice need not even a mention, nor has a drop of blood splashed onto him. His clothes are completely clean, and equally unstained by water. Observing Regulus, Reinhard gave a quick report. Upon hearing it, Subaru nodded and tried to consider all his concerns, even as he suppressed his horror. It seemed that everything he'd intended to confirm with combat had been checked. However, there was not a trace of good news. This was the worst forecast possible. Reinhard. Subaru. My sword. Subaru. Oh, right. At Reinhard's request, Subaru quickly handed over the sword that he'd been holding all along. As Reinhard gently tested the handle of his beloved sword, Amelia looked on from the side, wondering timidly. Amelia. Can the sword be unsheathed? Reinhard. No, the handle is still fixed. It seems that it won't be obedient. But there's no other weapon that can be used to confront him. Amelia. Since your sword can't be drawn, what are you going to do? Attack him directly with the sheath? Reinhard. Not exactly, but that's not too far off. With nary a trace of tenseness in his voice, Reinhard stepped forward. He placed himself in front of Subaru and Amelia, shielding them from Regulus's line of sight. Reinhard. Subaru, please allow the task of buying time to be handed over to me. You can continue to decipher his power. Subaru. Feels like the difficulty just rose a setting, but I'll be cheering for you. Amelia. I also cheer. Reinhard. Then, I will also cheer. Go! As soon as the sound of his voice fell, Reinhard flew forward. Regulus, who had been kept waiting, met him with only calmness. Regulus. I say, did you not see? If not fate of the dragon, then the spear. Is your imagination truly so lacking? Reinhard. Only paying attention to a coin by your foot will draw your attention away from what is important, as my master once said. Regulus. Is that so? Regulus's sigh, deep and uninterested, overlapped with Reinhard's opening strike. The sound of the muscles and bones being penetrated by something sharp tore through the air, and Subaru's throat couldn't help but stiffen. He watched as Reinhard gripped the scabbard, slamming the hilt of the sword into Regulus. Regulus. Oh, seems that you don't even have a strategy. The sound of these blows was different from the fate of the water dragon and the ice gun. At least Reinhard's beloved sword would not break upon hitting Regulus, no matter what he did. However, Regulus gave no reaction to the attacks. Reinhard's previous attacks, although dealing no damage, had at least been enough to send him flying. Now, even that effect was lost. Reinhard, feel free to be proud. You are the second to force me to use Dragon Sword Reed. Regulus, I can't hear anything but belittlement. Do you truly disregard me so? This isn't the nature of sword. Is that what you mean? Such a denigrating gaze, such disparaging words. To one as enlightened as myself, it's only natural that I'd understand. Reinhard, that's all rather. As he provoked Regulus, Reinhard weaved in and out of close proximity. Faced with those murderous fingertips, Reinhard's evasive movements put his whole body into motion. Suddenly, his legs stopped moving. No, they were kept from moving. Reinhard collapsed onto his knees, kneeling in place. His right calf had split open, spilling forth copious amounts of blood. Subaru, were you hit? Yes. What happened? No. Subaru, one was shown. Rally him for no serious wall. Where Subaru cried out, and Reinhard frowned through his confusion. Neither Subaru, observing from a distance, not Reinhard from right up close, could discern what had happened. The one who had posed this question gave his evaluation of failure. Regulus, with your inhuman eyesight and reactions, you can escape the bits gravel and water. But you're too naive, aren't you? If you truly want to confront me, prevent me from breathing. You can't, can you? Just now, I exhaled. Reinhard, even breaths. Against Reinhard, who'd fallen to the ground, Regulus approached without mercy. With a direct hit, his attack would be enough to send Reinhard flying into pieces. Toward this attack, Reinhard no longer had any time to dodge. Hastily, he quickly lifted the sword in his arms, blocking the blow with its black scabbard. Reinhard! Coup! Regulus! Just what do you think you can do? with that annoying scabbard in the way, clinging to something that you're unworthy of. Why do people like you do such things? I can't understand at all. With this defensive action, Reinhardt's body was sent flying as if it were a toy ball. Although protected from the fatal power of the kick, he fell into the street, crashing through the surrounding architecture. As Reinhardt's body rolled and rolled, the destruction only continued. In that moment, Reinhardt's form, sent flying, became nothing but a bullet. Regulus! Right and now! Subaru! Seeing Reinhardt off well into the distance, Regulus seemed to remember something as he turned around. Being firmly fixed by that gaze, Subaru immediately tensed. Emilia, from beside him, immediately chanted a canto, and in an instant the sky was covered with a multitude of icicles, which ruthlessly flew toward Regulus. However, the results spoke for themselves. Regulus, a woman who can't read the situation, is just the word. Having to spend time on disciplining them is such a shame. However, because women are just ignorant creatures, they must first be taught. That's just how it is. They're much better after they've been tamed. Slamming into his body and shattering into shards, those icicles were unable to even budge him before they fell to the ground. Languidly, Regulus approached them. Subaru, Emilia, trying to fight is useless right now. If we still don't understand the mystery, even if we attack, it won't have any effect. Emilia, but, Subaru, right. For now let's just get out of here. Citing the wrist of the stubborn Emilia, Subaru tried to pull her away from Regulus. Subaru's actions only served to excite Regulus further. Regulus, haha, are you trying to flee? Well, that's only natural. Now that the situation is like this, where you stand no chance against me, though you should have understood that well before you childishly knock upon my door. If you want to flee, then run. Just what was he thinking? Regulus watches them flee with nothing but smiles. However, given this chance to escape, they needed to capitalize on it. No matter what, right now, they had no time to even... Regulus, but you'd have to get away first. As he spoke, Regulus approached Canal. Leaning over, he hoisted half of the water dragon's corpse out of the water. Grabbing its tail, he began to whip it back and forth with a ferocious smile. Emilia, hey, Subaru. I have this feeling of foreboding. Subaru, what a coincidence, so do I. As for what he would do, neither had any clue. However, every unremarkable action he took had completely extraordinary results. That much was plain as day. Therefore, Subaru and Emilia's pace increased rapidly. Taking his time, Regulus laughed pleasantly as he raised his head, before leaping into motion. He set foot on the roof of an adjacent building, then jumped over its upper floors, landing on another, taller structure, until he finally reached a building the height of a clock tower. After that period, both parties now stood a sizable distance apart. However, despite the distance they'd gained, Subaru could still make out Regulus's face. Showing so clearly was that murderous smirk. Regulus, come, if you want to try to hide, see if you can. Whore undeserving of becoming a bride, and bastard who regards this woman as a treasure. I will deliver to you a rain of blood. Regulus lifted the half of water dragon with both hands, and twisted the corpse mercilessly. The dragon's flesh split with an unpleasant squelch, and the slowly dripping blood gushed forth. The bloody wreckage was gleefully waved by Regulus from his high platform, holding the corpse's tail, still drenched in blood, as if waving a wet towel. As it rotating over his head, endlessly, blood scattered in a halo. Farther, until its momentum brought it to where Subaru and Emilia had fled. Then the result was... Emilia. Subaru. Run. The downpour of blood became a rain of destruction, further blighting the city. This carpet bombing aimed directly at the retreating figures of the pair that had been forced to flee. Chapter 51. Malice and Trickery. Ricardo. Why are you making that face? Something bothering you? Just before reaching the control tower, Ricardo spoke to the knight, who wore a stiff expression. Halting in his step, Julius raised his brows in surprise. Julius. How surprising, Ricardo. I never expected you to be concerned about others' worries. Ricardo, don't mistake that phrase for something else. The one with ya's just me. Even if you say something, it'll be a secret from Miss too. Julius. You're not wrong, huh? Though it was rare, Ricardo often made correct observations of people. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to take up his role as the head of the Iron Fang. Hearing only fragments of his splendid career would lead Telso. Looking at only oneself and ignoring surroundings was no way to stay alive. Slave, mercenary. This applied to both roles. Ricardo. Now that's quite the brutal brat. Even so, I'll play the role I'm supposed to. So you can depend on me. I'll also take son-in-law's consultation. Julius, that son-in-law is scary. I do not hold any such strange feelings for Anastasia-sama. Ricardo, what's that? This affair, huh? Maybe it's about Mimi. Besides, she hasn't managed to convince Miss yet. Julius smiled bitterly. This gesture of quietly shaking his head was graceful as always, but this time he lacked precision when choosing appropriate words. And at that gesture, Ricardo. Something's off about the recapture of City Hall. Nis agrees too. Nis hasn't heard much about it, but I'll force it all out. Julius. It seems you are rather unforgiving. Ricardo. Of course, it's life-threatening. Don't want to leave my back to someone who's in the dark. Are you going to fabricate some kind of excuse as a rebuttal? Julius. No, it is indeed as you say. It was I who was mistaken. Certainly I am increasing our risk by hesitating to speak. Julius earnestly nodded to the pursuing Ricardo, and curved his brows with elegance. However, no more words came out of the mouth of his troubled self. Facing that attitude, Ricardo got out of his own numbness and let out a sullen voice. Ricardo, why are you stopping there? It's sad that you're so lost. Just let it out of your mouth and frankly speak it all out. Can't you do that? Just what's stopping you? Ricardo, Julius. I apologize. I am unable to decide which words would be appropriate to express what I want to say. The reason for my worry is just as you guessed. The Sin Archbishop that was encountered in the city government building. Roy Alfred of Gluttony was that person. Unmistakably. But Julius confusedly cut off his words halfway as uncertainty wavered in his yellow eyes. Julius. Similar to the other Sin Archbishops, perhaps Gluttony also possesses an inexplicable ability. The power of eating memories, eating names, was noticeable back at the time of the battle with the White Whale. However, Ricardo. Julius. Ricardo called out the moment he felt unease touching his very core, and Julius instantly recognized the meaning behind it. The atmosphere trembled. All sounds disappeared from the world, and a light rose into the sky. There could be only one situation in which that extraordinary light would pierce the night sky. It must be the aftermath of a slash by the strongest individual in this world. Ricardo. Such a fancy move. I'm correct to assume it's the Sword Saint, huh? Julius. Reinhard. Isn't it? It seems that Subaru and the others have already come in contact with Greed. We cannot afford to make any delays either. We must also hurry. When one Sin Archbishop was attacked, the other Sin Archbishops did not come together in defense and retaliation. Julius and Ricardo sped up their pace, aiming for the approaching control tower. Ricardo? So, what's so strange about that Gluttony? Did you say he's an extraordinary monster? Ricardo tapped on his shoulder in hopes of hearing Julius's story to its conclusion and interrupted Julius' forward momentum. Julius turned his head and looked back, with a gaze which denied what he had just said. Julius. No. Although it does seem like he was not completely serious, the skill of Gluttony does not seem to exceed human knowledge itself. If we both are his opponents, then that may just be enough for him. However, the enemy's creepiness is a totally different subject. His unavoidable worry itself was because of the fact that Julius himself did not know the extent of its true creepiness, and it was Julius' unusual selfishness which made him avoid mentioning this argument in the previous strategy meeting. Julius considered Gluttony to be an unfathomable and eerie opponent, but still believed that he must cross swords with him. Ricardo did not know the reason behind it. It could not be said that even Julius clearly knew either. They kicked the stone pavement and passed the curve of the street to its exit. There lied one of 4 control towers, colored differently compared to the other buildings, and in front of that was Nana? Nasan. Joe. Adamaha. Inidawandi. We thought that you'd come. We expected that you'd come. That's right. That's exactly right. That's completely right. Perhaps that's right. Maybe that's right. Probably that's right. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Because that's right, Sue. The wait was well worth it, Sue. Before the entrance of the control tower, a lone boy stood on the cobblestone square, dressed in dirty rags, dark brown hair left to grow for a long time till it reached great length. His crazy eyes twinkling and shining with happiness, sharp canine teeth and a dripping tongue hung from his mouth. With both arms slouched down, he was a young boy. No matter how you looked at him, he barely seemed to have any power and looked like simply a vagrant child. But an aura of dreadfulness emanated from his body. Ricardo, one more thing just to confirm. It's him, right? There wasn't any need to ask whether it was. There was no doubt. It was completely convincing. As a response to Ricardo, Julius only lowered his jaw quietly. There was no possible doubt, no possible mistake, that it was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony standing there. The worst kind of blasphemer who chewed on the names and memories of others. Julius. Roy Alphard. Roy. Yes, correct answer. That's our name. We're happy that you remember it. Quite happy. Pretty happy. Really happy. As we're happy. Because we're happy. Drinking kutsu. Gluttony titsu. It would be worthwhile to eat. And drink. And also, declaring his name, Alfred laughed with terrible brutality. His eyes glared directly at Ricardo standing right next to Julius. He opened his mouth and wrings his nose as his eyes filled with ecstasy. Roy, this time it seems that we will be even getting a puppy chan. That makes us unbelievably happy. After all, our stomach might have had gotten a bit troubled if it was Julius Kun. Whatever you say, it would have had been completely tasteless, won't it? Julius, it seems I have gotten rather bored by your words of insult. Henceforth, to settle this quickly, I asked my friend to accompany me this time, though it is definitely inelegant to have more than one person. Roy. Aha. It's nice, that way of starting. Doing that to raise self-consciousness may be nice, and it is typical of Julius Kunbu. It's rather weak. We are gourmands, so tasting that is a bit problematic, but still, we are intrigued as Julius Kuhn is one of the top class we have seen till now. Tidy and consistent. Julius. Well. In addition to the big welcome we received, I am grateful for those words as well. Roy. Well, it cannot be helped, Itsu. Our honesty is something that gets overlooked. What we want you to overlook right now is this slight mismatch of characters. Waving his hands, Alfred did not bend his posture till the end. Provocatively, Julius kept his calm, but Ricardo was unable to hide his feeling of unpleasantness. He clicked his tongue and cracked the bones of his neck. Ricardo, oh, say what you wanna say, boy. It'll be mistake to overlook you as just some brat. What you'll get for your sins won't be very pretty. I'll even travel across dimensions just to beat your ass, because, boy, will I break that. Roy, oh, scary. Don't stare at us with that scary face. We apologize if you got offended that we called you a puppy, Ricardo Welkin. But still, we still longed for you a bit, you know? Don't scare us in that rough, loud voice of yours. Ow! Calling Ricardo by his name, he shouted, as Julius frowned. Seeing his eyes, Julius shook his head. Strange. Alphard's remarks were merely a madman's delusion, but the enormous sense of discomfort could not be easily wiped away. For example, when did he learn Ricardo's name? Ricardo? Damn spooky brat. From where and when did you learn our names? Roy, it wouldn't be very wise to try and investigate. It's just that. It's obvious that we would know your name. Isn't that true, Julius Kuhn? Julius. No matter how much you consent, I cannot respond to you. You too. I am completely ignorant regarding you. If this is the way you will do it, I will break the flow just as much. Roy, look, there's that boring conclusion again. Even though we care about it quite much, it's uneasy, it's unpleasant. Oh, hiding it in the chest, putting aside thinking about oneself for later tsitsi. Sue, it's pretty virtuous as a knight, but it's pretty boring as a person. Pulling out his knight sword, Julius's lips silently whisper something, and immediately afterwards, 6 extremely brilliant lights surrounded Julius. They were the 6 quasi-spirits Julius is always accompanied by. This mix of swordsmanship and spirit arts was what made Julius the knight impeccable. Roy. Neither the aroma of the feeling of inferiority, nor the rich texture of experiencing frustration, even the sweetness of a strong desire, or the rare taste of a sense of satisfaction after you've aged. You have no one of them. Tsu. Julius. Ricardo. Give it your everything from the very beginning. Let's work together. Ricardo. Yeah, leave it to me. Shaking his arms, Alfred revealed the daggers attached on his wrists. Wielding 2 daggers was Gluttony's fighting style. But it did not seem to be enough to stop Julius' magic or prevent Ricardo's blows. As long as the battle wasn't an ambush, their respective victory and defeat were already in sight. Regardless, in Ricardo's eyes, Alfred did not seem an opponent that could provide a rich and challenging battle experience. Julius. Spirit Knight. Julius Euculius. As per his manners, Julius gave his name ahead of the fight. However, Ricardo, who was standing next to him, had no such obligations to follow. They fixed their eyes, waiting for Gluttony to give his identity. Seeing Ricardo's line of sight, Alfred shouted, "Roy! How nice. Quite nice. Perhaps it is nice, isn't it nice? Maybe it is nice. Possibly it is nice. Probably it is nice, because it is probably nice. Otsu. Gluttonous drinking gutsu. Gluttony teitsu. Gourmet. Bizarre eating. Satiation. Overeating. Tatsu. Spiciness. Blandness. Deliciousness. Delicacy. Tetsu. We will eat everything up. Ititsu. Even a life without taste is also a taste that's new to us. Eititsu. Al-Clozel. The vibrance of the 6 colors draw a circle in front of Julius's eyes, and an extremely bright light emanates from the tip of his sword that aimed to stab through Alfard's center. Multiple affinities mixed. That destructive power develops into a rainbow-colored blow that could swallow up everything. Ricardo stepped on ahead with momentum that crushed the cobblestone, just behind the dazzling light. As if in an attempt to have Ricardo push Alfard aside, right into the extremely vibrant light. Against the heavy slashes and the rainbow-colored extremely vibrant light, Alfard uncovers his fangs. Roy, truly Nyasama is as magnificent as imagined. We will be enchanted. Geez. Tsu. Beneath the moon, flashes of silver sliced through wind as sparks spilled forth from a symphony of swordplay. The first musician was a sword demon who swung a pair of blades with crisp notes. His partner welcomed him, a swordswoman whose movements flowed reminiscent the path of a gentle stream. Flashes of metal danced through the air. The clash of steel should have sounded cruel, and yet, somehow, this symphony was wistfully melancholic. The ringing of sharp, precise collisions resembled the gentle caresses of a pair of lovers. The reason for this was simple. These 2 swordsmen complemented each other on a level beyond perfection. Wilhelm. Ha! The sword demon steeled his breath as he let loose a flurry of elliptical blows. Those precise arcs were practically a form of art, their clean movements the ideal standard for all aspiring swordsmen. His sheer skill was so overwhelming that anyone who was worthy of calling themselves a knight would have been so captivated that their battle would be guaranteed a loss, and yet he merely almost casually unleashed flurry after flurry. There's ya. One single light blow would have been more than fatal in this reign of unending death. However, meeting this peerless hurricane was a longsword whose owner was truly extraordinary. Moreover, that longsword had an odd quality. The length of the blade, as tall as its owner, was too unwieldy to make a proper weapon, and yet the slender swordswoman swung the huge blade with ease, as if it were weightless. Although the longsword's owner was draped from head to toe in a black cloak, impeding on her vision, the tip of her sword flowed as if dancing through water. Whether it be in terms of speed or polish, the twin blades greatly outstripped the longsword. Even so, each and every one of the sword demon's piercing attacks were, without fail, absorbed and deflected. Between the sparks and sharp clangs, with an almost pitying hiss toward the sword demon, the swordswoman leapt backward, a beat too slow to react to the unexpected move. Just as he was about to push forward, the gleam of a blade pierced his forehead. Wilhelm. Wes. Leah. Flashing before him was a blow that he couldn't allow to make contact. This was a specialized killing blow that flashed faster than the blink of an eye, which disguised the approaching blade. If not for his extensive experience in dueling her, he would have been unable to see through the imminent death he'd nearly been dealt, and Glemm would have passed through the brain and killed him. The skin between his brows burned at the close call. In an instant, the sword demon cast off his misgivings and began to pursue a woman who'd frozen in her stinging pose. Wilhelm? There's Zia. Before he'd even gathered himself enough to act, the woman had driven her toes into his flesh. Her slender feet pierced between his well-exercised abdominal muscles and jolted his organs. The weight of her kick bent his body double as a silver flash drew an arc which hung over his head. The glittering sword flew straight as true, as if meaning to cut down the moon. Having reached the peak of its flight, the sword began to glide back to earth, and slicing straight through the atmosphere, meaning to bisect the sword demon. The power behind that attack was incomparable to any previous ones. Both the deadliness of the blade itself and its owner's skill were more than capable of slicing through any human body. Approaching in the briefest of flashes was this certain death. Wilhelm, stop looking down on me, still bent double. He immediately swung both his arms upward, staggering as they met the crushing force overhead. The sword demon's own blades overlapped as they caught the weapon bearing down on him, as his jaws clenched from its sheer power. Unable to fend it off entirely, his arms began to fall. Shallowly, the blade pierced his forehead. Blood spurted forth, splattering his field of vision red. However, he hadn't fallen to knees. Not had his own swords been broken. Wilhelm, the arms holding the sword back strained upward, pushing the fallen sword back again. Sweeping the heavy blade aside, the residual aftershocks shook the form of the swordswoman before him. Taking advantage of the moment, he kicked forward. The force that should have slammed back into the ground was instead redirected into the woman's airborne form. The combination of the force from the falling blade and the kick slammed the woman's body into the distance. The aging sword demon lunged into the slender body that had nowhere left to flee. An opening against the swordswoman who had flown into the air with no escape route. The sword demon lowered his shoulder and unleashed an attack. Catching up to her fleeing form, the attack came simultaneously from top and bottom. As one, the two blades drew an arc, tearing toward her slender form with the bite of a wild beast. In midair, with her back turned toward him, she could make no counterattack. Even so, that clarity of that attack found itself shaken. There's ya. The hood that had covered the swordswoman's head, unable to withstand the tug of gravity as she flipped her body, swished back, revealing what had once been hidden. Cascading down was long hair the color of a beautiful, raging flame. There's ya. At the time of its entry into her field of vision, the swordsman's attack carried a flaw which existed for briefer than a single instant. An incredibly subtle, slight deviation from perfection was this mistake. Even so, no one else would be able to parry this attack. However, considering the sword demon's current opponent, this mistake was fatal. To an existence which had once won the favor of the god of swords, that turbid blade could not reach at all. There's ya. At the scene in front of him, the sword demon's throat was frozen by a shudder. That certain blow had been interrupted midway. It hadn't been anything special. The woman merely drew her sword in midair and wedged it between the swords that came from above and below, as easy as sliding a brace between a pair of fangs. The blade and the pommel of her longsword completely caught the advance of the two swords right in their tracks. What had the sword demon shudder was that bite of steel on steel rang out only once. Catching the two blades with only one crisp sound meant that she had calculated the timing of both of them colliding with her own weapon down to the millisecond. What was truly horrifying was the necessary clarity of vision, skill, and sheer nerve to even attempt such an act. Wilhelm, the stunt, so far beyond what common sense dictated was possible, drew a sigh from the sword demon's throat. At that moment, the leg of the woman who was still caught between the swords flew in a wide arc, kicking away the sword demon's hands, which still rested where his attack had stalled. The impact jolted his weapons from the hands which wielded them, and in that moment he found himself completely defenseless. Then, with a flash of steel, the longsword made a cross. The combination of the speed at which the blade approached, and the range that couldn't have been shorter. Even with a little time and distance, the empty-handed swordsman had no way to block. The longsword pierced his thin skin and continued drive into his organs and sever his spine, driving through his left side in one single motion and splitting his body into halves, coughing up blood and internal organs. The body already shackled by old age breaking with blow. That was the unavoidable fate that awaited him. That was the end that could not be evaded, and the conclusion of the matter. After the end of his life, having lost everything, he couldn't even cling to a chance at redemption. That kind of conclusion was simply impossible to accept. Wilhelm, Rah! He rebelled against the bloody end that flashed through his mind. The throat of the sword ghost burned with the final scene of the illusion, the vitality of his twilight years erupting forth, breaking the limit's concentration so that even passage of time stalled. Only he and his opponent existed in that moment. The sounds and colors of the world fading from focus. The impending blade traced an unexpected orbit to stab into his body, slowly feeling the touch of the blade piercing through his fragile skin. As well the heat and pain of bleeding, whilst feeling as if the natural force of gravity had increased tenfold. He planted all the power into his 2 feet, digging his heels in hard enough to shatter stone. He redirected the force of swinging his arms to the right into a reactive motion, reversing his body with the shortest distance and best angle, turning to the side as if approaching the blade that brushed his body, a form of evasion which allowed him to roll along the blade that slid across his side. Ercia. Having been thwarted in her attack, the swordswoman's follow-up attack was delayed by but a brief moment. In that time, the sword demon retreated several paces, plucking his twin swords from mid-air. With a sigh, he placed the palm of his hand onto his side, checking the depth of the wound. This was certainly no minor scratch. He'd turned while a blade had been invading his body, after all. Spinning while being pierced, he'd naturally draw a wound on his own body. Fortunately, by a hair's breadth, he'd kept the blade from plunging into his organs, but the amount of blood dripping from the wound mere centimeters away from his innards was by no means a small amount. To ordinary people, this was a serious injury. Although that was natural, Wilhelm, from the very start, I didn't feel that I could persist in this battle for long. It had already been running on a time limit. It had only grown shorter. The sword demon, Wilhelm rolled off his shirt and violently staunched the bleeding from his waist. Exposing his healthy flesh during this emergency treatment, he was not pursued. The woman opposing him merely watched quietly, her gaze devoid of emotion. At his own anticipation of any swaying or subtle changes in those eyes, Wilhelm gave a bitter smile. Pressing on his open the wound, he awoke himself with the pain. Wilhelm, such weakness is useless. Stop dreaming. This sacred reunion, you will one day be able to indulge in as much as you want in the heavens. Ercia. Wilhelm, I don't think I'm hallucinating, nor do I expect miracles. My wife was a woman who was reluctant to follow the way of the sword, but pushing the responsibility of wielding the sword onto others was something she never once did. An emotionless corpse, a revived construct, crimson hair silky and flowing, smooth skin, snowy and transparent, eyes beigeous of precious gems. Closing his own, he recalled that cute face that he would never tire of. All this was before him, and all this shouldn't have been before him. Wilhelm, Theresia, how lovely you are. Therefore, you can't remain here. Wilhelm tightened his grip on his swords, taking up fighting a stance again. At this moment, standing here was not the husband of Theresia van Astrea. The one who prayed to stand here was not Wilhelm van Astrea. Who stood here at this moment was sword demon Wilhelm. Facing his dead wife, Wilhelm steeled his spirit, his gaze becoming clear and clean. Even if his blood were boiling, he wouldn't allow his anger at the sinister presence to come to a breaking point. But right now, at this moment, at this time, anything else was superfluous. His old friend, his comrade in arms, his wife, had said to Wilhelm, "Don't allow heat to besmirch the blade. Don't allow your blood boil. You must learn to love the coldness of steel." How about now? Was it growing hot? Wilhelm, no, it's frigid, like the blade of a knife. Under the moon, the sword demon pierced his opponent with a gaze of steel. The talent swordswoman who was his opponent also waved the tip of her longsword again, without any flaws. In an instant, their swords once again flashed again toward each other. The sounds of steel intertwined with each other was a wail, a plea, a courtship, the expectation of an end, and the hope that it would never come to an end, as if exchanging endless dialogue without a single word. The sound of sword play played ceaselessly, echoing. Garfield. Ah, damn it. No response, et.al. What a joke. Kicking off the ground, kicking off a wall, kicked off a roof and soaring up, flying diagonally in the air, his short blonde hair fluttering as it bathed in the wind, fluttering, exposing his teeth, a picture of desperation. Time and time again, gnashing his fangs, fighting the burning sensation in his body and chest. Garfield. Bastard. What's up? Hello. His clothes fluttering, he broke into a run the instant he touched the ground again. This was a feat that only those of exceptional strength and endurance, far beyond a human level, could achieve. However, the one who flew over the city with only his own body expressed no pride in his abilities. Instead, he kept roaring into an unresponsive hand mirror. The one sprinting was Garfield, who was howling into the magic device in his hand, the conversation mirror. The conversation mirror, which should have been able to link him to others who possessed one, remained silent. No one picked up Garfield's call, even though, clearly, there were two groups of people of responding. Garfield, City Hall guys, or Wrath-fighting guys. How are you not replying for? The conversation mirrors were supposed to have been assigned so that everyone could stay in contact during their respective battles. In fact, they'd been working perfectly fine just after he'd left City Hall. But now, when contact was necessary, the function of the dialogue mirror had fallen silent. This needed to be communicated immediately. Garfield, gotta tell M that they've to evacuate City Hall now, damn it. As he said so, he leapt upward, skipping the street in front of him as he took a shortcut. Although his rough landing shattered the roof he landed on, Garfield had no attention to spare. Compared to damage to the city, ensuring the safety of his companions was far more important. The goal of his rapid travel was City Hall. Garfield was rushing back to the place he'd left only dozens of minutes ago. Leaving behind Wilhelm, his comrade in arms, he desperately called to the conversation mirror. There was no other reason. Danger was quickly approaching City Hall that was serving as their base. Wilhelm and Garfield had arrived at the control tower occupied by the Lust, at about the same time that Reinhard began to engage with Greed. Having witnessed the distant aurora, the two entered the control tower. None of the witch cultists nor the troublesome people who they'd expected had appeared to intercept their path. As expected, the witch cult minions in the city seemed to only consist of insignificant opponents. Everything had been smooth sailing until then, and hadn't been any other rooms worth checking out aside from the Watergate control room. So, the pair naturally headed to the top floor to prepare for a decisive battle with Lust. In the imagination, the proportion of the power of the Lust camp is the most dangerous. In addition to Lust, there were two outstanding fighters, which meant that the two would have to face three enemies. Naturally, they were both engulfed in tension. Wilhelm, if possible, I'd appreciate the swordswoman being left to me. Garfield. The captain also told me so. Seems like there's something between ya. But my amazing self also has a bone to pick with that woman. Can't let you have her so easily. Wilhelm, that is my wife. Those bastards made a mockery of my wife's death, trampled upon her soul and forced her to point a sword that which she'd sworn to protect. Garfield, Wilhelm, no matter what, this is impermissible. On the way, Wilhelm had revealed his reason for wanting to fight. That was a reason that Garfield, who should have had no basis to give up, couldn't help but keep his mouth shut against. And his inability to form reply in that moment may have been just what decided the most fitting opponent of the swordswoman. Garfield. Although he'd said nothing, Garfield conceded the opponent to Wilhelm. Wilhelm also indicated his understanding of this, silently bowing his head to express his gratitude. So, when he stepped into the control tower, Garfield felt his knees, the cold sensation of his hair sticking straight up. If Wilhelm is going to fight the female swordsman, then he'd have to deal with the remaining two by himself. The swordswoman went without mention, and the giant accompanying her was no less powerful than she was. Although Lust was seeming lacking in terms of combat effectiveness, Subaru had repeatedly emphasized that what was fearsome about the witch cult was its direct combat ability, silent tension, and pervasive fighting spirit. As his sense of smell caught an increasingly strong scent of blood, Garfield equipped the silver shields which had been strapped legs and rushed into the room. There, he saw it. Why the hell would I just be obediently waiting here? Fool. Words scrawled in blood, occupying an entire wall of the room. When he realized what they meant, Garfield's head seethed, fleeing from a battle as if it were a matter of course. A type of personality which could straightforwardly say that there was no obligation to wait. Wilhelm. Neglectful. Those bastards are exactly the type to pull this kind of trick. Wilhelm lowered his voice and retrieved the conversation mirror from his sleeves. The reason for trying to get in touch with City Hall so immediately was because Wilhelm had thought of the notion first. Wilhelm, if our forces are sent out in raids, then our base's combat power will naturally diminish. These guys won't have any shame in exploiting this gap. Before the pale-faced Garfiel, Wilhelm grimaced at the unresponsive mirror. At the same time, along the roof of the control tower, emerged a deep, oppressive hostility. A feeling that his back was being stroked by a blade was what tipped Garfiel off about the existence of the enemy. Wilhelm had also felt a hostile presence. Wilhelm, Garfiel Sama, I'll entrust City Hall to you. Garfiel. It comes down to it. My amazing self can get there faster. They exchanged ideas in a flash. The enemy was as a razor-sharp clandestine blade. Exposing their backs as they tried to flee would only result in the both of them being cut down from behind. Between them, one of them needed to stay. Then, one of them needed to return to City Hall. Wilhelm, please, continue to try to establish contact. My master, I entrust her to you. Garfiel, goes without saying. Essa. Libra's voice rouses the blood of soldiers. Garfiel caught the throne conversation mirror and sped out of the control tower. Like so, he flew across the city, crossed the waterway, and continued into the mirror that offered no response. Wilhelm's battle was also probably starting. Garfiel, damn it. All that for nothing. If Lust launched a surprise attack on City Hall, there would be very little forces capable of greeting her. Anastasia and Ferris had no combat power, and Crush had collapsed from her injuries. Although several members of the Iron Fang stood on guard, their combat power wasn't enough to compare with Mimi. The instant that he thought of Mimi, Garfiel's chest grew sore. The girl who, even now, hovered in the abyss of death, who he'd rescued, saved, protected. Keep her alive. Saving her clearly should have been his duty. That duty had been conceded to another due to sentiment, and his chance at vengeance grew further by the second. However, even the work that was taken as an alternative could not be completed satisfactorily. What was he doing? Looking as he did, what was he doing? To Mimi, Subaru, his sister, Ram, or anyone, he couldn't lift his head to face them. Garfiel, my amazing self once again, can't do anything. The unresponsive conversation mirror reflected such an unpromising face. In the moment that he cursed himself, Garfiel, as he smashed the roof whilst leaping, he was a beat too slow in reacting to the shadow flying in from the side. That form, far more massive than his own, met him with a horizontal impact. The reason why he couldn't even issue a cry of pain was because his throat was hooked under an elbow. Blood and oxygen unable to circulate through his brain, maintaining his consciousness grew steadily more difficult. Pulling him back into gradual consciousness was the force of the impact over his whole body. The body that had greeted his obliquely from the air and slammed into a nearby building. Breaking the wall with his entire body, Garfiel tossed up a cloud of dust. The dull pain and broken bones drew a groan from Garfiel, as he felt himself being liberated from the restraint. Using his body's elasticity, Garfiel slammed the ground as hard as he could, pulling himself upright again. He found himself in a structure with no lighting. The smog that filled the room had become a white smoke under the moonlight, and before his own blood-coughing figure, he could detect another presence. That was undoubtedly the culprit who'd sniped him and landed them in here. Garfiel, you bastard, you really know how to monitor. The instant when he'd taken a battle stance, a fist slammed into his stomach. Garfiel's entire abdominal area took the force of his opponent's huge fists, and his body flew upward. Then, he was smashed by the fist that had been swung from above, and the already decrepit floor broke beneath him, and he fell another level. Garfiel. What? And the sole of a foot slammed into his downward falling body. The damage caused by both the momentum and the mass caused him to spit blood, and his body, stomped on once again, crashed fiercely and directly through to the entrance to the building, where it was smashed into the street. From this striking impact, Garfiel continued to cough and he climbed to his feet. At the same time, he applied simple healing magic himself, knitting broken bones as he raised his head. The one who'd chased Garfiel from the top of the building to here was a hulking figure who he needed to crane his head to see. Although covered head to toe in black robes, even that could not disguise the thickness of his arms and legs. Rather than saying he was muscular, it would be no exaggeration to say that he wore an armor of muscle. To Garfiel, this would be the third time facing that enemy. That name was already known as well. Garfiel. Kurgan of 8 arms. He was one of the Valachia Empire's sword-swinging heroes. Although he was said to have died in battle while defending an imperial city 10 and some years prior, for him to be here right now, could he have suffered the same humiliation and death that Wilhelm's wife had? Kurgan. When Garfield spoke that name, the giant Kurgan extended his arms. At that moment, the clasp of his robes gave way, revealing his figure. That is to say, the hero Kurgan revealed his expertise in close-range battle. As expected, his strong body was covered by a thick armor of muscle, a powerful physique which could rival the giant's, and face on a neck which could be described as demonic, filled with the domineering expression of a war god. And what made this war god a war god were the 8 arms which enabled those strange fighting techniques. In addition to the 2 arms that usually grew from the shoulders, 2 more arms sprouted from the same place. Moved down his body revealed 2 more arms using his shoulders as the starting point, and the rest stretched their palms forward from behind. That was in accordance with Kurgan's name, 8 arms, someone capable of sapping his enemy's will to fight with just his natural body. Kurgan. Facing Garfield, who had swallowed a deep breath, Kurgan kept his silence as he drew his weapon. Strapped to his thick legs, coincidentally mounted in the same style as Garfield's shield, were a pair of thick, long, distorted blades, the ghost cleavers that this war god swung. This war god drew 2 other ghost cleavers from his back, for a total of 4. Although the remaining 4 arms are still unarmed, Garfield would nonetheless be completely overwhelmed. He had no leisure to underestimate the enemy in the slightest. Garfield. His body trembled. In front of this real hero, Garfield's body trembled from his core. Garfield stared at the hero, the legendary figure, the great man who'd made a mark in history. To not know the name of the Kurgan of 8 arms was impossible for him. Garfield indeed took great interest in his myriad legends coming from every which way, and today he stood in front of his very own eyes, as an enemy. This was a nightmare, a ongoing nightmare that had begun yesterday. What else could it be? Malicious as it was, Garfield's breath quickened as he reached toward his legs. Mounted there in the same way as Kurgan's ghost cleavers were silver shields. Unaware of how many times his fingers slipped, finally, the straps came undone. Placing his shields on his arms as if to cover his fists, he knocked them together for confirmation, creating a sharp note which echoed in the night sky. His equipment is ready, and his injuries had healed enough to not be debilitating. However, his mind was still, at the moment, frazzled. Garfield. It's no time to say stupid shit. Clenching his fangs, Garfield hit himself in the face. Shaking his head from the dizzying pain and shock, he turned his gaze forward again. Assuming his stance again, he bared his fangs at the war god before him. Garfield. You're just standing there, the hell's my amazing self for? Whether as the captain, or the other guys too, they're all fighting. Obviously all you're good for CS fighting. So fuck are you stalling for? Kurgan. Against the screaming Garfield, Kurgan remained impassive. The silent war god that Garfield was facing would only watch him quietly. With a pout he broke the line of the street, then rushed forward with a single step. Through the soles of his shoes he absorbed the power of the earth, allowing his divine protection of earth spirits to redirect all that energy into a blow. His fist was truly infused with the power to shatter a stone building. His silver shield reinforced the fist's blow, one strong enough to break even a hero. His arm flew straight and true into Kurgan's waist. Garfield? How's this? Kurgan. Using the full force of his body, Garfield's attack was blocked by Kurgan's demon cleaver. The demon cleaver, blocking the direct attack to Kurgan's abdomen, withstood the power of Garfield's blow. He did not evade, nor did he flinch. With only a hard block, a full-bodied attack was dispelled. The hero of 8 arms had used only a single arm. Garfield. Coo. Garfield's stiff expression ushered in a punch from the shoulder. The body that turned backwards was caught by the arm that protruded from his side, and, unable to escape, he could only take a wild beating. His cheekbones were broken in an instant, and his fundus was crushed. The field of view of his right eye was stained bright red. A razor fang shattered and blew away. His body still caught, he was thrown to the ground, kicked down the street by a powerful leg, and rolled into the nearby waterway. Garfield. Everything went in a flash, and he stared at the moon that floated so high above him. That moon seemed to laugh at him. Afterward, Garfield's body sank into the waterway. The surface of the water was slowly dyed crimson. Chapter 52. The stars and Sin, archbishops, the collapse was pushing in. That shower of fresh blood, each drop and every drop, like a malevolent hand grasping gallant destruction, trampled over the city. Wherever the droplets touched, more so than striking a sheet of paper with the edge of a blade, it unresistingly lost its cohesion. The destructive propagation demolished buildings, and the aftermath, in turn, spread further collapse around it. Subaru. Oh. Emilia. Fully aware that he was being unreasonable, yet wringing out breath from his lungs, Subaru continued powering through his sprint. Jogging alongside him was Emilia, her gleaming silver hair fluttering through the air and her mouth tightly shut. Similarly mid-stride. However, the scenic Water City's specialty canal stretched out from them in all directions. Simply put, finding a straight path to properly escape on was proving difficult. In front of the dashing pair spread waterways, while destruction from the rear threatened to swallow them both. Subaru, watch out. Emilia. We're sailing close to the wind, but... Subaru, grab on. As their escape route cutting off caused Subaru to raise his voice, Emilia instantly conceived of a different notion. He grabbed onto her outstretched arm without hesitation, and in that same moment, a chill came over the surrounding air. It was the effect of both magic born of the spirit's borrowed strength and the power of Emilia herself, acting together. Emilia, please everyone. Once Emilia commanded them so, from each luminous point blue light surged downwards. In the next instant, the ground beneath was instantly soaked with white, and in the blink of an eye a whole world of frost had spread. Subaru. Ooh? Emilia Tan is amazing. So clever. Emilia. Control is difficult, so don't let go of my hand. Subaru looked up, his right hand still linked with Emilia's own. Tightly grasped in the half-elf's raised left fist was an icicle directed ahead which had shot forward moments before. Freezing the ground and thrusting from it an icicle, her borrowing of the propulsive force from her magic had thus hastened their escape. Even more surprising was the course of ice formed by the spirits in the air. On the edge of the waterway in front of them, something like a ski jump had been formed, and the Subaru and Emilia pair, gliding with their built-up momentum, had sailed over the channel. Subaru. Iya. On the other side of the waterway, another course of ice had been created, while she was touching down and skating over it. Subaru honestly praised Emilia's skill. Subaru. Nice, Emilia Tan. I fell for you all over again, Emilia. But I can't think of a way to stop. What should we do, Subaru? Emilia had already released the icicle, but the leftover momentum was still plenty to cause unavoidably high damage once they hit an obstacle. Using only her ice magic, conveniently making something like a cushion for two, to absorb the heavy impact wasn't a possibility. In the meantime, the pair was drawing closer and closer to a wall. Moments before impact, feeling Emilia's hand tightly squeezing his, Subaru made a snap judgment. Subaru. Emilia Tan. Install curve. Emilia. Qiu Kur. Vive. Subaru. A gently bending kind of wall. In a circle. Hearing Subaru's desperate call, Emilia with her magic meekly obeyed. Right in front of their sliding forms, a gentle curve formed, and following along it while turning widely, those two avoided impact. Subaru. Just like that. Don't let the curves cut off. Twirl. Emilia. Teet. Twirl. Twirl. Just so, turning widely like that, as to not cut off at a wall, more curves of ice formed. Viewed from above, an ice wall shaped like Moscatorpellant coil was created, and the two bodies reaching the midpoint just barely lost enough speed to safely come to a stop. Subaru. Whew. After wasting a bunch of Emilia Tan's magic, we did it somehow. Emilia. More importantly, the attack from earlier. As the stopped Subaru let out a sigh, Emilia whacked her ice formation with her hand and shattered it. Watching the crushed ice returning to mana particles, and turning to see the traces of the destruction they fled from, a shiver ran up Subaru's spine. Centered around the tower on which Regulus' attack had originated, the scenery of the city had changed, especially near the center, where the impacts of blood had been strongly felt. The destruction was severe. Further outwards in the perimeter of destruction, deviations in its traces formed, but even then, few buildings still held their original shape. In other words, it was an attack with an abnormally high area of effect. At Subaru's location, the attack had crossed the waterway and reached over. That it had barely failed to reach Subaru was the result of chance and a desperate escape. Not Subaru. Reinhard. On the building Regulus had stood up to this moment, there was now no one. Instead, in its vicinity thick smoke was rising, and the sound of tremendous destruction was echoing. Regulus sent the water dragon to its death by tearing it apart, smirking while it sprayed blood. In that moment, he could already see two small figures desperately trying to escape down an alley. How puny. How very petty. How truly trivial. Laughing mockingly as his scattered blood trampled on the city, he eagerly awaited the moment that destruction would catch up to the fleeing duo, prostitute and a rapist. For them, death in a hail of blood was fitting. Regulus? Scatter away, you heinous fiends who trampled on my heart. Reinhard. My apologies, but I can't let you do that. Immediately after declaring his rage and victory with those words, he was startled by a voice speaking close to his ear. As he turned around, a head of red hair with the appearance of flames fanned by the wind came into view. Regulus. How foolish you look, getting in the way of someone's love with such zeal. Reinhard, if your method was proper and respectful of rights, if once rejected you could promise to pull away cleanly, then I would not even hesitate to cheer for you. At Regulus' infuriated voice, Reinhard responded with a laugh and a tease. While that ever-so-composed posture was indeed hateful, what now took hold of Regulus' feelings was an inexplicable suspicion. Then, leaping in a single burst, came Reinhard's leg. Certainly, that right leg, on its shin, it had suffered a serious injury, though not entirely torn off. To say it was held to the ankle with a mere strip of leather was no exaggeration. Far from battle-worthy, it was in no state to bear walking on. That it had left that state meant, Regulus. That is so dumb. It's not just swordsmanship. Is healing magic your specialty too? With all those talents of yours that better than others. Just how much did you trample over their hearts on the way here? Shattering the hearts of others without even trying filthy, does that feel good, huh? Reinhard. Among your misconceptions in one respect. I will definitely correct you. Reinhard twisted, the wind shrieking as it shrouded his body. His released spinning kick blew through the air, landing directly on the water dragon's body wielded by Regulus. That corpse, which had already become a simple mass of meat, now shattered. Regulus. Wah! Reinhard. I cannot use any kind of magic, let alone healing magic. It was simply the spirits in the air that came to my aid, hastily healing the wounds on my foot. As the force from his leg demolished the body, with a twist of his ankle he rescued it from Regulus' grasp. Through that very skillful footwork, the water dragon's remains was not excessively ill-treated, and was then gently tossed onto the roof of a partially wrecked building. Then, Reinhard. Perfect. Next on the checklist, Tactic J will commence. Regulus. Quo. At the same moment he begrudged Reinhard's hypocritical act. His sword's pommel knocked him upside the head. Smacked away, Regulus' body rolled down the slope of the roof, askew over the ground and headed straight downwards. In his ear again was, Reinhard. I'll put it to the test. Regulus. No. Leaping at the same angle with a bullet speed, Reinhard drew close, grasping Regulus' leg as he inverted mid-fall, and with a shake his form was swallowed up by Reinhard's actions. Now Reinhard, while carrying Regulus, leapt in the direction of the fleeing Subaru with an awesome storm, accelerating quickly enough to tear off the leg of any ordinary person. Regulus. Just what the... Reinhard. Nothing particularly special. Claiming so, Reinhard lifted up Regulus' body as he stopped, with the attitude of a child grasping a doll's leg and playing roughly. While Regulus' temper at that treatment was exploding, he came to understand the finer details of Reinhard's plan. Wielding Regulus' body, Reinhard flung him into the falling droplets of blood, even demolishing buildings formed from stone. That shower of blood imbued with force by Regulus. If it had such power, then that attack made by Regulus' ability may even be effective against whatever protection he had on his own body. If that had been the idea, it proved a foolish one. Regulus. If it's my own strike, then it must work on me. I don't know just how naturally gifted you were born, but don't viciously look down on others so much, I say. There's no way I myself would be done in with some stupid method like that. Reinhard. This too was ineffective. Those droplets of blood, touching Regulus' body, became simple droplets on the spot, and splashed off of his form. Obviously, the priority was different. At that same moment, Reinhard suddenly released his grip on Regulus' leg. He was an intelligent fellow. If he had let the droplets reach him as such, his palm would have turned into a mess which couldn't possibly grasp a sword again. The force of the swing disappeared. Landing there onto the street, Regulus once again faced Reinhard. He narrowed his eyes in warning. Reinhard. Somehow, it no longer seems possible to touch him again. Regulus, it seems you have a keen nose. Do you want to get hurt again like you did a while ago? Reinhard, from now on, I will be wary of your breath and vision both. If there are any other precautions to take, I would be glad to hear them. Regulus, get out of my sight right now. Stepping forth with both hands raised, Regulus ran at Reinhard. With unbelievable speed, Reinhard turned in a broad arc to dodge, giving him a wide berth. Using the pommel of the dragon sword, he rained blows down on Regulus from a distance. Regulus, you just love to run no matter where you go. Reinhard, being unable to solve the problem with sword strikes, how impotent. Truly, I'm ashamed of myself. Regulus, you haven't even drawn that sword of yours yet. Facing Reinhard as he weaved back and forth, Regulus made a relatively unseen motion of reaching out his hand. However, such a flippant attack could never reach a hero like Reinhard. Not only that, Reinhard's bright blue eyes were still wary of the heavily breathing Regulus's petty tricks. Regulus. But then, a spear suddenly flew straight forward, aiming at Regulus, who faced the straight-backed Reinhard. An icicle speared through the ground at his feet. However, the ice under his feet, after he'd taken a single step, shattered before the image could even become concrete. Flippantly, Regulus cast his gaze about, settling on the silver-haired maiden who stood at the other end of the canal, hand outstretched. Undoubtedly, the ice magic had been one of her little tricks. Disgusting. Was this visceral feeling of tumbling and boiling? Regulus, each and every one of you, what can't you understand already? Well, the fact that we're different. What we have from the moment of our birth is different. You all can't reach or compete with my completed self. Accept that you're lackluster. Be satisfied with it, and die. No matter what, no matter what. Enough of the relentless, opposing evildoers. Such an absolute gap could not be reduced. Why was this so hard to grasp? Reinhard, Tactic A has also failed. What next? Regulus stomped his feet, splitting the alleyway. No space left in his ears to listen to Reinhard's mumbling. Emilia. No good. As expected, that attack was ineffective. Subaru. It didn't, which is to say, the possibility of his feet being in Achilles' heel is also gone. Emilia, as per her instructions, had attacked the soles of Regulus's feet. However, they'd rent the ice without any trace of injury. Reinhard. Tactic J failed as well. Apologies. My capabilities are lacking. In an instant, Reinhard had also used the divine protection of telepathy to send a psychic message, and Subaru no longer found himself thrown off balance by these superhuman idiosyncrasies. Closely examining the injury on his right foot revealed that it had stopped bleeding, but even if it had been entirely shredded, this would have been the least bit surprising. Besides, the implications of a shredded foot, Subaru had already experienced. Subaru. If his invincibility is a barrier, it may not extend to where his feet come in contact with the ground, so I came up with Tactic A. Soles of feet. The grounded parts of him had to have disabled the power, or he'd just sink into the ground. Subaru had thought this might be the case, but he'd turned out to have been wrong. According to Reinhard's report of Tactic J, self-destruct, the idea that Regulus would have to disable his invincibility to launch his invincible attacks was also off. In that case, Tactic I, Ball and Pool, was also a no-go. It seemed that reality denied the notion that there would be a weakness in his invincibility. Subaru. Is there anything else? An invincible enemy's weakness. Covering his mouth, Subaru furiously ordered his mind to spin. Before encountering and even after having met Regulus, what he'd often been troubled by was the means of defeating someone with an ultimate shield. and whatever other ways there may be. Flying through Subaru's mind were answers from a variety of subcultures, as though he'd almost figured it out. But there was no clean-cut answer. Subaru, is the way I'm thinking about this off? Is the direction wrong? What was needed was perhaps not a way to break through the invincibility. Rather, something more fundamental. Regulus authority. What was its nature? Emilia. Subaru. What else is there? What should I do? Emilia questioned Subaru, who'd fallen deep into thought. Before them across a large canal, the fierce battle between Reinhard and Regulus continued, but she was unable to offer any help, which left her feeling discomfited. Whether Emilia or Reinhard both trusted in Subaru, both had expectations of Subaru, and not just the two of them, the allies stationed elsewhere, and the citizens of Pristella he'd called with his broadcast, all shared those sentiments. Thinking. Although those memories were distasteful, Subaru began to think back to everything since his first encounter with Regulus. Up until this instant, his actions and words, the attacks and schemes he'd tried to pull. There should have been something. There should have been some reason. Not just Regulus was fine. Including the other Sin archbishops. There should have been something. They were all scum. That much was already clear. It wasn't that Subaru. The names of the stars. Emilia. Subaru? Suddenly, Subaru realized it. Before he'd thought of the same thing, and now he cast aside the joke to think of it seriously. Now that things had reached this point, he began to consider an abandoned idea anew. Regulus, Capella, Alphard, Sirius, Betelgeuse. These star-related names gathered in one place. Could he really treat them so casually as a coincidence? In retrospect, the water plumage pavilion, the customs of Kararaji, Hoshin of the Wastes. In this world, so many places had been touched by the influence of Subaru's original world that he couldn't simply treat it as a joke. Why had he only realized just now that the witch cult did not originate from here? Betelgeuse was Betelgeuse, the hand of Orion, unseen hand. Regulus was Leo, Little King. Thus, he had a title. This Little King was truly a title commensurate with him. Subaru, Emilia, T. I have something to ask you. Subaru spoke quietly, and Emilia opened her eyes to nod. Subaru could feel the attention radiating from her snow-white face, and closed one eye. Subaru. That man grabbed you about by the neck once, right? It's about that time. Emilia. Subaru. Regulus's hand. Was it warm? Or was it cold? Emilia. At Subaru's inquiry, Emilia widened her eyes, and so she touched a hand to her slender neck, with a tap, and replied. Emilia. No, thinking back on it, I couldn't feel anything, neither heat nor cold. There was no temperature. Hearing Emilia's response, Subaru held his breath. From when he'd been cast into the canal, his undisturbed breathing and unsoaked body, the ineffectiveness of attacking the soles of his feet, the ineffectiveness of the cancellation of his own attacks, impeccable in both offense and defense. If this was no simple, mere invincibility, Subaru, Reinhard, he called across the canal, the name of the hero doing battle against the evil. In relentless battle, Reinhard determinedly looked toward Subaru. In order for him to hear, Subaru raised his voice high. Subaru. That man, check if his heart is beating. Subaru's loud words had Emilia, had Reinhard widening her eyes. So, Regulus. Otto also left City Hall for fulfilling the duty imposed on him after he confirmed the simultaneous raids on the 4 control places had been carried out, and after each of the parties had departed to conduct them. Anastasia. I don't think it's strange to think that he should be stopped, but it is also true that right now we have to reconfirm where the Book of Wisdom that the witch cult had requested is. Pitiful, isn't he? That Otto-kun, was what Anastasia said at Otto's departure. It seemed to be true that Anastasia wanted Otto to remain in City Hall as well. It was the place where Subaru and the other camps had already clashed with a Sin archbishop. Though City Hall is expected to function as the headquarters, there were not many brains that could scout for information from several different places at the moment. However, leaving the Book of Wisdom in the hands of others was not something that could be done either. You can establish a relationship of cooperation with the opposing Sin archbishop, But once out of that situation, they will return to being an enemy. When that happens, the effectiveness of the Book of Wisdom being watched over by others was something that should be avoided. Truthfully, it was about the Book of Wisdom being completely away from the situation in which it would be negotiated over. But Subaru and Garfield were fine with that. Otto wanted to sigh as he felt his own personality was at fault here. Otto, I wonder, when did I become someone who ran around for others like this? Hitting his gray hair with his hand, Otto worried over the question that had come to his mind several times in the past year. The position he stood in was unexpected. His relationship with people was unexpected. His current emotions were unexpected. What will his family think when they get to know that he is doing all this? Otto. If I am fine and successful, I'll try writing a letter. If Subaru was here, he would definitely point out a death flag saying something strange. As Otto stepped onto the city's 3rd Avenue, the Sin Archbishops should be concentrated in the control towers, and considering that they should not be in the city, they should not be. Otto, Haka, Ha, Setsk, grabbing his chest tightly, Otto felt his heartbeat quicken. Witch cult. Sin Archbishop. Witch cultists. Otto had bad memories of them. A year ago, Otto recalled his first encounter with Subaru. He couldn't forget how scared he was of the Sin Archbishop back then. The eyes of a madman who wouldn't think twice before taking away one's life. That madman. The figure of fanatics who would dedicate their blood and flesh by his own will. When he truly hoped for help, only the silence and loneliness had dominated. He had never been as scared at any other time. He had never felt so empty in any other moment. Comparing the fear of then to fighting Garfield, facing the Bowel Hunter, encountering herds of witch beasts. That was nothing. The encounter with the witch cult dropped an immensely dark shadow on Otto's heart. Even though he knew how horrible that thing was, it was not something that could be erased so easily. Emilia, who, due to her similarity with the Witch of Envy, could not escape prejudice due to the witch. Subaru, who was fated to become her knight and fight for her, and aim for the devils of the witch cult. Beatrice, who fought along with Subaru and spent all the strength she had in that small body. Garfield, who put his everything to his fist in order to protect his family. Ram, with sweetness that cannot be ignored, but on the flip side, with a stinging tongue. Frederica, who lived in negative feelings for her brother and has a sense of responsibility for her position. Petra, who acted with a clear smiling face with everyone while being treated as a child. I love everyone. Though he had not intended to stay in one place too long. Unfortunately, it was too comfortable. Even though he knew to stay away from scary things, he was unable to avoid them. In order to save this place, I would like to stand by their side and support them. Even in my fear, I want to help them where their hands cannot reach. That's why, Otto. Somehow I must fulfill my role. Saying this, he stepped onto 3rd Avenue. There stood a small figure in front of him. Beyond the stone bridge on the waterway, there was a square, and that was where the shadow was. Besides that shadow, several more figures could be seen. But right now, Otto's eyes were fixed on only one small phantom. Sound disappeared. Everything went terribly quiet, and nothing could be heard. A situation where living beings sucked in their breath and held it, trying desperately to conceal their existence. Otto Suwon knew this situation well. Subsequently, the figure in front of his eyes gently clapped its hands, and, as it disheveled its long hair, raised its face. But still, his heartbeats were surprisingly calm. Well, welcome Onimai-san, Lee. Welcome to the witch cult Sin Archbishop, representing gluttony. Lai Buten Kaitoso dinner banquet etsu. Opening his mouth, full of fangs, the Sin Archbishop, who shouldn't have been there, laughed gruesomely. Chapter 53. A City of Strife. Subaru. Check of his heart is still beating. Intuition was the instinct that had aroused Subaru's awareness. He wasn't absolutely convinced, nor did he have a basis for thinking so. All he could think was that that thought was not without meaning. The Sin Archbishops, the names of the stars, the Kararagi, which bore influences from his original world, and those other than Subaru who found themselves summoned here. The world still bore the marks of their claws. If the witch cult were also engraved with this etching, then the names of the stars Subaru had thought of didn't necessarily have only a passing relationship with them. If Regulus Corneus's power could not be treated as straightforward invincibility, then he'd need to think outside the box. and thus an idea emerged in his heart. Hoping that there would be no connection, Subaru had already said a sort of prayer asking thus. And, in the next moment, a noxious sense of oppression came, casting an illusion that had Subaru feeling as if the sun had been blotted out. The air hung thick with pollution. He'd be hard-pressed to find words with which to express this discomfort. This disgust. The disgust of the peeling of a scab. The discomfort of a stench exhaled to the face. The aversion of a sticky tongue over bare skin. The origin of this turbid air was the evil which had turned his head to look back. The instant that he met its gaze, Subaru's body began to tremble involuntarily, expressionless and empty. Those eyes, like a curse, plunged deep into his soul. As if pierced by a rusted needle, even his lungs and heart were frozen by terror. However, even as Subaru found himself immobile, overcome by such feelings, "Reinhard, don't look anywhere unnecessary. Your opponent should be me." Turning to regard this Subaru meant turning his back to the sword saint. Raising his hands high, Reinhard had clasped in his hands what could only be described as broken signposts and scrap metal, such materials which were only ever destined to be waste, but in Reinhard's hands, they were no inferior to a treasured blade. A long blade slanted through the air struck the back of Regulus's suit. The bursting shock wave expanded in mid-air, leaving a sorrowful wail from the assailed atmosphere in its wake, raising vortexes in the large canals where thin sheets of ice floated. This was the aftermath of that sword strike. Had the force of evil been shattered to pieces, it would have come as no surprise. However, before he could take a single step, "Regulus, don't get me wrong, Sword Saint. I've been entertaining you because my heart is obliging and considerate, but even my gracious self has limits." Reinhard. Lightly, Regulus patted the place where he'd been struck by the sword, and tilted his head. Reinhard, alerted by this motion, tossed aside the scraps in his hands, and made to leap backward at a wide angle. Just as he prepared to jump, his feet froze in place. Reinhard's superhuman intuition. It informed him of dire, imminent threats to himself, and preemptively detecting incoming attacks. His keen instincts told him that he could not dodge to the rear. He immediately straightened and began to search for alternative routes. "Regulus, the air there has already been touched by me." Due to the sharpening of his senses locking him into place at that moment, Reinhard had been left unprepared. His opponent had him trapped in an invisible yet present envelope. Reinhard's judgment told him to slip by the force of evil's side, but in order to do so, he'd be forced to make a defensive strike. "Reinhard!" The blow that he dealt had enough force to shear through stone. The hilt of the dragon sword pierced into Regulus' chest, but the force of evil grasped it easily. "Regulus, futile effort. Thanks for your trouble. Just pray that you won't be hurt too badly." "Reinhard." Just as Subaru said, "Your heart doesn't seem to be beating." "Regulus." Regulus's relaxed smile hardened as he glanced down at his chest. The hilt that was buried in it, and the Reinhard who was straining his sharp senses. He wouldn't have missed any movement of life, no matter how subtle. Having taken that blow, Regulus leapt high in the air, agitated, directly, as if reproducing the scene from earlier. Reinhard blocked the kick with the sheath of the dragon sword. His body was sent flying from the impact. However, what unfolded next was different. Subaru. Reinhard, as declared, the air behind Reinhard had filled with countless traps of breath set by Regulus, shot into them in his unguarded state. The results weren't difficult to imagine. His white clothes stained with blood. Reinhard's entire body was torn. He leapt up, but how much that could mitigate his wounds was uncertain. Buried in rubble again, Reinhard amplified the collapse of the city, making it impossible to estimate his condition. But what could be determined for certain was Reinhard's answer. "Subaru." "Not bad, Reinhard." "Emilia." Subaru. "It's okay. Reinhard, he should be fine, so worry about him later." "Emilia." "I understand. What do you need me to do?" Thought that Emilia would be concerned foremost with Reinhard's safety, and was taken aback by her response. The Emilia looking at Subaru was attentive, and fully understood where she needed to stand on this battlefield. There was both a strong reliance on Reinhard, and perhaps a trust in Subaru. "Emilia, Reinhard too. He went through all that hassle because he trusted you. What should I have realized about Regulus? Tell me." Heavy trust, heavy expectations. The reality of that belief was too heavy. enough to stir up his fighting spirit. He'd certainly need to give Reinhard proper gratitude as well. Later, he'd definitely go and help retrieve his remains. Regulus. The two of you. Always rambling on but acting in simplicity in your desperation, wouldn't that be easier? Your despicable and evil behavior has angered me. So it follows that you should be punished, doesn't it? Yes? Isn't this right? Impoliteness, infidelity, no matter which, are rebellious acts worthy of 10,000 executions. Having kicked Reinhard away, Regulus sneered at the inconvenience. Across the canal, a spirit of evil began to swell forth, and, in truth, Subaru almost couldn't bear to bring himself to face it. However, running away right now would be meaningless. Natsuki Subaru would be unable to repay Emilia and Reinhard van Astrea. Subaru, a pure heroine, yet unseen of this century. Suspecting her of infidelity makes you the slut, idiot. Regulus, Subaru. Isn't it uncouth to list all the reasons we should be afraid here? Try in the slightest to redirect that empty mind of yours. Hearing the sudden strength of his speech, Regulus widened his eyes. Subaru knocked his own head, as if boasting. Subaru, just how much of a lovely smooth life you've had until now I don't know, nor do I want to know. But have you noticed yet, the you of right now is in checkmate? Regulus, checked? You're so vague that I can't even laugh. What are you trying to say? No. You're incapable of explaining yourself in comprehensible language is also a possibility. Well, there's no need to force yourself to say irrelevant things, isn't that right? Subaru. Hey, don't say that. After all, you have the right to listen to your favorite right. Regulus. Am I right? Regulus frowned, and Subaru, with a light ridiculing smile, continued, Yes, after all, Subaru, losing without even knowing how your regret came about would certainly leave you with regrets. Regulus, enough of you. Just disappear. This movement shrinking in on himself becoming a fuse. Regulus leapt from the edge of the canal. Lacking sufficient jumping power, his body plunged into the water. However, his movements were unaffected by the flood, and he found himself with no water resistance. Before him, Subaru confirmed patted Emilia's shoulders. Subaru. Emilia, right now. Emilia. Ulhuma. Receiving Subaru's instruction, Emilia gathered magic to release the icicles, so enormous that they needed to be gazed up at to see fully. The spears of ice were aimed directly at Regulus, formed an overhanging railing of ice to surround him as he surfaced. Regulus. I'd actually thought you'd try something, but no matter what you do, it's futile. Looks like no matter how many times you're taught, you'll never learn. What? Are you planning to stick with your mistakes? Without even that degree of wisdom, repeating the same thing over and over? Do you always treat others with such futility while despising them? Don't get carried away, how incomplete. Regulus bared his teeth, cut down the railing of the ice, smashed it, and, with overwhelming force, shattered it. The barrier collapsed with ease, and despite her best efforts, Emilia's magic couldn't sustain the cage of ice. But it was enough. This was fine. Emilia. I can't. I couldn't even buy time properly. Subaru. That's not right, Emilia-tan. Seeing the ineffectiveness of her power, Emilia wore a gloomy face. But Subaru shook his head, a look from a different angle. This had been enough to accomplish Subaru's purpose. Subaru. That man's character is insidious. He can't help but crush what he despises, even if it's unnecessary to destroy whatever obstacle he's facing. He can't feel that he's won without shattering it completely. Singing ballads to fulfillment, spouting his self-satisfying rhetoric, was Regulus. The pitiable nature of his heart, the scarcity of his tolerance, and the volume of his vanity were plain to see. Subaru. In the first place, there was no need for him to break through the obstacle. But he took that superfluous action. Even a second, even a millisecond is the result. Emilia. With that 1 second, can you defeat Regulus? Subaru. As long as I accumulate them, I'll definitely show him the victory. I'll pare that monster's skin from his body. For this, Reinhard had laid the foundation, testing Regulus's heartbeat, conveying that it had no movement to Subaru. There was no heat, no heartbeat, no breath, and no outside influence from his surroundings. Although this is undoubtedly an invincibility, its essence was not undefeatable. Subaru. Emilia, over here. Subaru took Emilia's wrist and crossed the dented alleyways with her. Emilia kept pace with Subaru, as she turned back to attack Regulus with an icicle. Regulus, seeing the two flee, pursed with rage brewing in his chest. Regulus, even after all that boasting, why the hell are you running? Calling someone stupid? Proclaiming that you'll kill them? Just how much do you plan on making fun of me? Who the hell do you think you are? You coward! Since his physical abilities were no superior, the speed pursuing Regulus was little different from the speed of the escapees. Rather, it could be said that he was slower than Subaru. However, since he was blessed with his unrelenting composition, the ceaselessly pursuing evil would eventually catch up. Emilia. Subaru. Where are you running to? Subaru. Our destination is the church. Our target is Regulus's wives. In between, hearing Emilia's inquiry, he replied back. Suddenly, halfway through his words, he noticed from behind. Regulus, stop paying attention to extraneous things, you. Subaru. Ooh-ah. The distance that had existed until now vanished without a trace. Turning his head, Regulus had already appeared in front of him, forcing an approach to only one step away. Regulus waved his hand toward them, and Subaru barely jerked his head out of the way. He felt that his opponent was already on his heels, so he swept up Emilia and approached a nearby wall, stepping on and along it in one motion. Emilia. Wawa? Subaru's amazing. Subaru. Emilia-tan. Hold tight to me. Emilia, stunned by Subaru's acrobatics, hugged his neck and wrapped her feet around his waist. Soft and fragrant, she filled Subaru with a fresh wave of energy. Kicking hard on the edge of the wall, he flew across it. The results of his practice in parkour were revealed. Just gaining distance like this. Regulus, I've said already that your commoner's efforts are futile. Saying so, Regulus touched the lower part of the wall. Subaru was climbing with his palm. There was the sound of rock grinding, and the stone wall collapsed, as if it were tofu. The wall lost its support and fell. Needless to say, the same happened to those climbing on the wall. Subaru. Wah! In the process of falling, he yanked out his whip and flicked it without any real direction. The front end hooked onto something, and Subaru forcefully pulled his body upward. With a swing of his foot, he gave a hard kick the moment he touched the wall. Combined with the force of the reaction, the centrifugal force generated by the whip allows his body to be thrown further and further, achieving an amazing climb with Emilia still on his back. At a closer glance, the two of them had arrived at a warehouse that had already lost almost half of its volume. Subaru crashed onto the balcony that protruded from the eaves and looked at his palm. Subaru. Wow, I didn't expect to achieve a brute force escape. Emilia. Subaru. In short, we just have to get to the church. The direction is, No longer gazing at his palm split open with faint pain, he followed Emilia's voice to see the surroundings. Fortunately, the height of the balcony, in addition to Regulus, allowed everything to be easily seen. Far, far in the distance, he could see the church that collapsed from Reinhardt's first attack. Somehow, at some point, it had grown quite distant. Subaru. No, we fled in the opposite direction. What now? Emilia. Is that it there? Subaru. It's right there. What's that matter? Emilia. Let's travel like this. Emilia, upon hearing Subaru's response, clapped, and a bridge formed on the balcony. The mysterious blue and white bridge began from the balcony and connected through the alleys all the way to the church, imitating a large road in midair. Regulus. What? Gazing up at the bridge made of frost, Regulus, who had expected the pair to drop down, was also taken aback. Quickly responding to Emilia's decision to solve their conundrum with a brute force method, Subaru stood up, clapping his hands on his thighs, then going up the stairs leading to the icy path. Regulus, I'm not letting you go, you know. Walking under the new icy construct, Regulus picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it at the bridge. The hastily built path received a critical hit, cracks immediately spreading across its entirety. The terrible collapse spread, shattering the bridge and transforming it into a tragic display of crystal light. Witnessing this, Regulus laughed devilishly. But, Emilia, we're the ones who are going to win, so it doesn't matter if you destroy the bridge. Regulus. What? Oh. Scattering every which way were brilliant shards of ice, as Subaru slid forward on an ice structure created by Emilia. Using the slope of the bridge as a launch pad, using the principles of a ski jump, It leapt over the alley and flew over Regulus toward the church. Subaru. Emilia-tan, you became so witty. Emilia. Maybe Subaru led me astray. Subaru. That statement shouldn't be used in response to praise. Although he had a means of long-range attack, Regulus could only touch what was in reach of his arm's length. They kept well away from his figure, delirious with rage, staring at the approaching church. Subaru's eyes narrowed. Emilia. What should we do when we meet the women in the church? Subaru. I don't know if they've been threatened, or if they really do admire him. At Emilia's question, Subaru lowered his chin into his palm, interrupting himself. What emerged in his mind were the women, shocked by the Regulus's actions in the church. The fear he'd seen then, if only it were genuine. Thus he prayed. But if it really had been an act, Subaru, forget the mind. It may be that even their hearts were stolen away. Heart, in the literal sense, that is. Greeting his face were bursts of wind blowing on the head, and the height of the ice structure began to fall as it approached the church. Behind was Regulus giving chase. Reinhardt's life hung in uncertainty. The chances of victory were slim, but the dilemma still steadily approached. Was everyone else doing fine? Clearly, he had no room to even ponder such questions, but couldn't help but think of them. To take over the charge of the control tower from Gluttony. This was the battle between Julius, Ricardo, and Alphard. Julius. El Clozel, with the power of the 6-colored quasi-spirits, a rainbow-colored radiance emanated from the tip of the night sword. What rolled out was a preemptive strike aiming straight for its opponent's death. Clausel was a magical technique of the same type as Clarista, which had managed to damage even Betelgeuse's body. However, unlike Clarista, which had the destructive bright light stick to the sword itself, Clausel was a long-range attack. The impression of the Sin Archbishops was still strong in Julius' mind thanks to Betelgeuse. The feeling which Julius got while fighting the madman, the Sin Archbishop of Sloth, a huge sinner, and someone who had given great suffering to the world for a long time, was completely different from the current situation. That is, the fight with the Thede. Current enemy is completely different. Julius Euculius, who had gotten the title of Greatest Knight, often misunderstands people due to their behavior. But he believes in this so-called theory, that all human nature is ultimately good. He believes that all human action is up to interpretation, but there are some things which humanity must think about, like the influence of one party's actions over the others. Then, for Julius, the Sin Archbishop named Betelgeuse Romane Conti, and his self-conscious dolls, the witch cultists, were all too overwhelming. Someone who can't understand that, who disregards hard work and efforts of others, will inevitably become an enemy for him. For Julius, the worst done by the witch cult to him was to harm his knightliness. No hidden tricks, no trump cards saved for the last. From the very beginning, Julius did not hesitate to cut down those devils, an extraordinary technique that simultaneously handled all 6 colors of magic with the help of 6 quasi-spirits. Not even the slightest of mismatch of magical power was allowed. This was established only after the bonding of the quasi-spirits, thanks to the efforts and talent of the genius spirit user named Julius. This was not the exact same thing as what Roswell L. Mathers could do, who sat at the pinnacle of magic. This had been created by Julius and was unique to Julius. At the first look, the magic doesn't feel too scary, and the opponent gets scattered away without an opportunity to rethink subsequently. Julius had one belief in his chest, that he must prioritize blowing away the enemy rather than investigating the incompatibility between them. The extremely bright destructive light shatters the stone pavement and preys upon both the arms of a small shadow. Long dark brown hair, dirty rags, dulled shining daggers, get swallowed up by the shine of the rainbow light. Roy, this is surely something Nisama didn't expect. He has a weakness of turning away your eyes from what he doesn't want to see. Doesn't he? Ricardo. What? As he collapsed onto the ground, Alphard's muttering voice could be heard. The blasphemer, with his long tongue hanging outside, kicked the ground with a posture low enough that it could almost be said that he was lying on the ground. The speed of the bright light will never be late enough to not reach its opponent. In order to avoid this approaching arrow, you would need a physical ability comparable to that of Reinhard, or Roy. We admired you, Nisama. Nisama, who hates to show his hard work to others, would use such devilish skills in desperation, how would we not know that Otsu? Julius. What are you saying? Roy. Thinking we wouldn't know. Julius Nishisama is truly innocent. But we love that part of you, Tsu. Yeah ha ha. Tsu. Alfred jumps around the ground and avoids the magic, with a movement that suggested that he already knew that trump card would be used. Ricardo subsequently runs to strike Alfard, who had escaped the magic, but that pursuit too was a move which he had anticipated. Ricardo plunges into him in front of the river as daggers collide and sparks scatter. Ricardo was overwhelmingly superior in strength. Alfred countered the strength difference with unimaginably skilled sword handling. The cobblestone breaks and rains beside the blasphemer. At the same time, Ricardo cried out as Alfred slashed into his shaggy torso. Roy, Lonok, a stub of dog meat Ditsu. Hard and luscious meat should be made sticky and soft to make it easier to eat, to make it easier to bite, to make it easier to digest, to make it easier to shit out, to make it easier to shit out, to make it easier to decompose, to make it easier to fertilize vegetables, and after it makes all that so easy the meat should be eaten to start the cycles the food chain Shotsu. How wonderful, Kitsu. Ricardo. Gay, yay, K. Well, the speed of Alfard, who had given that quick speech and has daggers attached on both of his arms, was not something extraordinary. His growth period had not ended yet, and his body has still not toughened, however. His physical ability had contradicted those looks till now, as he rips into Ricardo's body, who was all defensive. Julius. Ricardo. Oh, fur-like wires and thick muscles. Ricardo's body, which was like an armor itself compared to the normal human body, had suffered no wound by any technique till now with the exception of Alfard's attack. With eyes wide open, Julius was stunned by looking at Ricardo's bleeding wound. Alfard attacks with high-speed moves, each move targeting and aiming precisely at the joints and thin parts of the fur. Regardless of the qualities of Ricardo's body, if you get attacked at the key areas, you will get hurt, you will shed blood, and you will lose your life. Julius. K.K. At the moment, Julius saw the bombardment of blows. Julius summoned the quasi-spirit once again. The slashes of wind mixed with the flames of a fire. The sword commanded the quasi-spirits of two colors, IAA of fire and arrow of wind. From the side, a slash with a reddish flame heads towards Alfard. Roy. Yes, we knew that pattern already, Tutsu. Julius. What? Roy. That surprise is completely honest, too. Our stomach will not have any difficulty either, Utsu. However, Alfard was ridiculously unaffected by it, with one arm precisely attacking and with eyes at the back, to see whether what he thought would happen. As he kicked into his empty torso, his heel penetrates into the abdominal muscles, as if he broke into Julius, who was working extremely hard in this situation. Just like the person he is. At the front, just when Ricardo started his counterattack, his toe launched itself right into his lower jaw. Roy. How nice, how nice. This has become fun. Tsu. That Ni-I-sama is. That Ricardo-san is. They both are fighting this great battle, and we are their opponent. Even though us with our weak bodies absolutely can't do it, can't reach it, can't see it, can't understand it, should have already had given up in this position, Aitsu. Yeah. To make it so fun? How unfair, 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 unfair. Tsu. Julius and Ricardo fell to their knees at the same time. Alfard, who stops their pursuit, repeatedly somersaults on the stone pavement, as if to keep the two under pressure. They must take his incredible skill and childlike brutality under consideration. Ricardo. This is much more than what I heard. Even so, the hell is that guy? Pisses me off. The way he walks, the way he talks. Everything about him's just so creepy. Ricardo, who barely ever gets hurt and barely had any older scratches, said that with a foggy voice while licking the wounds on his arms. Julius rises, taking heavy breaths, and also agreed with Ricardo's anger. Julius. It's the same as City Hall. No, just his behavior is still equally incomprehensible. It may be an attempt to mock us, but it's counterproductive and nothing else. Roy. Even if you say that, it's always the human Niyasama hiding his feelings of worry from the non-human Ricardo-san, no? We said that we already know about that, Sue. Julius. You bastard. Clasping his hands, Alphard laughs uncontrollably, and Julius sends the quasi-spirit of water, Qua, under Ricardo to heal his wounds as he stepped ahead. Ricardo. Hey Julius, don't go out there. Julius, you just quietly stay here till your wounds heal enough that the bleeding stops. Pointing his nightsword forward, Julius dashes towards Alphard. However, the movement now was clearly not the same as the one before. In the sharp steps and slashes, Alphard, who received the first attack, felt his eyebrow get slightly slashed. Roy, this is Julius. The power of the quasi-spirit of Yang. In and at the same time. Roy. Oh? Alphard's question overlapped with the responding voice. Julius' long legs jump up and kick down Alphard's head, pushing down the blasphemer's cheeks into defeat. This time, his defense wouldn't make it in time. His hanging arms lag behind, and rolling his eyes, Alphard turns and desperately attempts to dodge. Roy, Uakaya. The one right now was Julius. My quasi-spirit of Yang. The one with my sword is the quasi-spirit of Yin. It is a mutual partnership that improves physical ability. This was a first-timer for you, isn't it? Roy. Oh, hehe. As you'd expect. Julius-sama is wonderful, still loaded with charm that neither we nor us knew about, isn't it, too? Julius. Yeah. Not alone. But some of you, nor some lie. Mountain lying. Nice. With his cheeks dyed red, Alphard looks at Julius with flushed eyes. At the moment Julius frowned at that warm gaze, Alphard removed and threw away the dagger attached to his arm. A shrill sound echoed as it pounded on the cobblestone. Immediately afterwards his heel breaks the cobblestone. Roy. As it seems like you cannot surprise us with swords, this time we intend to see it by using fists. Sue. Julius. Alphard closed the distance in the blink of an eye, as he launched the bottom of his palm while twisting his waist. Julius countered it with his empty left hand, but the shock penetrated right through his arm into his chest. Unimaginably, the forceful lurch from the ground and the twisting of the waist had increased the destructive force of his palm strike, and Julius, with no time lag, was sent flying. If Subaru would have had witnessed this sight, he would have had thought of a car accident. Roy. Our fists that have taken down more than 88 people. We suppose they shook up Noai-sama down to his bones medullas, no? This was also an equally violent sight. Like a car unable to stop runs over and sends the defenseless human beings flying. Julius could not afford to respond to Alphard's crazed smile. His chest bones, his internal organs all got crushed. Blood floods onto his clothes and his tall body gets blown away. Ricardo, who was being treated, quickly responds to the situation. Ricardo. Julius, watch out. Ricardo hugs and defends Julius, who was unexpectedly going to crash into the wall straight from his head. Even the enormous dog got swallowed into the impact and got knocked into the building, crushing the stones. Ricardo, who had rushed to help Julius, shakes his head as a plume of dirt rose. The blood in his head concentrates in one side, and he spat out the blood in his throat to prevent choking. Ricardo. Spirits. Don't know if you can hear me, but yeah, Master's in trouble. Get to work, thinking about me later. Whether it was thanks to Ricardo's call or not, the blue light pours its power into Julius' dying body. When he was at least made safe from dying, Ricardo jumped out in frustration into the brisk situation after a good amount of break he had taken from the fight. Roy, welcome back. Would you like to have a meal? Would you like to have a treat? Or perhaps DNNAR? Ricardo. Get your tongue back inside your damn mouth. Damn brat. I'll teach you what happens when you make fun of adults just like the brats at our place. Roy. Oh well. Let's not take it any further. We don't want a dog as a meal anyway. If you don't want to play with swords or fists, are you fine with this? Alphard, with a smile, spreads his hands and Ricardo immediately increased his alertness. Ricardo chews his teeth fiercely, and was unable to take off his eyes from that. In the waterway behind Alphard, a stream of water rises with a whirlpool which looked like the neck of a water dragon to Ricardo. Ricardo. Sword skill, martial arts, and this time, magic. Just what the hell are ya? Roy. We are anonymous, non-practicing magicians who couldn't even be looked at with pride by our family. Something like that. T. 2. Immediately after Alphard rolled his tongue outside, the head of the water stream heads towards Ricardo. Although that's just water, its momentum and mass was enough to crush a living being's body. On top of that, there was Julius behind him, so he couldn't choose to avoid it either. Ricardo. You've done it now. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Opening his large mouth and his body clamped onto the ground, Ricardo released a roar wave. Out of the 3 deputy commanders of the Iron Fang, 2 of them had already shown their ability to cooperate their attack of this roar wave. However, originally, Mimi had developed this technique by imitating Ricardo, and Ricardo argues that it is originally his. However, compared to Mimi, who reduces the burden by dispersing it, roar wave used by a single person is a huge burden to the body. The destructive roar bursts out of Ricardo's throat as he felt muddy water fall on his body, which was clinging onto the ground. Roy? Wow. Amazing, Jiu-2. Unable to hear the voice of admiration, Ricardo's roar wave crashes into the stream of muddy water. The wave collides right from the front and splashes the water away, and the water with a mass of several tons scatters and evaporates into mist. After a few seconds, the destroyed muddy stream hits the plaza like rain, flooding the stone pavement and sends the leaning Ricardo crashing down. Ricardo, that sure was something. Even the edge of my mouth got a bit cut, huh? The residual damage itself left Ricardo blank for a long time, which further burdened him after the roar wave. Breathing on his shoulder, Ricardo, however, still managed to get up because of his feelings. Alphard was completely unaffected. Without showing any signs of exhaustion, he was just dancing there. Roy, amazing Jiu-2. It's been a while since we have seen someone endure that. So long that there is not a trace of it in either ours or our memory. How nice. Quite nice. Pretty nice. Maybe it is nice. Isn't it nice? Possibly it is nice. Perhaps it is nice. Probably it is nice. Because it is probably nice, Sue. Ow. Your repetitive speech ends here. Roy. Welp, it's Nizama's grand return. Scarily. Cutely. Enviably. In front of Alphard, who shook his head, Julius was standing next to Ricardo. His face was pale, and his night uniform was dyed in blood. His breath was even faintly stuttering, and it was completely impossible to say that he was in his top shape. Although that cannot be said, Julius. Thanks for the help, Ricardo. Ricardo. I sure did help you. I'll have you report my efforts properly to Miss so that I get that temporary bonus. Julius. About that, I assure you that you can feel absolutely unworried about that from my side. Grabbing his nightsword, Julius tapped on Ricardo's shoulder and subsequently glanced at Alphard. Sensing that gaze, the blasphemer smiled, with dyed cheeks, and twisted his lips irritatingly. His facial expressions, actions, even his way of fighting, were all packed with a sense of creepiness and spook. Or perhaps that itself was related to his authority of gluttony. Julius, with such prowess in using swords, martial arts, and even magic, why did you align with evil? That power could have had been put to use for something else, something better. Roy, somewhere else, huh? Giving some examples, what would Nisama consider in that? Nisama, even his way of addressing was unsettling. Every time Alphard's tongue touches it, every time he says that with a flamboyant tone and stuck-up attitude, that word loses its value for Julius, even though he has no family members that call him that. Julius, for example, a knight, for example, a mercenary, for example, a hero. Unkempt power easily falls into the hands of evil, and strength turns into forceful violence. That's why. Roy, we thought you'd say so, too. We thought you'd say that Nii-sama. We thought that the Nii-sama we know, that the Nii-sama we trust would say that. We thought so too. Abruptly putting a halt onto the conversation, Alphard jumps and approaches Julius. He holds his nightsword vertically and slashes down that kick. As if he had plates of iron attached onto his heels, The slash fails to do any damage. Alfard sharply turns and continues his barrage of kicks from a low angle, as he swings and dances on the spot, as he further pushes Julius to make him crash into the scaffold. At his intense and strong moves, even Ricardo loses the track of his timing and becomes unable to interrupt. Roy, do you remember when we were kids? When we had gotten sick and broken down, we had asked Niao-ai-sama whether we could bring in Apaha from the tree in the garden. Hatsu, Julius. Saying things on your own accord. Why would I remember? Stop enforcing your own arbitrary delusions onto others. Roy, Us and Ni-sama were still small, and Ni-sama first said that it was impossible, told us to give up Aititsu. Do you remember? Don't you remember? But we, just because Ni-sama had tried to stop us, ended up wanting that Appa even more too. When we had done what Ni-sama said was impossible, we thought that we did an amazing job. Our confidence increased. We really thought that. Julius, what are you saying? And you... I'm unaware of any such thing. Unaware. Julius accepts his kicks, his heel, his round kick, his straight kick, his high jump kick, his somersault, his backspin kick with his nightsword. His arms were numb. His internal organs were scarred with pain, and he could feel the taste of blood in his mouth. No. It was different from the taste of pure blood, as this was his blood mixed with vomit. He bit his lips. Just now, for some reason, he could not help but listen carefully to Alfard's delusion. Roy, because of what happened afterwards, we are Tsu. We are Keitsu. Ni-sama is Hitsu. Uyas. Ika. Roy. We always thought about it. Atsu. We always felt it Eitsu. That it was different, that it was just some luggage, Chitsu. How that used to be. How's that now? What a nice feeling. So, it was such a feeling. This feels so nice. We finally get it. Julius, I know absolutely nothing. Nothing about you. Julius got pushed into becoming more and more violent. Holding back his nightsword with immense strength, he tries to attack whenever he found a gap in Alfard's position. Striking down, piercing into, kicking in, pounding, entangling, dodging. A slash dyed with anger and hostility cuts through the air, and Alfard's hair, which were too late to avoid it, gets slashed off and fall to the ground. Even still, it was not just the slash which should be paid attention to. Julius, Ia, Qua, Ro, Ik, A's, In. With the names of the quasi-spirits called out, they started spinning like a magical cast, and they were the spirits contracted with the spirit night. With their names called out, the 6 colors of the quasi-spirits increase in radiance, turning the mere affirmation of their existence into a powerful force, and pouring it all onto the opponent of their night. The 6 colored lights surround Alfard from all 6 directions, blocking any path to escape. Julius. With this, it ends. Julius had firm belief in his victory as Alfard could no longer escape. The power pushes straight through the middle of Alfard's chest. Roy. Ultimate palm. The dark palm in front of his chest collides with the night sword in between and crushes it into pieces. Debris scatters, and the deadly stab loses its effectiveness. However, there was still the magic that was left. Roy. Twilight Mage. An unexpected and confusing magical power swells up behind Alfard and slashes down all 6 of the approaching magic. The magic of one color clashes with the magic of that same color, and all magic gets cancelled out. Finally, the eyes of Julius, who had supposedly sealed this attack's victory, open. Roy. Snake of the Twin Swords. Alfard's toes toss up a dagger which he was supposed to have had thrown away. It got pushed into this place by Julius' attack. Receiving the spinning blades with both of his hands, Alfard's body rotates. A storm of slashes blew up, and Julius used just his broken nightsword. Roy. Noi-sama threw that Appa out. That's why we hate Nai-sama. An arm sharply cut from the elbow swings into the air and fell onto the cobblestone, making a sound. Chapter 54. The combat power of non-combatants. Gluttony. Daitsu. Before the nightmare that stood in front, Otto could not help but have cold sweat run down his back. The opponent who identified as a Sin Archbishop. The name of Gluttony had already been heard by Otto. However, that name was... From what I heard, the name of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was supposed to be Roy Alfard, though. Are you have already met us before meeting us? If so, then, Anuai-san, to be left uneaten and coming out normally, is quite impressive indeed, especially when anything is a treat for Roy of bizarre eating. The boy, who claimed to be Lai Kaitos, smiled and laughed at Otto's question. Hearing that laughter, Otto knew that his terrible idea was affirmed. There are two Sin archbishops of gluttony. Otto, no, to be accurate, at least two of them. Lai and Roy, rather, the duo of Kaitos and Alfred. At worst, it may be necessary to assume that they were a nightmare like the great rabbit of the myriads. Julius and Ricardo were supposed to go and capture Gluttony's control tower. But if the one waiting there wasn't alone, then, rather than a tough struggle, it would be an inevitable defeat. Hey, is this the time to talk and get along with that bastard? This isn't the time for all that. Otto had the nerves of his gut seemingly sharpened, accompanying a burning sensation on his forehead. What interrupted his thoughts at that moment was an extremely feminine voice. Of course, Otto also noticed the owner of that voice, because he had noticed that there were puzzles as well. Otto. Why is Felt Sama here? I'm sure Reinhard-san told you to stay quietly in an evacuation center. Felt. When the city is in this condition, as if I would ignore that and go and sit in a small corner of the evacuation center. The girl with blonde hair and red eyes said bravely, a person who stood out, with there being no possibility of mistaking her for someone else. That's who Felt was. Otto. With that restlessness, what you first see after jumping out is an encounter with a Sin Archbishop, huh? Now that that has happened, my defeat is inevitable because of my bad luck. Lee. You don't need to be so pessimistic, Anui-san. For us, any encounter is a spice to gourmet. We're supposed to be gluttony, but we completely understand the importance of preparation. Tsu. Kaitos was at the center, with Otto, and Felt standing in a position that made a triangle. On the remaining vertex stood another figure, with whom Otto seemed to be familiar. Otto, I'm happy to see you again, Kiritaka-san. Kiritaka. Quiet voice with dead eyes, and unable to take things obediently. Kun. I don't understand the feeling, though. The figure of Kiritaka, who was covered in thin bandages and was in pain, stood in front of Otto. Despite his presence, Otto was not rejoicing at seeing him. When Otto escaped the headquarters of Muse Company, he ran into gluttony, making his fate uncertain. He is happy to have had survived that, but the actors on the current stage still made things uncertain. And that is, Otto, along with Felt and Kiritaka, got the same thought at the same time. Proper combatants were needed here. Otto. There are 3 groups, all of which are non-combatants who have encountered a main force among the enemy. What a bad joke this is. Please just stop. Felt. I don't think that my allies would be coming anytime soon. Right back at you, Nai-chan, you rely on just yourself too much. Felt told Otto. Otto, as well, could not make any excuses at this point. Behind Felt is a humongous-looking servant who wore a tough appearance. Kiritaka also had some members of the White Dragon scales with him. It was only Otto who was alone. Lie. We're saying that it will be the same no matter how many people you gather. If it's you guys, then this thirst of ours can never be healed. Shoo. Where are you? We're looking for you. We want to meet you. We want to meet you. Let us meet you. Otto and the others were surrounded by pessimism regarding their fighting strength, but Kaitos arbitrarily displayed his selfish attitude. Otto, want to meet? Just, what on earth are you saying? Otto tried to continue the conversation by picking up his words, on the margin of Kaito's reasonability. If it came down to it, Otto could be knocked down in a moment, buying even the slightest of time. There was a need to create that gap, at all costs. Lie. It would indeed be troublesome to explain it so many times, huh? We can't afford to have our mouths broken by others either, Utsu. That'd be the worst. Won't that be the worst? It would be the absolute worst. Wouldn't that be the worst? Isn't that the worst is what we're saying? With steep expressions, Felt and Kiritaka shook their heads at Kaitos' words. Rather than being answered, it seemed as if they were being questioned by multiple people. And, as that conversation got unexpectedly established, Otto continued to stare, as he was unable to talk to Gluttony. But still, Otto, with his divine protection of soul language, could talk to even those beings which could not possibly have a human's will. Let's negotiate. No matter what the challenge may be, it would still be better than the problem Subaru was surrounded by. Please, lend me your strength, Natsuki-san. Oto, by saying that I might actually become stronger. Please, try and talk to me. The one which was mentioned in the request. Could it perhaps be that you are talking about the artificial spirit? Quite a dangerous step. That choice of words, that stubborn tone could easily ignite Batenkaitos's fuse. But Batenkaitos swung his head. When the young boy received Otto's words with the intention of responding to the conversation, he laughed joyfully. Lie. Who we want to know is only one. The one who did the broadcast from earlier. The hero who did it is the one we are searching for. I take back those words. After all, Subaru did not lend me his power, and neither do I want to lend away his name. Lie. That beloved hero seems to have come to cast his judgment upon us. This small chest is hurting in search of Jaime Bitsu. Otto. The coming of a person of such a troublesome nature, can he even manage to do anything at all, that person? If he was really here, keep on Dreidring, is what he would have had said. But there is no point in citing curses on part those who aren't present here in the first place. At Otto's reaction, Felt frowned. Felt. I told you that you will only waste time by talking. Who is going to sell away their family anyway? Even for my merciless self, there are no doubts in that. Except for Reinhard. I'm not sure about him. Otto. I am sorry to hear such an evaluation, but I won't say anything, because I saw Felt-sama captured in that descent. The rough Felt did not say a word, which answered Batenkaito's query. The same went for Kiritaka. Both of them immediately knew that Batenkaito's request was Subaru, and immediately discarded it. That judgment was good as a person, but was undoubtedly too hasty in this situation. With this rapid exchange, Subaru ended up not being sold away. Otto. This person messed it up. This girl and the others are just impatient, and by hearing the speech of the hero you are looking for, got excited and jumped out of the evacuation center. It's all just mere impatience. Felt. Oh. And 3. Kiritaka. Shh. Otto's story made Felt float on the blue line, and the one who quietened her was Kiritaka. As expected of the head merchant of the Muse Company, he immediately understood Otto's judgment. At the same time, their gaze and line of sight match. On his gaze, Otto drew in his chin. Otto. If you don't want to answer any questions, then I shall guide you to the hero. I also want my life. I demand its security, however. Lie. Really, you know it? The place where our hero is. The figure of our beloved hero. That weak and fragile, unable to help anything unless he is supported. That person, Otto. Yes. Otto nods, as he recognizes the sense of incongruity in the spirit of Batenkaito's words, as if he knew a lot about Subaru, calling out for his hero, and also taking such deep notice of the person named Natsuki Subaru. Otto. No. I will guide you. However, Otto got confused about it. It was regarding Subaru. It would not be surprising if 2 or 3 Sin archbishops already knew about his face. Maybe all the members should not be included after all. Greed, gluttony, lust, wrath. They were all of them, but that was all of them in the first place. Lie. You have a face that is frowning badly, Ennui-san who. Otto. There is no need for you to care so much. Rather than that, what will you do? Killing every one of us at this place, or guaranteeing the lives of everyone here and encountering the hero in return? What do you choose to do? Lie. What a nasty way of talking. You are a dealer, aren't you? Such kinds of things in which you have to use your brains. Neither we nor us are good at it. Otto. If that's the case, then choosing what is recommended and seeing it for yourself isn't so bad either. That is a saying among the merchants, though. Lie. There was initiative in the conversation. Batenkaitos was really obedient for a Sin archbishop. It felt just like he was simply a child, and a distorted imbalance made him project himself as a monster. Maybe he is just a pitiable young boy after all. Lie. Just now, you pitied us, didn't you? Just when such feelings gathered inside the inner part of Otto's heart, Baden Kaitos said that with a brisk voice, in a low tone. Otto. Huh? Lie. Those eyes, we remember them. Those are eyes which look down upon. Those are eyes which are scornful. With those eyes, thinking that we are some product. Is that so? We were getting a nasty feeling since earlier. Otto continued to watch as Baden Kaitoso's eyes became filled with complete disgust and hostility. Lie. You are a merchant, right? Putting price tags on things? They are people who sell them to line their own pockets. Human values and opinions too. Everything. Everything. They are dead people who put them on a scale and calculate, aren't they? Otto. That is... Somewhat. I think there is a little difference in opinions here. As clouds of doubt began to form, Otto, whose mind was already tight-roped, also got blindfolded. Did he manage to get his message across? That was a question whose answer was clearly visible on the expressions of Felt and Kiritaka, who had done nothing but witness the discussion. Lie. Who the hell will listen to what you guys are saying? Tsu. After all, this world is gluttonous drinking. Otsu. Gluttony tea tsu. Until we have eaten it, licked it, swallowed it, we will not trust it. Atenkaios shouted, while stepping ahead, displaying his fangs. The crisis could not be stopped. No explosion or word could get close to this explosive. Felt. So it did end up like this in the end, didn't it? Saying this with dissatisfaction, Felt held her knife in her hand. Strangely enough, what Baten Kaitos had were also short knives attached on both his hands. Nonetheless, there would be a huge difference in the skill level. Kiritaka. If it has come to this, the ones to rely on are every one of the White Dragon's scales. Hey! For once I'm saying we're also here. The fellow who was next to Felt raised his voice, but Felt swung her head, which means it would be quite a lively show. Someone like Subaru would only prove to be useless in this scene. Otto. Just by thinking that, the value of that person gets significantly reduced, huh? Lie. Is your talking, Doen? Baten Kaitos slowly looked at the faces of Otto and the rest. An expression of fighting was on everyone's face. Looking at that, Baten Kaitos nodded with satisfaction. Lie. In gourmet, preparations and ingredients are important. Starting from assembling the good ingredients available, only then will the virtue of the dish be eatable. Too. Otto. I sort of get it. I sort of don't get it. Lie. It's fine even if you don't understand it, Sue. Neither have we ever thought that our aesthetics can be understood by anyone except us. She, to. Chew. No. Well then, about time. Let's eat. The conversation cemented the fate. Baten Kaitos, opening his large mouth, approached Otto with a tremendously powerful jump. Otto, who was standing next to Water, pointed his finger towards the blasphemer. Otto. I am glad that the assurance has been given. Lie. Whom? Huh? Otto. This is how it is. Otto makes a high sound twice with his shoes in front of the doubtful Baten Kaitos. Hearing that sound, something was drawn closer. Lie. Tsu. Behind Otto, a flock of water dragons jumped out of the waterway and charged towards Baten Kaitos in a single stroke. Otto had managed to brainwash the herd of water dragons, accompanied by the immense influence of the Authority of Wrath. The Authority of Wrath, with its ultra-wide range, even if it didn't cover the entire city, greatly shook the emotions of people, planting the seeds of faint spirit among the citizens, resulting in enormous disarray and suspicion. Nevertheless, the recent speech by Natsuki Subaru raised the people's morale, which was also the basis of Otto's hypothesis of using the water dragon's strength. Lie. Tsu? Baten Kaitos, mid-air, could not stop the largely numbered water dragons, with their limbless and serpentine body structures, and weight that was not below 100 kilos. The multiple bodies crushed Baten Kaitos. As they continued glaring with their blue and white scales, their fangs continuously aimed for the crushed Baten Kaitos. Lie. Hunting water dragons is cruel. With their fangs on their prey, they spin and tear the flesh apart. That small body would turn into countless pieces of meat, even without such an enormous number of water dragons. The aftermath won't be good. Due to the influence of the authority of wrath, the water dragons were in a strong and excited state, and were skillfully deceived by words with the divine protection of soul language. Felt amazing. This was done by Ni-Chan. Felt ran up as she rose to cheer. Despite not moving a single eyebrow seeing this cruel scene, only now does it seem that she had been moved. Otto. What I did was to give just a pinch to the water dragons. Whether it's a sin archbishop or not, he cannot win against nature. Kiritaka. Possibly so, but you are a person who can do much more horrible things than what I thought. Otto. Anyway, I'm glad we're okay. Kiritaka-san too, to think that you survived. Kiritaka, I did indeed get injured on my back, but White Dragon Scales, which is a famous mercenary group, helped me out with their expertise in medical treatment. However, it unquestionably looked painful. Still, what could be the reason for which Kiritaka was still on the move, even with such an injury? Understanding the meaning behind Otto's gaze, Kiritaka put his hands on his chest with a look that reeked of seriousness. Kiritaka, it is decided, isn't it? I have the position of executive in Priestella's management. I heard the broadcast, but I cannot leave everything to it. Otto, I believe that spirit is commendable, but Kiritaka, of course, there is a low possibility of me being able to fight properly and be of any help. But, for once, even I should be able to do something. Kiritaka shamefully made that remark after the effect of the authority of wrath and Subaru's speech. Indeed, it had been Subaru's speech which provided a support to the citizens, and it was a medicine too strong for people who already had strong missions to complete, to the extent that it disabled the fear and reason that would normally stop a person from doing such reckless acts. Felt, that's just recklessness. Don't go about thinking such things. Reading Otto's thoughts, Felt said this with sharpened lips. Felt, everyone has the right to fight for the things important to them. Nobody can stop the feeling of someone who wants to do something for those things, even if it is not backed by a great reason. Can they? Otto, that is an individual opinion, and such a judgment should not be taken by someone who is in a responsible position. Felt, it depends on the things. Also, I never said that this applied for this situation, did I? Both me and those guys came out only because we could win. Otto, win, you say? Following Kiritaka, Felt rubbed under her nose with her finger. Felt, I also heard Nia-chan's speech. That stupid Reinhard too, along with you, went to the city government building. Everyone except me, isn't that right? Unfairly enough, what Felt was feeling right now was a misunderstanding. In this world, just as there are right words to fit, there are also some things that can only be done by those humans who are apt enough. Just as that theory, Otto stopped pursuing further, since he seemed to not know the reason why he was here. Otto, his Hankel properly captured. Felt, he is kept at Camberley's shelter. Me and Gaston were going back to take what was taken. What was taken, saying that? Felt turned her jaw towards Gaston. Gaston held a white packet in his hands, and it looked like a long spear. Otto, that is. Felt, old man Rom. It seems to be a secret weapon that he kept in our staff's bag. It's a magic tool, I mean. Otto. Magic tool. How convenient for such a timing. Ideally, the intimidating power of the magic tool would make it possible to have results that would normally not be possible. After hearing that it was a magical tool, one's expectations were bound to increase. Felt, the conditions for using it are a pain, but it's worth it for its power. Even so, this thing can come in handy in cleaning up the mess Nia-chan is in. Cheka. Felt's words may not have had, but what entered Otto's ears at that moment was a scream. Otto looks back to where it came from, and Felt and Kiritaka react by widening their eyes. They didn't hear that scream anymore. It's obvious, as it was the scream of a voice incomprehensible to humans. Lie. They seem to be a much more fun opponent than we thought, but mere water lizards are no food, are they? Whether it's for us gourmet or for any other gastronome, they're unenatable. A voice was heard, a voice that seemed to be able to beat up and defeat anything in this world. At the same time, The flock of water dragons, which should have had been jumping around and preying upon that prey, their figures with their tails, torsos, heads now disheveled, were extremely excited at the time of the initial attack, but their painful suffering and their flowing blood conveyed the abnormality of the situation to everyone. Otto felt Sama. This magic tool is powerful, right? Felt. From what old man Rom said, even Reinhard can't avoid it, you know? Otto. You see, that is certainly assuring. Kiritaka-san? Kiritaka. What is it? Felt, who received that answer, and Kiritaka, who had an expression of despair after seeing the water dragons. Him leaving behind the white dragon's scales was still, for the non-combatant Kiritaka, very dangerous. Otto. Name, felt Sama, and every one of the white dragon's scales will buy time. In that time, Kiritaka-san should go to the city government building. No. First go to the 8 evacuation center of the town, Kiritaka. Go there. Is there something over there? Otto, if you go there you will understand everything. The one who can win, which Kiritaka-san will subsequently send here, is present there. Seeing Otto's determined face as he made that declaration, Kiritaka, changing his expression, nodded powerfully. He then turned back towards his guards. Kiritaka, it's just as you heard. I will, from now, just as Otto she instructed, head for the evacuation center. I want you to stay here and fight along with them to protect this city. So, our work is to be young man's guard. That's what it's supposed to be. When did it become such a bothersome position? Kiritaka, that's wrong. Your job is not to be my guard. Help me with my purpose, was the first contract. In front of the bitterly smiling faces of the white dragon's scales, Kiritaka answered with a face that showed utmost seriousness. The reason why his way of addressing his way of self-reference became further polite was because the city meant much more to Kiritaka than just having a responsible position in it. Kiritaka, help me with my purpose, white dragon's scales, to protect our important workplace Priestella, and let's fight to save our beloved songstress, Liliana. Narwa? Oh, nay. Not, even though turning back would be impossible. Kiritaka, it has nothing to do with not being able to smile again, or what lies in my thoughts. I love Liliana, and I need no more reason to put my life in danger. Saying that, Kiritaka looked at Otto and felt. At the same time he lifted the bag he was holding in his hands. Kiritaka, without fail, let's show that we can do it. Because no one knows the navigation of this city in Liliana more than me. Felt. For a moment, I thought it was cool, but it's all disappointing in the end. Otto agreed with Felt's impression, but he did not mention it. He nodded silently, seeing Kiritaka's preparations. Lie. About time. Are you prepared? The movements of the agitated water dragons had stopped, and stripped of their white eyes, they were close to dying. Through the gap in that group, Bayankaido slowly appeared. The blasphemer, shaped like a young boy, embraced his shoulders and happily asserted himself as an adversary, and glared. Lie! Wasn't that nice? That counterattack? Recklessness and braveness are different, and abandonment and persistence too are absolutely unlike. That's a face that knows about that. We're glad. Finally, you guys too got the qualification to be taken to our dinner table. Felt. Till now, everything we did was just worth going into the trash can, huh? This guy has everything messed up. Otto. Whether being recognized as the enemy is good or bad is again different. Personally, I think that those who get disdained can still do a lot. Did he get this idea by being around Subaru? Or could it be that his thoughts had been influenced by Subaru? How bad would that be? Anyway, Otto. Kiritaka-san. Kiritaka. I wish for good fortune in the upcoming battle for you. Following Otto's call, Kiritaka ran to leave this place. Just one person, Baden Kaidos, tilted his head after seeing the figure of Kiritaka, who was trying to escape from the battlefield. Lie. Just stop. ... After how you've gently stimulated our motivation, and this feeling of hunger. Following the back of the escaping Kiritaka, Baden Kaitoso's body jumped forward. Fully using his small body, His aerial speed in a single direction was unbelievably fast. With the same pace, Batenkaito's fangs pass straight through and reach Kiritaka. They were on their verge to do so. Felt, Gaston, if I die here, I'll cry and come to haunt you after becoming a spirit. Felt's voice ripped through the air, and the giant, who jumped at almost the same time, interrupted Batenkaito's course. Crossing his arms in front of his face and curling his back, it was Felt's servant, Gaston. Lie. Don't get in the wahi. Swinging the daggers of his arms, Batenkaitos tried to cut down the hindrance. The steel blade shines brightly, and its blow struck Gaston's exposed arm. Sounds echoed, and Batenkaitos's dagger broke. Lie. Who? Batenkaitos' questioning voice was accompanied by Otto's. They had seen what had happened. Gaston's position did not change at all. With his arm, he broke Batenkaitos's dagger. Felt, my giant is pretty tough, enough to be my guard. The happy Felt, who seemed to think that they scared him off, threw the knife she held in her hands towards Batenkaitos. Batenkaitos avoided it with the same momentum as he avoided Gaston's kick. Just as he somersaulted backwards towards the open distance, the white dragon's scales changed their positions and blocked the road. Kiritaka's retreat had become a reality. Lie. Hime. We see, the overwhelming existence called Batenkaitos was outnumbered, but the pleasant smile that was sticking to his face did not cease. With the same pace, Batenkaitos glanced at the opposing Otto. Lie. The number of people Lewis is likely to be pleased with is 3, huh? Whispering with a trembling sigh, he removed the broken dagger from his arm. Now his left arm was bare-handed, and only his right hand was armed. Otto. For some reason, I feel the gap hasn't been filled at all. As usual, Otto's warning bell continued to respond to this, the greatest of threats. Ignoring that voice in his head, Otto looked at Felt. That unchanging face, determinedly, looked at the intense battle. Let's fight, without the option of running away. Otto. Considering the amount of opportunities of fighting I have gotten in the past year, what will I even do as a merchant? The voice that spilled from that mouth did not reach anyone. Henceforth, no one noticed that the voice had a pessimistic tone, not because of the content of the words in it. Chapter 55. The War God's Challenger. The legends of the war god Kurgan were widely circulated in the Wallachia Empire. In the powerful Wallachia Empire, as long as one had the ability, the circumstances of their birth would be disregarded. In comparison to Lugunica, which has a conscious difference of treatment its demi-humans, and the Holy Kingdom of Gusteco, which barred foreigners, Wallachia adopts a similar system of lack of consideration for blood or appearance to Kararaji. Therefore, among the 4 major countries, Wallachia was considered to be the best country of residence non-purebred humans. But on the other hand, the kind of cruel survival of the fittest meant that there would be severe repression and oppression on those lacking power and wisdom. Of course, personal evaluations and racial evaluations would be different. In particular, the multi-arm clan had been wandering around for many years, as a nomadic race which never stayed in a single place. The appearance of the multi-arm clan was just as its name, and their adaptability at using magic as a demi-humans were exceptionally low. In terms of a race, it could only be thought of as inferior. The total number of individuals of the multi-arm clan was not large. If ever a dispute arose, they would be more inclined to relocate than to fight for the protection of their land. It was inevitable that such a race, driven away from countless places, would came to Wallachia, where it would have only been natural for them to have been swallowed up by the iron-blooded empire and faced with decline. In this world of power, shouting out a refusal was a man named Kurgan. Although the characteristics of the multi-arm clan were that they have had more than the 2 arms that humans did, that number varied from person to person. Kurgan, who had 8 arms where most had 4 or 5, was a peculiar existence. It had been the then youthful Kurgan who had, when the local lord moved to recollect land, refused and waved his 8 arms to drive the messenger back. Then, spurring his trembling brethren on, the lord's private army was driven back and broken through, time and time again, until finally the lord's mansion was attacked. Although the barbaric attack had frightened the lord, Kurgan did not offer a violent solution. He spoke he and his people had proven themselves, and accepted a prized seat on the lord's private army. After that, throughout various battles, the name of Kurgan of 8 Arms was passed down as a legend of the Wallachia Empire. Garfield. His whole body was submerged in cold water, and he could still see the wavering moon through the water that flowed overhead. The bone that had supported his right eye had broken, and the eyeball enclosed inside the socket seemed on the verge of slipping off. Instantly, he used the left hand to support the treatment of magic and perform minimal healing. His remaining left eye jumped around, surveying the red sediment flowing along with the water, his body arching back upward where it hit the bottom of the waterway. Garfield. Obviously, he lay submerged in the water, but he could feel no trace of its frigid coolness. Emancipated from the heavy weight of gravity, strength slowly poured back into his hands and feet in this world that has lost its burden. If only unloading the yoke of the heart could be as simple as removing the yoke on the body. His heart now was submerged in darkness, or he could just keep sinking in this way. In no way was such a thought completely absent from his heart. However, drawing breath began to grow painful, and in the darkness, his eyes hadn't left him completely blinded. The peach-haired girl, the orange-furred cat girl, and the black-haired boy emerged and ignited his waterlogged heart. Maybe it was a flame that would disappear immediately. Earlier, that had been precisely the case, even if the bravado of pretending to be brave had been entirely shattered, which proved so. Even so, no matter what, that was no excuse to be immersed in here forever. Garfield. F-wah. Stretching to straighten his back, slamming hard into the water, pushing himself up in one breath. As his head emerged from the water, Garfield shook his head. The vision in his right eye was still obstructed, and the lingering after-effects of the beating had turned into a tinnitus ringing ceaselessly in his head. His entire bloodied, wounded body was flooded with nausea, and the lack of sensation in his mouth had a discordant effect on his teeth. Garfield. Fucking shit. Grabbing the edge of the waterway to yank himself up, like a wild beast, shaking his entire body to clear the water. Garfield glanced around. Earlier, Garfield had been slammed into the waterway. Nothing had changed. The war god had remained standing in place. The position of his outstretched demon cleaver was the same, with delay in his slight aura of battle, and of Garfield's failed attack, there was no doubt, as he maintained his stance. Kurgan. Looking at the silent war god, Garfield began to think. After all, the inevitability of the collision between Garfield and Kurgan was small indeed. The task that Garfield hoped to accomplish was to stop the surprise attack that Lust was likely to launch on the city. Even if he fought with Kurgan here, he wouldn't be saving the city of solely non-combatants. At a glance, all would tell Garfield to avoid a fight with Kurgan here. Garfield. But no way. He'd let me escape. A body so large that heads would crane to see it fully, and an overwhelming amount of muscle. Even if he looked incapable of agility, even if he tried to flee, he couldn't imagine that he could escape the reach of those swords. From the very instant that this war god had appeared before him, Garfield had been rendered incapable of escape. Now, there were only 2 choices that Garfield was allowed to make. Fight to death. Rebel against that death. These 2 choices only. Garfield. Fuck. Ain't the time to think so right now. Defeatist thoughts flashing through his head, Garfield gnashed his teeth to drive them away. The fangs that had been urgently regrown to make up for his losses tinged with pain, but that pain drove negative thoughts of loss to deep recesses. Any notion of the feeling of impending loss, of the harbinger of defeat, would be flattened. Self-satisfying words to justify his loss were unnecessary. Win, 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 win. Win. Seize victory. Prove his own worth. Garfield. Hoo-ah-ha. Roaring loudly, driving away any weakness, Garfield once again rushed forward. In the previous skirmish, a single blow that put his all into had been blocked. However, if his weight weren't enough, he could use speed to control him. Using claws, using teeth, opening, tearing, biting, plundering. Kurgan, the silent war god, greeted the rushing Garfield. A blow from a demon cleaver came from his shoulder. Call it a sniping blow, but the penetrative force was too low. Call it a crushing blow, but it moved too sharply. It belonged solely to Kurgan, this combination of swordplay and strength that would leave his opponents crushed. The suddenly approaching blade of the demon cleaver passed over the back of Garfield's head as he leaned forward. After that narrow miss, Garfield's thinking grew steadily more fervent. If there were only one blow, Garfield should be able to escape with ease. The speed of his small form lithe as it was quite different from the speed of that enormous body with its equally enormous arm and weapon. After avoiding his massive attack, sending slashing paw his chest a parting gift was easy. Or rather, should have been. Garfield, Garfield, who buried deep in those arms, was forced to dodge on the spot. One of Kurgan's giant side arms swept upward, threatening to send him flying from his chin. This was also unexpected. No. His body's sense of balance was simply different. Kurgan, born of the multi-arm clan, had swung his 8 arms and trained relentlessly to find a style which suited his own body, honing frightening techniques of his flesh, which were entirely different from what maneuvers Garfield knew about exercising 4 limbs. Once his attack ended, his body would be left open, and weaknesses would be revealed. Such common sense applied here. If one hand were to be used for only defense, then the remaining space could be used to target his opponent's blind spot. Even if he could block one hand's fatal strike, he'd still have the other 7 to contend with. If he couldn't manage all that, only a single dead end awaited. Garfield. In front of the shuddering Garfield, the arm of the god seemed to be enough to shake the world. The roaring demon cleavers struck from all directions, crushing their opponent's body with violent force, blocking one blow with his shield, bending over to dodge another, darting backward to reduce the impact of the next, spinning to avoid yet another, offsetting one with all the force from his body, allowing the next to shatter his shoulder to avoid a fatal injury. The beast-sized handcuffs forced a single blow, a single hit to make it fall on the stone steps. Garfield. 8 arms. Just now, Garfield had thrown his all against Kurgan, and had only barely survived the counter-offensive which followed. Such an attack held the deadliness of a tempest. And yet, to Kurgan, he was merely swinging each of his arms. If this was what it meant to be a war god, if the fight continued, Garfield would be annihilated in moments. Right now, collapsed on the ground, the blooded Garfield still drew breath only because the still-standing war god had no intent to pursue. Kurgan, assuming the same stance he'd taken when Garfield had clambered out of the waterway, he looked down the loser in their struggle. To be underestimated, no such feelings of frustration surged forth. The question now was of even occupying the same dimension, competing with each other, warriors on a battlefield. The name of this god of war, Kurgan of 8 arms, was a legend. Garfield, he couldn't win. To win was impossible. A legend that had passed away. A man who had become a hero. This war god, thriving in the imposing Wallachia, even when his clan had been inferior and despised, was this man who had changed the destiny of his race on his own. Garfield was nothing more than a little kid who revered that legend. Garfield? Who? Clearly that was so. But why did his body right itself? Even his inner self was so shaken, and yet his body stood upright. Garfield! Noisy, fucking noisy. The rush of his heartbeat was now unusually loud, the ringing of drums accompanying his ears. Garfield stomped on the ground. The stone steps beneath his feet began to split, and the cracks stretched straight below Kurgan's feet. The silent Kurgan and the bloodied Garfield stood in confrontation. Swaying, Garfield gathered power in the toes, once again slamming on the ground. Then, Kurgan moved. No, he had been moved. Kurgan. Through the Garfield's souls, the divine protection of earth spirits worked its power. That power moved from the newly formed cracks to Kurgan's feet, and the ground supporting the giant flew toward the heavens. That enormous body floating in midair, honed though it was by hundreds battles, was still a slave to the laws of physics. Losing the support of the lower body, he could no longer execute his powerful strikes. Garfield! This moment was the key. Taking aim at where Kurgan hovered in midair, Garfield swung his arm. Heart beast. An arm covered in the fur and muscle of a giant tiger struck Kurgan. Even the war god had no means of resisting if he couldn't adjust his stance in midair. With the sound of weapons colliding, and the intercepting demon cleaver flew away, pulling Kurgan in its wake. And then Garfield's kick was waiting for him. Taking advantage of the first chink in his armor, his claws pierced those thick abdominal muscles. Roaring, Garfield ceaselessly pushed his opponent, pressing his attacks. Chest, thighs, knees, and stomach all took constant blows. Suppressed by the force of the impact, Kurgan's numerous arms were unable to catch up to defend, and he could only take each attack in his splayed position. Garfield. Success here. Garfield, convinced that victory was in sight, cried out. The slashing, bestial claws tore into Kurgan's, spraying Garfield with dark blood. Garfield swiped the blood from his body, continuing to press forward, confident that his opponent had been rendered helpless. Garfield's eyes found Kurgan, carved in iron, and then cold washed over him as his hairs stood up. Kurgan. The god of war's eyes fixed themselves on Garfield, his demeanor exactly what it had been at the start, unchanged, not shaken in the slightest. Garfield. Huh? It was then that Garfield realized. The war god's delayed counterattack. The swing of a demon cleaver slammed into the Garfield's pair of hurriedly raised shields, slamming his entire figure down, where he crashed hard into the ground. Garfield. Gay. Even a grunt couldn't be formed. In an instant, orientation vanished from his field of vision. Garfield's limbs were entirely controlled by the impact that had sent them flying. All he knew was what had happened. In midair, without any grounding point, Kurgan gave a fierce attack with only his upper body. Simple and straightforward was this method. Grabbing the blade of the demon cleaver with both hands to increase the weight of the swing, the force would skyrocket. That was the principle of a flick to the forehead, using two hands as a base to turn the attack into fatal blow, sending him flying to reduce the force of his attacks. This method of combat had been thoroughly resolved by his opponent, Garfield. Having his chain of counterattacks interrupted, Garfield was struck by a foot from the huge body directly above him. Couple the foot with his falling momentum, and Garfield's body and slammed upward from the ground as soon as it made contact. His thoughts occupied by pain and loss, what drove him to use his healing magic was solely his survival instinct. Attaching the broken bones on his upper arm, elbow, and shattered shoulders to fixing his eviscerated internal organs. His ribs, waist bones, parts his left thigh had also broken, but those would prove too difficult to recover in an emergency. His gait heating within the body, he drew upon all his magic, exhausting his mana supply. Taking advantage of being able to draw strength from the ground, with his body pressed against it, he began to treat and repair himself from head to toe. A few seconds, or tens of seconds, or possibly a few minutes, blocking out even the passage of time, Garfield focused on the restoration of his flesh. Finally, reaching a point where he could just barely manage to move, he spat the blood from his throat and got up. Kurgan. Calmly, the war god regarded the blood-stained Garfield. Seeing this gesture, the corners of Garfield's eyes burned. The heat within had him bowing his head, teeth shaking. Garfield. Fuck's this? Since the beginning, Kurgan's stance had remained consistent. He would meet Garfield's challenges, but he wouldn't take the initiative to attack, nor would he rush at Garfield with swords drawn. Garfield had been mercilessly defeated 3 times. The feeling of defeat and humiliation in his heart had smashed through him. His soldier's conceit and arrogance. He felt that he had to win against him. In a similar way, he also thought that it'd be far cleaner to kill himself than to suffer this ridicule. War god Kurgan, the hero of Wallachia, being regarded as the peak of all the soldiers. Asking him to understand the frustration in Garfield's heart would be impossible. Garfield might as well just kill me. He could ask that of him, honestly admitting defeat, acknowledging the obvious disparity in power, asking to be allowed to die as a warrior, putting down his shields, spreading his arms, and forming an expression of bliss. To plead with him like this, would he be willing? To fall on battle against the god of war, to a warrior, this was perhaps the proudest way to die. Garfield. In this place, wouldn't it be so easy if it were all to end? Garfield. Wouldn't be so easy, after all to end, huh? Equipped with his shields, tightening his arms to show hostility, looking forward, as if intending to struggle. Garfield. This kinda thinking keeps lingering. Someone had said to him once, to not think so much when fighting. You're pretty strong when you're not thinking about extraneous things, and just using your instincts to fight. Was that really the case? Garfield. Sounds lingering. How annoying was his heartbeat. Every bones in him twisted and connected, and a sound began to form. Annoying, 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 annoying. That extraneous sound, all of it, completely, in its entirety, was so annoying. The sound, can you not hear? Garfield, can I hear? Always, Fucking course my amazing self can hear it. Even if he avoided thinking about it, it'd amount to nothing. In Garfield's ear, or perhaps part of him separate from his tympanic membrane, that voice was still being accepted. Someone's voice. An intimate voice. A familiar voice. A heartwarming voice. A choked voice. A proud voice. A voice which couldn't suppress its rage. All these voices refused to let Garfield go. Even he relied on instinct to fight. These incoming waves of sound would not recede at all, and Garfield would not be alone. The more he thought about it, the weaker he was, and the him of right now was so weak. It was different from when he'd been in the sanctuary, playing at being the lone wolf. Now, he bore more humility, had seen more things. The more people there were to someone, the weaker they'd become, and they'd spend their entire lives growing weaker. Garfield, how's as possible? Embracing those unfading voices, swallowing his sense of defeat, stirring up a desire for victory, and inserting his admiration and envy into all that. Garfield issued a challenge to the god of war. Garfield, Kurgan. Garfield's gaze had changed. Kurgan, witnessing this, quietly moved. Of his 4 demon cleavers, he sheathed 2. However, this meant in no way that Kurgan's strength had weakened. Instead, it allowed him more focus on just those 2 demon cleavers. Almost as if to explain, the war god adjusted his stance. The war god who had stood facing forward, balanced on his right foot, leaning in slightly as he faced Garfield. This was a battle stance. Evidence that Kurgan finally regarded Garfield as an enemy. Garfield. So, just now, you really were just treating my amazing self, that kid. The osprey's unsuited to child-rearing. Does this happen to be the case here? Kurgan. In silence, Garfield flew at the war god. Responding to this brutal offensive was the demon cleaver. Suppressing the horrifying feeling of a wall of despair closing in on him, Garfield rushed forward, seizing his opportunity with his all. This was a misjudged tactic from his earlier attack. It had been caused by the aura that Kurgan gave off, as well as Garfield's own imagined fearful admiration of the hero. Garfield. Ooh. With a hook, he lashed out at Kurgan. Although there was a heavy sound of iron on flesh, he'd not hit where he had aimed, but an arm that had been extended to block. Garfield. What kind? A joke. This. Seeing his fist blocked by that palm, Garfield roared. Drawing strength from the soles of his feet, he poured that power into his fist which met Kurgan's palm, allowing it to explode forward. Kurgan twisted his fingers to avoid the sudden punching force, and Garfield took the opportunity to land on the war god's waist and run up his chest, ran up, as if he were doing a flip. Kurgan leaned back, lashing out with his demon cleaver at the same time. Reading the flow of the wind and atmosphere to predict the direction, Garfield accepted the attack with his pair of shields. With a thundering sound, Garfield's body flew backward. Garfield. Ha-ah-ah. Slamming his limbs into the slate floor, he forced his body to stay in place. Looking up, the war god's pursuit had already approached. Kurgan, who had yet to launch his own attack, now rushed forward to stop Garfield. Only an instant to predict. Only 1 moment to react. Only 1 second for the result to bear fruit. Kurgan. Garfield strained the arms he had embedded into the slate, lifting the ground before him. The rushing Kurgan shattered that wall, launched its shoulder, and lunged with the demon cleaver. A cacophony. Garfield, taking a direct hit, was propelled backward. The heel that had tried to stand firm slid across the ground, and shards of teeth flew forward. But, Garfield, don't look down on me, fucker. He used his teeth to block the spurs of the ghost machete. From his incisors, blood dripped to cover the demon cleaver. But Garfield did not hesitate. Kurgan. He strained the strength in his neck and jaw, and Kurgan's body shook. He grabbed hold of the bitten demon cleaver's handle with another arm, and strained to extract it in one motion. But the tooth piercing it would not give. Not only that, but the force of his biting teeth yet increased. Garfield's upper body swelled and began to beastify. Garfield. Grua. Gra. Transforming his head to animal form would lower his capacity for rational thought significantly. His reasoning would regress to the level of a beast's, and he'd been told countless times that this was a double-edged sword. But in this moment, That was Garfield's choice. This enviable power was indispensable. Faced with the most powerful of the multi-arm race, how could he win if he denied his own fundamental nature? Oh, tiger. Oh, tiger. Oh, tiger. In this moment, lend me your strength. Kurgan. The instant the golden tiger opened its eyes, the demon cleaver was torn. The blade was shredded, and the force of the destruction moved from blade to hilt, shaking the giant's form as he suddenly lost his hold and balance. This was truly an opportunity. Garfield. Hoo, ha, ha. The beast swung its paws, beating at Kurgan's head. The giant couldn't catch his footing under the beast's repeated strikes. A slice and a bat arrived at the same time, and Kurgan, dripping blood, was forced back. Kurgan. He made to pursue further but was met with a punch. The enormous tiger's face smashed with an elbow, and the bridge of its nose collapsed, and immediately following, from below, was a strike to his mandible. The tiger caught his collapsing body, and a punch from the front slammed into his face. Blood splashed into his dimming field of vision. Orientation, control, vanished from his mind. Not that it had anything to do with him. What was important was all contained in his heart. Even without thinking about it, it wouldn't vanish, would drive his bloody, battered body on. The demon cleaver approached, the remaining one of the pair which hadn't been shattered. Only 1 instant to predict, only 1 moment to react, only 1 second for the result to bear fruit. Garfield. Goo. Ooh. The blade cutting toward his body scraped against his shield and met his stomach. Even had the impact been dispelled, this blow still had the power to slice through the thick abdominal muscles on his body. However, faced with the hair stiff as golden needles, and the swelling body of the enormous tiger, bisection was still out of reach. At Kurgan's feet, a stomp from Garfield. This was an effect of the blessing of the divine protection of earth spirits. Garfield. Ooh, ah. The blade still lodged in his abdominal muscles. Garfield fought on thusly. In a grappling contest, Kurgan would come out ahead. But Garfield couldn't sit still. The lack of teeth, the arm that had been broken several times over, and the instinct overpowering his sensibility, had him catch Kurgan firmly. Kurgan. Yanking on his cumbersomely large body, Garfield threw Kurgan into the waterway behind. The instant he was thrown forward, Kurgan's arm reached out to grab Garfield, dragging the two of them down together. Accompanied by a loud splash, the two plummeted into the waterway. 2 huge bodies were scuffed by the current, and the blood straining the water was swept away. Kurgan. In the water, the 2 figures were still continuously attacking and defending. In the dark, vision obscuring liquid, Garfield and Kurgan continued to beat each other without regard to the resistance of the water. Fists of a giant shattered his organs, excruciatingly expelling the air from his lungs. Pain unto pain. Suffering unto suffering. So the underwater battle continued. Between that, Garfield understood his own disadvantage. For whatever reason, the war god before him didn't seem to breathe. He felt as if his opponent were a resurrected body. Oxygen starvation brought lethargy, and Garfield found his every action slow and stagnant. The flow of the water gradually surged and swelled, and, again and again, the 2 figures fell from waterfall to waterfall. As his consciousness faded, his fingertips were sapped of their fighting spirit. Garfield. Ha. His breaths weren't enough. This would become the true cause of his defeat, as Garfield's consciousness left him, and victory was his. Kurgan. A heavy sound that the muted stagnant carried to him. Returning to his distant consciousness, Garfield saw it within the murky water. The demon cleaver sheared into the wall and ground level with the canal, and the war god's strike created a divisive gap in the path of the water's flow. He had neither the chance nor the air to ask what he was doing. The sound of blades from every which way shook the water's flow, until, finally, the sound of a breaking metal and a shocking rush echoed in tandem. In the next moment, a new stream appeared. Separate from the waterway's true flow, it was another stream of water entirely. Garfield's body, captured within this stream, was sucked and thrown clear from the waterway. Garfield. Pua coo, the feeling of water around it disappeared, and Garfield spat the volumes of water it swallowed. From his eyes, nose, ears, all the holes in his, water poured forth. And Garfield shook his head. Just as he was wondering what had happened, he heard it. Oh, Toyomisa. Why, a gorgeous tiger. In the sound of flowing water, someone called out quietly to him. Chapter 56. Signing of a divorce. The authority of greed associated with its star's name. The true face of its invincibility. The names of the stars that Subaru knew aligned with the names of the archbishops. The etymology of Betelgeuse, Orion's hand, was quite fitting with the madman Betelgeuse Romane Conti unseen hand. Therefore, Subaru believed that the stars' sobriquets were closely related to the authorities of their archbishops, and Greed's archbishop was named Regulus Corneus. The Regulus that was his name had the Latin origin of Leo, which meant small king, as well as lion's heart. Although he had once scoffed at the idea, Subaru realized that this notion was not meaningless and pursued this train of thought, thus arriving at a hypothesis. In the first place, how is a king defined? The kingdom of Lagunica was currently in the middle of the royal election, each candidate striving to show their kingship. Although each vision of kingship would, sooner or later, come to light, Subaru wanted to bring up the topic of king here, in this situation where it took a more general meaning. This so-proclaimed king was a kingdom's representative who stood at its top. Loosening the definition, a nation could be made of anything, but a single individual could become no nation. The king symbolizing the country existed from the citizens within it. Following this line of thought, bearing the name of small king, Regulus Corneus, would probably also correspondingly have citizens who could grant him the title of king. Subaru. Then, the ones who make Regulus king, where are the small kingdom citizens? He didn't even have to think about it. Without bringing any cultists, they'd attacked the city of Pristella. Although this was a group of independently acting, off-putting, malicious devils, the only one of them to bring unnecessary numbers had been Regulus. Why would he need to do so? Although, knowing Regulus, the possibility that he was merely flaunting his greed was not non-existent. But if not, if he were acting out of necessity, Subaru, in order for Regulus to be a small king, he needed to bring his collective citizenship of wives. Although whether or not the distance has some relation is unknown, it looks like that due to this restriction, even if there were 50 wives, Regulus would still need to bring them. Was the condition of this invincibility based on number of wives, or distance from the wives? If Regulus's identity as a small king was conditional, the scope of what greed could reach would potentially be affected by such limits. In short, Regulus' wives were in no way irrelevant to his invincibility. Subaru. But this isn't quite enough to reveal to me the secret to his trick. What Subaru had understood with his reasoning was only small king's part. His other name, Lion's Heart, had yet to be explained, as did the overwhelming power, both offensive and defensive, that accompanied his invincibility, as well as the fact that his surroundings had no effect on him. All remained mysteries. If he'd merely had a strengthened body, it wouldn't have been impossible for Reinhard to have breakthrough. However, Regulus' invincibility clearly surpassed such a resistance. Subaru. It can't be a super strong barrier. All the measures to stop an invincible enemy have been tried already. On top of that, he definitely lacks a heartbeat and body temperature. Then, the name of Lion's Heart opened a thought, and the last piece of the puzzle fell in place. Regulus's authority of greed was not invincibility. The true face of the murderer's overwhelming power was stillness of an object's time, already supplied, already appraised, without holes. The words that Regulus always wore at his lips of distorted self-satisfaction were about how he was a man satisfied with his ideal existence, but at the same time made no attempt to hide the nature of his ability. Subaru. The time of his body is frozen, so forget attacks. Even the water won't wet him. The time of the sand he throws is frozen, so it doesn't bounce off. It goes straight through. Among the superpowers known in manga, there was a similar one of space break. This power, as its literal name suggested, caused a break with space itself, cutting something off from its surroundings, regardless of whatever may try to affect it. Regulus' existence itself acted thus, on some level. The Regulus Corneus who could cut himself off from the flow of time could be said to be the distortion of space itself. Indeed, he'd said, The dimension was different. Invincibility was but a side effect of stillness of an object's time. What was to say? Subaru. The secret technique of freezing time's your true ability. Regulus, you say so proudly all you like. I'll have no comment. Are you that type, who wishfully believing that you know something? So, everyone around you should find out as well. Even pride should be measured. Show me a little self-awareness, you little brat. Subaru's back was pressed against a stone wall, hiding his figure as he yelled, and Regulus rushed at him with ridicule. Breaking through walls, cutting through the canal, literally crossing directly in a march of devastation. As a result of this, Regulus caught up with Subaru. Right now Subaru met all of this alone. That said, in truth this was not the exciting match the word combat implied. Regulus, darting back and forth irritates me to death. You, not running away, makes you truly a man. Did you think I'd say so? You and I can't compare at all. Though you clearly gawked as I sent the sword saint flying. You can't even understand something like this. No matter how you look at it, isn't this just looking down on me? Subaru, when it's someone you hate, whatever they do, right or wrong, is always irritating. If I ran, I'd only run into a future so hard it'd kill me. In addition, this choice is the right answer. Should be it. Regulus. Right. Answer my ass. Whether it's personnel selection or strategy, I'll a foul of it. It can only amount to a result that's twisted to death. Isn't that right? If you wanted to continue the fight, wouldn't it have been much better for that flowering maiden to stay? An adulterer like you, is there anything you can do aside from touching someone else's wife? Subaru. What you're chattering at me is actually pretty harsh. Though it were as Regulus as bitter words bound him, Subaru wasn't anxious in the slightest. Not anxious, not irritated. Even his disgust had been watered out, as he relied on only his smart mouth to control the situation. Now, Subaru had lured Regulus a distance away from the church, separated from Emilia, facing off with the murderer alone. Facing off. Saying so seemed a touch inaccurate. Since Subaru was just trying to hide himself, he maintained his taunting demeanor, striving merely to buy time. If Regulus noticed this, and made a destructive attack that would rend the space from top to bottom, Subaru's plans would be shattered in an instant. However, Subaru was sure that Regulus would never do so. In this short period of time, with the hostile nature of their interactions, he'd very accurately seen through Regulus's character. In short, Regulus was scum. This simple statement could in no way explain all of Regulus's problems. More precisely, Regulus was someone who valued himself most highly, and would certainly never be capable of ignoring the existence of others. To be frank, calling him the incarnation of desire for approval and desire to show off would be no exaggeration. Claiming that he has no desire and no demands with sophisticated words, treating his existence as one which had already achieved perfection, Regulus seemed unable to continue living without proclaiming his own value to others. Repress the feelings of others, imposing his own values onto them, using intimidation and violence to forcefully instate himself as a supreme authority. This attitude was not how he treated just his brides, but how he treated the entire world. Therefore, in a certain sense, Regulus truly was attentive and serious to whatever he faced. His battle with Reinhard served as perfect proof. If Regulus had the notion of doing so, he could have completely invalidated Reinhard's attacks with his invincibility, and gone on to kill the somewhat troublesome Subaru and Emilia. Despite this, he was deliberately eager to accept Reinhard's attacks directly, and thus was unable to put this acute plan into action. Although, this was not to say that Regulus valued any high-handedness of spirit. Rather, this decidedly further proved the nature that he'd supposedly cast aside. This man, Regulus, without using all his power to make everything succumb, could not stop. Therefore, not crushing the meddlesome Reinhard or just ignoring the provoking Subaru were not decisions he could make in battle. Assured by the premise that he could be neither injured or defeated, he needed to force his opponents to completely surrender, and leave their spirits defeated and broken. A man who knew only this way of battle. Such a repulsive nature was truly unsightly to behold. The why of this notion was that, assuredly everyone with no exception, would to some extent hold the same feelings. Even Subaru himself was aware of such ugliness in his own nature. Precisely because he forced people to gaze into this ugliness was why the existence of Regulus was so hateful. However, This exact reason was what allowed a faint glimpse at a tiny chance of victory. Subaru, your secret method of freezing time. Fine, ignore it. But what about the first part? Was my speculation really completely off? If you would, even if it's just a rough idea, I hope you can outline it for me. Regulus, why would I have to answer the question? It's nonsensical and not obliged of me. A matter of disclosing my own secrets isn't even about rights anymore. To what extent are you planning to look down on me? You fucker. Are you incapable of understanding without having your bones ground to dust? Falling for Subaru's provocation, Regulus stomped hard at the ground. The tips of his feet pierced the stone road, as easily as if it were made of pudding. The direction of the ammunition it released could be only tracked by sound, randomly destroying the area near Subaru's hiding place. Long before the bullets could find him, Subaru, who'd read Regulus' movements, fled from the wall. During his escape, he also toppled the stone pillars standing at the ends of the street, and thus the rope tied to the stone pillar came untied, and a series of slight sounds echoed. Overtop the head of Regulus, who'd looked up to see what had happened, countless shards of ice flew down. With Amelia's help, the street had been turned into minefield of carefully laid traps. Of course, the place where Regulus had been directly struck was unscathed, but Regulus, this kind of thing, is nothing but the desperate exhaustion of limited ability. Regulus, without attempt to dodge the falling ice, spread his arms in order to accept it with his entire body. Of course, without hope of piercing his invincibility, the shards of ice shattered into fragments, scattering to disperse into monoparticles, including the parts that had failed to touch his body. As if to show off, Regulus stomped through all the scattered bits of ice, destroying them utterly. Regulus, what's this supposed to be? If your long rambling theory from just now was correct, couldn't you yourself think of how meaninglessness this attack is? Looking at it this way, isn't it that girl's attacks are much more effective? Winding back and forth, just what do you intend to do? Subaru, what I intend by winding back and forth like this. If I answer your question, you should correspondingly answer mine. These be our exchange conditions is what should be, no? Regulus, and exchange between me and you. What is this but sheer wild arrogance? Subaru pulled back quickly at a large angle, putting distance between Regulus. Refusing to let him go, Regulus chased Subaru persistently, gently bending his knees and leaping in one motion, moving forward with that explosive propulsion. In an instant, the distance between the two shrank. Like this, the fingertips of death reached Subaru. Nearly. Before Regulus lost its foothold. Regulus? What? Subaru. Though this was truly outside my expectations. But the weaknesses of you who only knows force on force is practically just pathetic. The classic pitfall trap was also reliant on Amelia's magic to dig into the ground, a primitive mechanic which used a layer of ice covered with soil. However, a veteran of hundreds of battles who should have seen through such a simple trap, Regulus in fact completely fell for it. Although ironic, this also served as evidence that Regulus couldn't do anything but enforce victories with brute force, properly and uprightly using his cheat ability to directly crush his opponent with brute force, capable of nothing aside from this, evidently a man who would consider no other battle tactics. Subaru. Different from through your power, whatever it takes to defeat you will do. Repeating such a thing, it's getting hard to even tell who the antagonist is anymore. Taking a shortcut to reach the church first, fighting for every last second to turn this area into a minefield of traps. Although Amelia had refused to leave Subaru until the last second, with her guileless nature, she could never use these dirty tactics. Chosen for suitability was this distribution of labor. Subaru. In the time that Regulus had yet to climb out of the hole, Subaru surreptitiously glanced down at his right foot. Even after the strenuous parkour of his escape, it was still in excellent condition, both when it had been turned to bloody ribbons and when it had been enveloped in this mysterious black material, had become something he could never forget. Perhaps this was the influence of the dragon's blood, which felt almost as if the blood were speaking to Subaru. This arrogant false king that is your enemy. Show him the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom. Subaru. In this case, I'll be asking you for more help, though I'll be owing you lots. Regulus. Your whining on it irritates me to death. The ground erupted with fragments of stone steps and lumps of soil, scattering with force. Backed by Regulus' power, they further caused fierce damage to the streets. Despite this devastation, Subaru was not within its destructive reach. Having flown out from the ground, Regulus, eyes widened with hate, glowered at Subaru, who'd put distance between them again. Very deliberately, Subaru raised his middle finger at Regulus. Subaru. Seems that someone once said, desperate exhaustion of limited ability. May I ask who said this again? Though it's often said that treating others as a mirror can lead to understanding of victory and defeat. But should you take a long, hard look at the mirror first? Regulus, messing with me. To such an extent. You, after politely having his flaws pointed out, Regulus revealed a look of ferocity. More than likely, his homicidal feelings toward Subaru had already easily reached a breaking point, and the flames of hatred had consumed his murderous, unchanging body. Regulus seemingly hadn't noticed at all that this was all more or less within the scope of Subaru's expectations, because without sharpening his murderous intent, his loose and messy rough attacks were ineffective, was a point hadn't been realized by Regulus for even the slightest of moments. Subaru. Though that's the case, I can't afford to take this lightly. Wiping sweat from his neck, Subaru, with a flippant grin, readied himself for death. What he couldn't let Regulus see was that his intent was only to buy time. And even if that were to have been seen, though, he absolutely could not see the reasoning behind it. This was the condition for victory of this battle. The task that Subaru, who'd sent Emilia away, needed to accomplish. This was what he and Emilia had sworn to each other, that they would fulfill their respective duties no matter what. And so, Subaru, leaving it to you, Emilia. Be sure to bring out the wives' heartfelt feelings. When Emilia arrived at the church, the brides were still where they'd been left. Emilia. Excellent. Everyone's still exactly looking at the faraway wives in attendance. Emilia blurted her feelings. However, she was struck silent as the positions of the wives in attendance had remained quite literally unchanged. If Emilia's memory served her correctly, they hadn't moved even the slightest bit since she'd escaped from the church. Emilia. Just because Regulus gave an order to keep still, he had no power of binding, was what Emilia understood from what she'd already been told by Subaru, the truth of greed's authority. Although he'd stressed repeatedly, this is just a hypothesis, Emilia had full faith in his answer. In order to defeat that murderer, what Subaru and Emilia had to accomplish, no matter what had yet to be done, Emilia, everyone, all stayed. Then, the first issue isn't a problem. The most frightening possibility was that the wives had separated into hiding, or had fled the church in a panic. Before the point of no return, they would have to take a last resort. The plan that Subaru had so gravely proposed, Emilia wanted to avoid if at all possible. And so, Emilia. Everyone, I beg leave to speak to you. There was no time. Although there was guarantee they'd even listen, Emilia had to overcome this obstacle now. 184. Husband Sama, how is he? In the half-destroyed church, standing in the middle facing Emilia, the to respond to her, was a blonde-haired woman. 184. Unlike the other silent wives seated in neat rows, only she sat at the front near the collapsed altar, having helped Emilia change, offering her advice, with eyes as cold as when she spoke of the despair her future would hold. 184 questioned the returning Emilia in a voice without inflection. Emilia. Regulus is outside. Sorry, we're still engaged in battle. I couldn't strike him down. 184. That's so, isn't it? The corners of 184's mouth rose almost imperceptibly, such a tiny smile, as if she didn't know why it was there. In addition, Emilia understood that this smile conveyed neither joy nor sadness, but something resembling ridicule. Because a smile like this, which existed to bring harm unto others, Emilia had encountered many times in the past. And so, Emilia, such a cold smile. I don't think it suits you, this expression. 184. My apologies. Because husband Sama forbids smiles, I allowed you to see an undignified expression. Emilia, please don't apologize. What I meant wasn't this. At 184's self-deprecating words, Emilia shook her head. Inside her chest, heat began to concentrate somewhere that wasn't her heart. It's just as Subaru said, those words kept rising to the surface of her mind. Intense to the point of discomfort was a fierce feeling. swelling unbearably in her heart. Closing her eyes, suppressing the turbulent emotion, Amelia glanced back and forth around the church before she spoke. Amelia, we're planning to take down Regulus. To do so, we need everyone's help. Wives, Amelia, I don't know what treatment you've suffered at Regulus' hand up until now, but even I, who was only briefly in contact with him, can see that Regulus is wrong. Having been taken by him while unconscious, he had asked for her hand in marriage as soon as she'd woken up. Then, she'd immediately been overwhelmed by the wedding ceremony, and had been told of Regulus's ideas on marriage and the way he treated his wives. This was a far cry from the happy marriages that Amelia had been told of. Amelia, I don't want to lose to Regulus. I understand that in battle, success or failure is irrelevant to right and wrong. But right now, right here, I don't want to lose to Regulus. If I lose, certainly, that which is important will be trampled upon. 184. That which is important. Amelia. 184. If you don't want to be without life, you should have obeyed husband Sama from the start, or you should have tried to flee without regard for anything else. Both were possible. Clearly, that would have been best for you. With a dark gaze, 184 answered Amelia. 184. What happened to the Sword Saint and that knight of yours accompanying you earlier? They met husband Sama's counterattack and fell in battle, and thus, you alone fled here. Amelia, no. Whether Subaru or Reinhard, both of them are still engaged with Regulus. My return, they trust in and await for. 184. What could you accomplish by returning? And then, saying that you need our help and such. I don't understand what you mean. Amelia, do you truly not understand what I mean? 184. Faced with Amelia's interrogation, 184 raised her eyebrow wordlessly. This natural reaction didn't seem forced in the slightest, although she'd slackened once she'd given up. Since the very beginning, 184 had no intention to deceive Amelia, which weighed down her words. In other words, she truly had no idea that Regulus's heart had been entrusted to his wives, her included. Amelia. And everyone else? Everyone. Are you truly okay with this? Having wanted to do anything at all? Having wanted someone else to do something? Is there no one who still thinks this way? 184. Please stop. I will listen to you. If you have questions, please ask me. My answer is the answer of the collective. Facing Amelia, who tried to take a read of those around her, with stiff words, 184 interjected. Stubborn, or maybe brave. Amelia recalled how, for her sake, she'd even questioned Regulus, at risk of her own life, although that had indeed been a form of altruism. Amelia, what matters is, I have a sense of an attitude of having abandoned your own life. 184. Amelia. You were in fact the most important, you just didn't realize, is that right? Recalling that at the start of all this, 184 had been the one to speak with Amelia, not merely because Regulus had ordered her to take charge of Amelia. In Amelia's place, she'd offered her opinions to Regulus, stood on behalf of other brides, and right now intended to accept the words hurled at all of them. This kind of posturing placed her as Regulus's confidant, opportunistically manipulating Amelia and the brides. The suspicion of that rose. Amelia. But I don't think that's the case. You aren't Regulus's heart. I'd like to believe this. Amelia had been saved numerous times by 184, not sheltering her in a way that was visible to the naked eye, nor taking her hands to guide her. Instead, in the face of incomprehensible malice, making sure that she would be prepared to proceed on. Someone so concerned about others. Amelia, being the true bride of someone like that, I can't picture it. 184. Perhaps it was because I wanted you to believe that I spoke to you, you know. Amelia, that's so. My head isn't all that good, so if you were trying to fool me, I may have been deceived instantly. But Amelia didn't know whether or not she had gaze with which to regard others. Currently, Amelia's comrades stood by her not because Amelia had chosen and expected for them to eventually be her comrades. It had been because all of Amelia's comrades had chosen her. But toward being chosen, she'd never thought anything like, aren't I amazing? Rather, she'd always felt uneasy, afraid of having to live up to expectations. However, she wanted to respond to expectations bestowed upon her, and wanted herself to be able to respond to expectations. Always, she'd prayed thus. Emilia, I want to believe in you. This is a choice I made. 84. Emilia, why are you standing up for the silent crowd? Why, despite the surrender in your eyes, would you still help me? Why are you... 184. All questions. Interrupting Emilia's question, 184 shook her head. Then, for the first time since Emilia had arrived here, she raised her face. Frozen feelings on a stiff expression, such dry eyes and closed lips. This sense of sorrow took the woman's already beautiful face to another level. However, what she was thinking was, 194. Please leave as soon as you can. If husband Sama sees us, we'll all die. Emilia, listen to me. 184. I have no reason to respond to these questions. You're no longer husband Sama's wife. Not like us. Emilia, I'm a half-elf. 184. Eh? Faced with Emilia's confession, the woman was struck silent. Realizing that she'd done something unexpected, Emilia gave a faint smile. On the other hand, the woman finally understood the meaning of Emilia's confession. She understood that standing in front of her eyes was a silver-haired half-devil. 184. Silver-haired. Half-elf. Emilia, in truth, up until now, you and I have been different. Different situations, different origins, different even in our most basic qualities. But I don't think anything like everything about us is different. Thus, we're without connection because of this. 184. Emilia, the things you and I see are surely the same. When you're sad, you'll want to cry. When you meet something you can't solve, you'll be angry. When you encounter something happy, you'll laugh with joy. That's the same, right? I didn't say. What exactly are you trying to say? Emilia, who had been talking in a rush, drew a sigh from 184. At the question, Emilia found herself confused. What exactly she wanted to say. If she wanted to say it, she herself couldn't figure it out. This went to show that she was turning too emotional, but that made her forget the topic and go off track. She should learn from Subaru and say what she wanted to more directly. Emilia, that is, there were things she wanted to know. There were things she wanted to inquire about. Things about Regulus's heart. Things about standing up and taking the lead role of the wives, with her utterly defeated expression, having protected the nearly defeated Emilia. All of this together, she hoped that she would be told of by her. And one more thing that she needed to know first. That was Emilia. Your name? Could you tell it to me? 184. Emilia. My name is Emilia. Just Emilia. Although with circumstances different from yours, surely sharing similarities with you. A half-elf. 184. Humph. Emilia. If we can see the same things, feel the same things, share the same hopes, certainly, talking won't be without meaning. Once upon a time, she'd introduced herself like this before, when her heart had been ridden with unease, when she'd been convinced that she had no one to rely on, when she felt as if endless floods were swallowing her. Back then, she'd been taken in by the same words, even until today, she thought. Then, she'd been truly happy. The boy who she'd never met before, recognizing her existence, had made her very happy. When rejection had been about to come, suddenly being tossed words like those, she'd hopelessly fallen. 184. Once again, she had to borrow Subaru's strength. Left and right, she was borrowing, and then desperate piecing it together. But it was enough. 184. Don't kid around. Why is it, until now? Before Emilia, 184. The woman held her head, shaking it as she screamed with all her might. That expression was filled with agony, that voice with resentment, and those eyes with the feelings of gazing upon what she loathed. This was, since the beginning, the first genuine emotion that Emilia had wrought from her. 184. Why, after all that, are you suddenly saying something like we can be human again? As if to release the flow of long repressed emotion, she wailed. 184. Not that not being human matters. Being a doll is just fine. That man is satisfied if we only act as obedient dolls. If we're played with like dolls, our lives will remain safe and sound. Only because we could believe this did we last until today. that's the case, so, materializing the strength of her feelings, she clashed with Amelia, an outsider who knew nothing. What could they know about people like her, desperately struggling to even stay alive? 184. What do you even know about us? Amelia. I know that you're incredibly kind. 84. What do you even know about us? Amelia. I also know just how hard you worked to endure. 184. What do you even know about us? Amelia. I know that you're all crying out to be saved. Hearing Amelia's words, the woman raised her face, as if suddenly bouncing back, with widened round eyes, with struggling, faintly moving lips. Even a single word she could not utter, because, up until now, if any of them had said it, their hearts would surely have given out. The despair known as help, and the seeking of hope known as rescue, were as one. Holding such hopes, until now, hadn't been allowed. In order to keep their minds from giving in, those thoughts were suppressed in their hearts. And the result of this, with even the simplest of cries for help sealed deep within their hearts, were they. Amelia. I want to be saved. All of you are saying so, so I will save you. I'll free you from Regulus's hands, and to that end. 184. Amelia, please lend me your strength. Please help the ones who for me. And you, those who are even now, still engaged in battle. She lowered her head. With sincerity, having stated her hopes, Amelia lowered her head. She stared straight at the ground. Her heartbeat leapt painfully, and faintly, barely detectable atmosphere surrounding her felt as if it were a hurricane. She held up her body now on the verge of crumbling, clenching her teeth to steel her heart. Feeling afraid was not only her, because certainly for so much longer that she didn't even know, they had lived with a nightmare that they could not wake from. Then, 184. Please, wait just a moment. Amelia. Toward Amelia, who had been keeping her head down, the woman spoke, biting her lip. Then, with a deep breath, she cast her gaze away from Amelia. There were the gathered, wordless wives who observed the progressing dialogue. 184. I have a question that I'd like to ask. One that until now I have yet to have asked anyone. The woman paused for a moment, and the wives soundlessly wore frigid expressions. Amelia also could not form a single sentence, and like this waited for the result. In the sea of gazes which could stop breaths, the woman who had always stood up as the leader of the wives spoke. 184. Is there anyone who likes that man? Question that the woman, gently tilting her head, posed, spread throughout the church. The content shocked Amelia, and the brides who had remained silent only cast their gazes around at each other. Confusion accompanied the faint emotion that rose in their minds. Like a ripple, it spread. Wife, hate him. The one who spoke this was neither Amelia nor the woman acted as the wives' representative. It was one of the wives seated in the rows, a woman with short hair. Those words which had barely been squeezed out shocked not merely Amelia. I also hate him. I hate him too. I've always hated him. I hate him. I really hate him. What a weirdo. Messed up in the head. Has he even liked anyone before? Only himself. I don't know how many times I've turned him down in my head. I want to cry, but I can't. Hate him. He should just die. Hate him more than anything. Hate. Truly hate him. His gaze is hateful. Though he emphasizes words is hateful. The way he walks is hateful. His character is hateful. Unlovable by nature. I hate him more than yesterday. I'll hate him more tomorrow. Disgusting. Perverted. The brain of a child. Even a child would be better. Even a dragon would be better. No one could be a good match for him. Physiologically unacceptable. Hate. Here. Makes me want to vomit. I don't know how many times I've thought about beating him to death. No, worse than the worst. Being near him nauseates me. His touch makes me feel like I'm rotting. My heart died. My family's enemy. How could I like him if he forcibly kidnapped me? Is such unrepentant malice even possible? It hurts so much, I want to die. It is long-winded and pompous. Every time I talk to him, I want to die a bit more. I hope his intestines rot. Give my lover back. I want to go home. I want to go home. Screw rescuing us. Just murder him instead. Scum bastard. Truly hateful. I'll hate him forever. A woman who would ever like him doesn't exist, does she? Nor a man. No human would ever like him. As if a dam had broken, the wives poured out the words that had been suppressed in their hearts until now. The overflowing words were resentment and disgust that had festered for too long in their hearts, stuffed with years of hatred and suffering. Certainly not feelings that could bring joy. Even so, their expressions as they spat those words out became joyous and clear. 184. Such unanimous opinions, which have never once been spoken before. Emilia. You too, was there anything you wanted to say? 184. Ah, there is. After hearing the wives' admissions, the woman turned around to face Emilia, caressing her long blonde hair, then with a face full of smiles, casting aside the order that forbade smiling. For the first time she revealed her beautiful smile. 184. The kind of man is the most hated. Please, by all means, help us. Like this. With a faint smile, the divorce statement was signed. Chapter 57. Where the heart lies. Since Saburo had left his life in the hands of fate, about 10 minutes had passed. Regulus, come on already. Strive after something for once. How about obediently dying here? Subaru. Wah. Regulus kicked at the house, cutting into it with terrifying precision, and the building without its support toppled helplessly. The cloud of debris accompanying the collapse filled the vicinity, and Regulus, whose own vision would up clouded, clicked his tongue impatiently. Listening to these tiny sounds, Subaru returned to the battlefield that had been exhausted of its traps. Regulus, restlessly moving up. Do you have no notion of attacking straightforwardly at all? Although I couldn't care less about your relationship with that whore. But if you're claiming to be their knight or whatever, is this any way to fight? Subaru, say whatever you like, you talk until you're satisfied. Regulus, there you are. Oh. If Subaru had tried to refute Regulus's malicious mutterings, he'd receive in return a handful of sand that would end his life. The instant after Subaru had escaped far away, the debris that he'd been hiding behind vaporized. Being brushed would lead to fatal injury. A single strike would mean instant death. So far, Regulus' attacks had all miraculously missed, as contact would instantly mean the end. Thanking fortune for this would be a tad inappropriate. Subaru, concentrate, concentrate, concentrate. Catching his breath, wiping away sweat, he tensed all his attention to prepare for evasion. The rising dust stained his face, and Subaru spat out a mouthful of saliva that tasted of dirt, putting the results of his parkour training into effect. Unlike the days when his exercise had been without goal, the clear sense of purpose of right now had an enormous impact on the state of Subaru's mind. In the forest near the new Roswell mansion, repeated every single day, to the point of being sick of it, that time hadn't been for nothing. Subaru. Ha! No matter what. Ha! I'm just a guy who can at most mess around with the skill of an amateur. Even then, he was someone who had stopped a Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. Considering the battlefield situation and Subaru's personal ability, to say that he was accomplishing something special wouldn't be much of a stretch. If Pristella could safely escape from the witch cult's sinister hands, no matter what he'd try to contribute just a bit more. Subaru? So, Regulus, are you going to keep trying to kill time with this? Do you seriously think that someone like you could be of any threat to me? You're just someone who figured out Greed's secret a bit, but don't mistake that for the ability to stand against me. Without even room to catch his breath, the enraged Regulus increased the scope of his destruction. Regulus no longer cared about how much collateral damage he'd cause in order to kill Subaru. The Pristella, which was famed for its beautiful scenery, was gradually losing those sights from the crimes of the witch cult. The stone bridge that spanned the waterway was shattered. The store, meticulously decorated with glass, was destroyed, finding a feeling odd beauty in the flashing of shivering glass that was dissonant from the scene. Subaru believed in his right foot, and took the momentum of destruction as a cue to flee. Ironically, from his right foot came a surge of power. Pitch black, infected with who knows what, that right foot was currently Subaru's lifeline. Lashing out with his whip, latching onto the rain gutter of the horizontally oriented buildings. Believing in the tension of his whip, Subaru stomped hard on the ground, crossing the streets as if running along the wall. Passing by, Regulus sighed as if to specifically force the evildoer to watch him with widened eyes. He stuck out his tongue for extra provocation. Regulus, you have no idea just what you're worth. The stone thrown from his swinging arm flew far off, completely missing Subaru, who fled using the momentum of yanking his whip, without even considering an attack, using solely the tactics of escape. Those who had perished at Greed's hands had died due to their excessive courage, weak, fragile, and timidly insisting on escaping. Certainly, such a person could not lose. Thus, that misfortune could be wiped clean here, for that goal. Subaru, is it still not ready yet, Amelia? This guy's heart. Amelia. Someone with a clue. Isn't there anyone? Before the brides who had promised their aid, Amelia accepted the mystery of possibilities and bit her lip. The 53 assembled brides all glanced back and forth at each other at Amelia's question, before finally shaking their heads weakly. Sylphie, my most sincere apologies. Casting that man's control aside and wanting to help you is certainly genuine. Only, bowing her head with remorse, this was the representative of the wives, the blonde woman named Sylphie. Amongst all of Regulus's wives, she was the one who was most well informed about their current situation, and so she'd become a representative of sorts. Sylphie, I can scarcely believe that that man would place something so important with us. Though that man may call us wives and brides and whatnot, but actually acting as if we're husband and wife has never once happened. Emilia. Although I've been told of Regulus being a super problematic person, that shouldn't be the case. Regulus. Lion's heart is definitely placed on you. Although Sylphie had begun to feel discouraged due to the lack of clues, Amelia would not be so easily disheartened. At long last, Sylphie and the other wives of their own will had found their resolve to escape from Regulus's grasp. This was only the beginning of their resolve. To become discouraged at this very first step was absolutely unallowable. And as for Amelia, she believed in Subaru with nary a trace of doubt. Subaru was amazing. Not only was he aware of so many things Amelia didn't know, but he could apply knowledge and a lively attitude to a solution, no matter what adversity they'd had to face in the past. And so, Amelia held no misgivings about his suspicion that Regulus's authority was Lion's heart. This was not to say that she was acting thoughtlessly or with blind trust. Just because it's Subaru, it's okay, was not the case. Even Subaru would make mistakes, and on occasion he would fail. However, that mistake would be corrected, or she'd take his hand and become a force that could help him. This had become a source of Amelia's trust in him. Amelia. Subaru thinks that Lion's heart must reside within the wives. Touching her chin as if lost in thought, Amelia remembered the secret of Greed's power that Subaru had shared with her. An authority that could stop the time of an object, that could leave it unable to be changed. Although she'd initially thought such a power inconceivable, she found that too much fell in place with that explanation. Could this truly exist in reality? Rather than being an uncertainty, it would be better to say that, Amelia, there, a super inconceivable power is at work. Apparently, this was something even more irrational than a divine protection. Unfortunately, Amelia, lacking a divine protection herself, could not comprehend the power inherent to those who were blessed with divine protections. However, in Regulus, she could sense something similar, something far more ferocious and ugly than a divine protection. Were these authorities? Amelia. Heart. To Amelia, the worst-case scenario would be if one of the wives were truly a confidant, connected to Regulus's true heart. This real bride would then be siding with Regulus, and would be concealing her heart from Amelia. Leaving the contemplative Amelia aside, the brides congregated around Sylphie, scrutinizing their previous conversations for clues. Amelia's amethyst eyes carefully scrutinized their faces as they engaged in a serious discourse. At the same time, she directed the micro-spirits to look for changes in their bodies. These micro-spirits weren't particularly sensitive to changes in people, so their behavior, as if to test those who had applied for cooperation, was decidedly unpleasant. However, her misgivings had long exceeded the level that I don't want to doubt could curb. Spirits. The micro-spirits gave a response. Although it could not be said to be certain, the wives had given no obvious reaction. Within the sphere that Amelia could observe, there were clearly no wives who served as Regulus's confidant. In that case, the only other possibility that came to mind was Amelia. Suddenly feeling as if her hair were being tugged on, Amelia immediately raised her head. Before her eyes, dancing in Amelia's line of sight, was a micro-spirit glowing blue. The micro-spirit that should have been tracking one of the brides swayed in the air as if wanting to convey something to Amelia. Her eyes tracing the spirit's line of travel, she found that it now faced Sylphie. She too was currently working hard. As the lead singer of the chorus of the wives revolt against Regulus, the micro-spirit was fluttering around her back, as if bobbing up and down. Amelia, hey, do you have a moment to talk? At Amelia's greeting, with an expression of surprise, Sylphie turned. Amelia walked over to Sylphie, sneaking a glance at the micro-spirit, which emphasized its presence near her chest. Sylphie, what is it? Amelia, excuse me for a second. No one present beside Amelia could see the micro-spirits without physical form, so no matter how hard micro-spirits tried to communicate, they could reach no one but Amelia. So, when Amelia suddenly reached a hand out towards Sylphie's chest, Sylphie looked back to Amelia as if shocked. Sylphie? Amelia, wait a moment. Please stay quiet. I'm checking something right now. Sylphie, what are you checking? Hey, what are you checking? Her cheeks reddening, Sylphie questioned Amelia without being able to mask her surprise. Amelia then answered Sylphie with a serious expression. Amelia, the rhythm of your heart. Sylphie. Amelia, it's because I'm a spiritualist. Though my original contracted partner is currently on leave, I can still communicate with the microspirits. I asked those microspirits to investigate your bodies, and received a response that only your heartbeat was strange. Sylphie. My heart? Sylphie swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her expression was entirely one of disbelieving surprise. Her shock was merely a matter of course. After all, she'd only just heard a brief summary of Lion's heart, before being told that her heartbeat had changed. And if things had progressed to this point, there was only one explanation. Amelia. Too much. Regulus combines his heart, together with the heart of someone who he claims to be his wife. Regulus, no matter how you look at it, although you're wearing the image of virtuousness while reciting your respectable rhetoric, where the notion that your battle to buy time would actually bear fruit came from, is a complete mystery to me. And although I don't know how you could conceive of my power, but now having clearly understood it, you would really want to keep fighting? As he glanced down at the bloodied Subaru, Regulus seemed to tilt his face upward in boast of his victory. Collapsed on the ground, lying by the side of a building as he took pained breaths, half of Subaru's face was stained with fresh blood. Subaru. Goo. Regulus. Although I've let you run about here and there, you're really boring after having fallen. Well, that's to be expected. It couldn't be not like that. Considering the difference between you and I, this is merely reaping the crop when the harvest is over. With this, at last, without extraneous, unpleasant moods, the end has come. Approaching the collapsed Subaru, Regulus's heels crushed the rocks littering his path. His authority was still active, as if he wanted it to be witnessed. Regulus, in summary, don't you feel that this is the fault of your excessively arrogant self? Up until now, there have been many like you who wanted to beat me down or rouse a battle against me. But of all those people, not a single one has ever touched me. That is the fate of those whose desires supersede their abilities. An absolute law of nature. Do you understand? The Sin Archbishop of Greed, discussing the nature of desire, asserted his contempt for those who allowed excessive desire to immolate themselves. To have desire would create struggle without meaning. To have desire would create starvation without boundary. To have desire would create ruthlessness without limit. For this exact reason, to be without want and without desire was valuable. Just pray, if you are poor, to have your own talent is optimal. Regulus, just being content with the present enough. Craving what is beyond own abilities will lead your own destruction. Gathering together one after another but refusing to learn. You are really a bunch of hopeless creatures. With a sigh, Regulus slid a hand through his white hair, shaking his head as if he was drunk on the throes of a tragedy. However, the sorrow in that voice was no act. Regulus was more or less from the bottom of his heart, sighing at the foolishness of Subaru and others who were not himself. That was the self-righteous, undetectably lonely voice of someone omnipotent. Subaru. Before I die, your powers, Regulus. A last offering, as the saying goes? Trust you to know something archaic as that. You've bested me in an irrelevant store of knowledge. Is that what you're trying to say? Regulus laughed as he watched Subaru, whose breaths looked on the verge of cutting off, wishing only for that last answer. Without a single route of escape, all that was left for his sorrowful existence was imminent death. Regulus. Well, you've already gotten this far. At the very end, I'll give your negligible self a reward for your efforts. I'll tell you that this time you struggled to your very last to buy is all completely meaningless. Subaru. Meaningless? You mean Regulus? It's all really rather simple. My heart that you and that woman are searching for is indeed carried by my wives. But as to who is carrying it, neither I or any of them know. Equal rights, equally divided love, and the responsibilities and obligations they bear are equal as well. Toward the astonished Subaru, Regulus shrugged with a, well, it's sort of like this. Undo. Regulus. For those who have taken multiple wives, treating all of them equally is a matter of course. In addition to a few clever justifications, only those who practice equality are allowed to exercise their authority. In other words, I'm betting on my life. Constantly, I am manifesting my love for them. Subaru. And the wives are unaware of this heart's condition because? Regulus. Not like it's a particularly complicated reason. Constantly hearing the sound of one's own heartbeat every day. There isn't anyone out there who would continue to pay it any mind, is there? Watching Regulus, who laughed with his mouth open, Subaru understood the method with which Regulus hid his heart. That vicious method, both simple and effective, and more defensive than any other method. Subaru. With your heart and your wives' hearts, you, Regulus. Managing the husband's property is indeed one of the wife's obligations. But you see, since I am a man without desire, in the first place, I don't have the amount of meaningless possessions that guys like you do. And so, what is entrusted to my wives is my existence itself. What magnificence! Isn't this the very essence of matrimonial love? Disgusting. Regulus's consciously ruthless authority. Without malice, without condemnation, he believed that was the natural order and process. Subaru had come up with a number of theories on Lionheart's hidden methods before sending Emilia to the church, but no matter how he looked at it, this had not been one of them. Moreover, if no one could break Subaru, something so far beyond reason, Emilia, she couldn't possibly do anything. Just now, if what Regulus had boasted of with a face full of pride was in fact the entirety of Lion's heart, then there should still be a method of breaking through it. If that could be conveyed to Emilia, with her power, she could take care of it with haste. The question was not one of possibility, but one of correctness. That is, the choice of life and death. Regulus? Huh? Hey, you. As he rose with a disgusted expression, Regulus wore an uncomprehending gaze as he watched the Subaru who stared at him. Being caught up in the demolition of the city, Subaru, who had until now seemed to be on the verge of death, brushed the dust from his knees as he stood, still glaring. After a moment, Subaru raised his eyebrows with an "Aya" as he noticed Regulus's incredulousness. Subaru. Playing dead. No, playing the verge of death. Since a flying stone happened to slice my forehead, I just wanted to give it a try, is all. Eyeing blood to his face and pretending to be in agony had led to now. With a face full of smiles, Subaru looked at Regulus, who had been toyed into the palm of his hand. Subaru, I trusted in you. You're definitely the kind who, if you found a dying enemy, would arrogantly boast of your victory as you rambled on non-stop. Regulus. Subaru. Whoa. Rising with a jump, Regulus' body flew forward in a straight line. With incredibly agile speed and movements of a dirty casual, he flew in a straight line. In this rare moment, Regulus could achieve an acceleration that could shock even Reinhard. However, without being able to see that mechanism, His understanding of it was limited. Subaru. Foo. Accelerating with his right foot, without hesitation, his body flew toward the left. Regulus's goal was to slam directly into Subaru, but he was thwarted by the limitation of linearity. In summary, the Regulus's momentary superhuman ability was the result of an application of freezing his physical form. The time of his body was cut off from the world, and would not be interfered with again, was that man's power. If he were to attack suddenly in this way, whether gravity, air resistance, or inertia, none could restrain him. It wasn't always in effect, which should be because there were restrictions. Regulus. Go, you bastard. Subaru. The one who wants to yell is me. I have to find a way to reach Emilia. The position Regulus art absolutely needed to be communicated. To communicate it, and to make choices. What method was there? In order to save the city, Emilia was needed. Subaru. Emilia. In contrast to Regulus, who gathered momentum, Subaru looked in the direction of the church where Emilia should be. In the midst of the ruined, collapsed street, a street that could not be crossed in Regulus's aftermath, was a half-destroyed church. And that place, in the next moment, was engulfed in a brilliance that shone blue and white. The hearts of the wives became one with Regulus's heart. Emilia's conclusions caused tremors in all the surrounding wives who heard it. Most heavily affected was Sylphie, who found herself the recipient of Regulus's shared heart. Sylphie. My heart. And after her hand fell back, Sylphie's face stilled as she backed away step by step. The woman standing behind her worriedly placed her hand on Sylphie's back. Sylphie. Do not touch me. In the next moment, Sylphie reflexively spoke as she swung out an arm. As if to keep the other wives away from her, holding this posture, she looked at Emilia. Sylphie. Are you sure there's no mistake? Emilia. The microspirit says it's unnatural. I too can feel a faint sense of overlap in the sound of your heartbeat. Sylphie. Sylphie placed a hand on her chest, closing her eyes as if to confirm what Emilia had just said. The speed, strength, interval of her heartbeat resounding in her throat. She gave a deep sigh. Sylphie. I see. Just how much? Just to what extent does he want to trample upon the souls of others, that man? Emilia. Wait a moment. What are you doing? Revealing an incredibly dry smile, Sylphie walked into the depths of the church. Half destroyed from Reinhard's attack, in a corner of the church were scattered shards from the skylight of exquisitely carved glass. Sylphie plucked up a shard of glass and turned back. Sylphie, you understand, don't you? That man's schemes, imposing his weaknesses unto others, and then forcing resolutions upon them as well. Emilia. Resolutions, are you saying? Sylphie. In order to stop that man's heart, stopping my own heart is the only feasible way. As that man says, till death do us part. Isn't this the case? As she played with a shard of glass, Sylphie spoke in a flippant voice. Emilia understood what she meant, and at the same time picked up on the underlying message. Sylphie's epiphany, and Regulus, malice. Emilia. Wait, you can't. There has to be something. Has to be some other way. Sylphie. Such a convenient way. Do you truly believe it exists? With our hearts already joined, stopping just that man's heartbeat without stopping mine couldn't possible be. And, Emilia, don't give up so easily. If I could allow something like this, for what have I? Why did I leave that forest? There was once again about to be a victim. Because of Emilia's lack of power and knowledge, a sacrifice was once again about to happen before her, just like everyone in the forest, just like Fortuna or Juice. As if to bury what Emilia's hands could not reach, everyone but Emilia were inclined to use their own lives. Sylphie. The days of being taken as that man's wife were truly arduous. Desperately, Emilia considered if there were any other way. During this time, Sylphie's heart gradually calmed down, and with the clarity of approaching the condign finale, she slowly began to grow more resolute. Sylphie. Merely in order to avoid trigger that man's imperial wrath, I held the consciousness of death close, allowing it to slide no matter how brutal that man was, welcoming the new brides. Only for those children who were in the same position as me, no matter what. I wanted to protect them, just as the one I first met, just as the ones before me protected them. as the representative of the wives, presenting herself before all the others, no matter what. And now, her true meaning was clear. Before her had been others, triggering Regulus's temper. Someone who had stood at the forefront of all these seized women, and then Sylphie took that will up, because even now these wives remained still. Sylphie, even if our spirits were defiled by that man, because he would never touch our bodies. Certainly, if both had been defiled, we would have long been unable to withstand. So right until today, no matter the language or voice or behavior of that man, endlessly we endured endlessly we endured, and yet, having reached this point, Sylphie, who had been biting her lips, tilted her face upward. In her eyes were large drops of tears, as well as a scorching rage that seemed searing enough to evaporate even those tears. Sylphie, that man's hand has tainted even my body. I'd thought something like, at least I could protect my body, but even something I wanted to protect that much had never been saved in the first place. Tears flowed as a roar from the soul tore itself from her, and Sylphie's hand wept blood. The glass that she had been gripping firmly had cut through the palm of her hand, and though she frowned at the pain, the corners of her mouth soon pitifully relaxed. Sylphie, because women bearing injuries are atypical, even the slightest of bruises would mean death by that man. This wound is my freedom. Emilia, Sylphie, in no way is this your fault. I am incredibly grateful to you. Toward that man, revenge for every single day unto now. A better way could certainly never be found elsewhere. With a slight smile at Emilia, Sylphie looked toward the other wives, looked toward those who could be called her companions. Then, clutching the glass with her own two hands, she pressed it against her chest. Sylphie, if I die, his heart will be transferred to someone. This is a certainty. That man wouldn't use just myself alone as a shield for his heart. Just like that, everyone has no reason not to know that man's stubbornness. Surely it will be so. Which one of the brides who whispered that softly was unknown. As if assenting to what Sylphie had said, the wife who had answered emerged from the crowd. A woman with long chestnut hair, she too took up one of the shards of glass scattered beneath Sylphie's feet. Wife, something like death. I too have considered it a number of times. Even if I'm living like this, I can't say that I'm truly alive. I'd rather reunite with my family in the afterlife. Wife, my reason for not doing so was not wanting to die. Even if I were to be liberated from this pain, I wouldn't have any happy memories from life. Wife, but if dying, if this life could bring vengeance on that man can to pass, if my death would be something without meaning, one after another, the wives came forth and took up shards of glass. The brides looked at those sharp edges, as if looking upon their hopes. With Emilia's words as an opportunity, the wives found their hopes, found something their lives could be spent on. Sylphie, thank you. We are truly grateful to you. That man, aside from us, he truly has no other wives present. This is something we can absolutely guarantee. So then we'll trouble you for what comes after. Emilia, Sylphie, please be sure to help us speak. Our anger must absolutely reach that man. All we can do is trouble you, having been forced by that man, and then rejecting him successfully. There has only been you. Sylphie's request was said with a voice full of warmth. The wives all approached the shattered stained glass of the church that was to be witness to a marriage, holding the fragments in their hands as a symbol, chose their end, pointing the sharp edges against their pale necks with a breath they were to suicide. Emilia, wait a moment. That action of certain death was stopped by Emilia's words. Emilia, who had fallen into a silence until now, in her words, were power, both in physical and metaphorical meaning. Hands of ice reaching out from the ground sealed the wives' movements. The slashing movement was successfully hindered, successfully preventing their suicides. Sylphie watched Emilia's movement with wide eyes, and then spoke with a trembling voice. Sylphie, I beg you, please understand us. Your sentiments, I am truly grateful for, but any method other than this, naught but death could serve as repayment. Naught but death could strike a blow against that man, against Regulus. That was Sylphie's, the wives' conclusion. Stopping their own hearts, this sorrowful answer, Amelia also understood. So to figure out how to deny it, thinking and thinking, all along she had been thinking of a way. And so, Amelia, I'm sorry. Not like this. Sylphie. Amelia. If it were Subaru, he might have thought of another way. But my head is a bit slow, so no matter how hard I thought, I didn't have a clue. So, surrounding the muttering Amelia, brilliant lights of blue and white began to dance. Gaining mana, the swaying light was the micro-spirits which had entered a visible state, as if to engulf the entire collapsed building. The substantial gathering of micro-spirits began to appear. That was, in a sense, a sight as sacred as a dream. And Sylphie and the others held their breaths. Amelia, I want to make your heartbeats stop, because if you stab your throats with a weapon like that, you won't die such easy deaths. After Amelia lifted her hand, the micro-spirits seemed to follow that movement as they shone, and a bluish snow began to fall in the church. The snow layered thinly around the brides, and where it brushed their skin, it turned into white crystal. This magic that Amelia was capable of was both the gentlest and cruelest. Amelia, sorry, I can only use this method. Sylphie, please don't apologize. After realizing Amelia's intentions, Sylphie breathed a sigh of relief. The sentiments of the wives was in alignment. They looked at Amelia, who was unable to form even a single sound, and spoke in unison. Wives, thank you. Amelia. Then, a brilliance that shone blue and white engulfed the church. Icicles rising as if an assault from the sky made a complete frozen seal around the church, forming a sound so sorrowful as if to roll over the sky, as if the sky itself had turned white and died. Within that structure of ice that had risen, how much sorrow had gathered. No one, save for the one who was responsible for this scene, could understand. Subaru. Amelia. The ice created by the incomparably powerful magical vortex was peerless beyond measure, and could not have been made by anyone but Amelia. Lion's heart truly had been subdued. Along with the lives of the gathered brides, his heartbeat had stopped. Subaru had already thought of the method, the only possible method. Then, that method would have been impossible to actualize. He'd even made an emotional preparation for Amelia's failure to reach the church. But, upon seeing this spectacle, the answer was clear. Chosen by Amelia, that answer. Regulus. Hey, isn't this a bit? Looking in the same direction as Subaru was Regulus, who could imagine the result of this ice structure, and his cheeks began to twitch. The place where the icicles were raised were where his wives currently were. Regulus, of course, well understood, as well as what that spectacle meant. And so, Regulus, you too. Is this what you set out to do? Is this something that humans are capable of? Seizing another's beloved, arbitrarily without authorization. Just how cold-hearted can you be to do such a cruel thing? Regulus stomped at the ground as he shouted thus at the bloodied Subaru. His soul shattered the slate, and even distorted the earth enough to create an illusion that the city itself was shattering. Rushing forward without second thought, Regulus stabbed his fingers at Subaru. Regulus. Satisfied? Are you satisfied? And, in order to kill me alone, you dared to snatch away the lives of all my faultless wives, and even felt happy to have done so. Your humanity. His mouth spewing dirty curses, the body of Regulus, who spoke of the sorrows of being plundered from Was, suddenly sent flying. The reason for that was the spear of ice sent by the girl who had emerged from the church. The spear of ice struck Regulus with astonishing momentum, ceaselessly striking the body of the standing Regulus in succession. His body was sent flying like a doll, and in the process several more spears of ice flew at him. The momentum did not stop there, and like this, Regulus' body was slammed straight into the waterway, and with a loud crack, the waterway was frozen, becoming an ice sculpture in Regulus' form. Amelia. All that just now, consider it a divorce from your wives. Striding across the frosted streets, Amelia returned to the battlefield in a flash of silver. She stood on the collapsed street, looking at the approaching Subaru, whose pitiful sight made her narrow her amethyst eyes. Amelia. Subaru, those wounds. Subaru? I'm fine. It's just a scratch that bled a bit more. More importantly, the church. Where are the wives, Emilia? Everyone wished to defeat Regulus. So, averting her gaze, Emilia's attention drifted slightly back to the church. This reaction was enough to convey that Emilia's choice did not belong to her alone. And the weight of that choice, Subaru would not have to bear it as well. Subaru. But the effect of Lion's heart is interrupted. That man's invincibility trick should be at an end. Emilia, not Toa. It doesn't seem to be something that'll be so easily solved. Subaru. The sacrifices made as a result of our choices should have been the price paid for the answer. Emilia shook her head slightly toward Subaru, who was thinking such thoughts. As he was astonished by her reaction, the ice filling the waterway behind them began to crack. The crack began to expand, affecting even the flow of the blocked-off waterways. The collapse spreading to where waterway met water flow. Subaru's souls were already immersed in overflowing water. Regulus. Truly a laughably ridiculous arrogance, vulgarity that is incorrigible, incompetence that brings speechlessness, shamelessness that brings disbelief, inferiority that is hopeless. Leaving the canal, the murderer, who was drenched but not wet in the slightest, approached, his white suit unstained, his white hair unshaken by the wind, his white face free of wounds, without even a drop of sweat. This existence was practically a daydream. No, better to call it a nightmare that appeared midday. Regulus. And now, what will you do? You two, how do you plan to take responsibility? Though you droned on and on like you'd done something great. In the end, this was nothing but a failed miscalculation. In the end, there were only sacrifices. How do you plan to fix this situation? It's annoying. And they saw those frows was regaduo. And on your way, and tears, and down, queuing. In the form of this Regulus, who was enraged to the point of madness, the effect of the unchanging lion's heart yet lingered. Emilia had made an assault on that level. Forget being wounded. Even a trace of what had happened could not be seen at all. Subaru. How's this possible? Even just now you were speaking of lion's heart unending effect. Presence of mind a bluff in a situation like that. How could someone like you have it? Regulus. Do you think me so kind that I'd turn a deaf ear to that which can't be ignored? I'll say this first, isn't the notion of not infringing on others' heart's basic etiquette? Clearly no one's looking down on the rights of others. So how is it that you two are always doing something so mentally deficient? Conscience aside, do you lack in even basic intelligence? Facing these unintentionally provocative lines from Subaru, Regulus looked down with an unimpressed expression, knocking against his head of white hair. Regulus, it seems that contemptuous prostitute's counting is wrong, isn't it? Not remembering the number of lives even though she's the one who stole them away. That's a killer's way of thinking. Certainly there's something wrong with it. Subaru. Since when did you have the right to say those words? Regulus. Don't surreptitiously try to change the topic. Anything I've done to date and such has absolutely nothing to do with that woman's ungratefulness. Don't turn your back on the sins you have committed. Don't look away, tossing your own issues aside to blame the other party. Don't you feel ashamed to call yourself a person? No matter where he went, carrying a vexing share of rage to impose on others was Regulus. Carrying not a single doubt about his way of life was the foundation of Regulus Corneus. How many contradictions would appear in his series of speeches before he was satisfied? Discourse with Regulus was truly damaging to sanity. Facing a sin archbishop of the witch cult seemed to create an illusion that normalcy was wrong. Regulus. But look, you miscalculated. The substitutes for his heart. Would even destroying all the alternatives of those be unable to lift Regulus's invincibility? There should have been no problem in theory. During his risky bet with his life, Regulus had proven that he was not so smart as to be able to calculate with skillful words the way Subaru could. Regulus did not have the ability to deceive or rely on his eloquence to mislead. He was completely unable to change his way of thought. In his world, there was no one but him. Marriage was merely imitation. Speeches were merely ideological. Battles were merely conducted as an outsider. His way of being was merely pure malice. Almost exactly like a little king. Emilia. 53 people. Next to the trembling Subaru, Emilia muttered. She has not until now toward Regulus' fallacies, curses, unspeakable complaints, shown no reaction whatsoever. Only one sentence. All she spoke was this one sentence. Regulus, huh? What? Just now. What did you say? Amelia. I said. 53 people. The number of women you forcibly brought to your side. Could it be that I'm wrong? That would be absolutely impossible. I could never miscount the number of lives. Regulus. And? So what? What are you trying to say? With a contemptuous attitude, Regulus dismissed Amelia's quiet assertion, digging a finger into his ear, an attitude full of ridicule. Even Subaru, with sarcasm as his strongest suit, wanted to clap in praise for his flippant manner. Just as Subaru was about to accept Regulus's provocation, Amelia looked straight toward him. Then she shook her head slightly at Subaru, who held his breath. Amelia. It's all right, Subaru. I understand it all now. Subaru. Understand you mean Amelia. And because I am incredibly angry right now, no longer will I forgive him. Feeling fear squeeze his chest, Subaru saw it. On that gentle face, feeling quietly vanished, was Amelia with a soft sound. Freezing her feelings like that was the most furious Amelia that had been seen until now. A frigid flame rolling across frozen eyes in that manner, Amelia touched her chest, and then spoke. Amelia, Regulus' heart is here, right now, beating inside my chest. Chapter 58. O faith, Regulus. Keha, placing a hand on his chest after Amelia had spoken. What rang out was a laugh that could not be hidden. Although what leaked out was at first only a breath, he soon could endure no more, and his voice gradually escalated in volume until it became cachinnation. Regulus. Ha ha ha. Who? Ha 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 ha. Straightening his back, Regulus laughed loudly as if it heard a great joke. Sticking a hand into his white hair and tousling it, the murderer was now immersed in a fit of laughter that no one else could understand. Subaru could tell from his smug demeanor that Amelia's speculation was correct. Subaru. You bastard. What's so funny? Regulus. Of course it's funny, isn't it? Or rather, you are. I really must suggest that, in this desperate situation, you should give up on trying to think and we can all laugh together. On that note, do you understand the current situation? You yourself, with your own hands, pushed the most critical of critical points into this calamity. Subaru. Goo. No words could be fitting. Only in this moment was Regulus's reply so perfectly reasoned that it could be met with naught but speechlessness. Subaru turned his head to look to Amelia, confirming with her whether or not her speculation could be proven. However, towards Subaru's searing gaze, Amelia shook her head. Amelia, there's no mistake. I had the micro-spirits confirm, and I can feel it myself. Inside me, there's something extraneous that doesn't belong to me. It feels disgusting. Amelia asserted thus, a despairing hint that announced the present reality. The effect of Lion's heart had moved to Amelia. In other words, the only way to stop Regulus now would be to stop Amelia's heartbeat as well. Subaru. Then again, why is Amelia's heart? With Little King, could it be that I made a mistake? The man's heart, no matter who, as long as he wants. If it were that kind of ability, there existed in Regulus's authority no loopholes. If he could give his heart to even hostiles and strangers, that would mean that as long as the human race lived on, a way to kill Regulus did not exist. Rather, if it could be that his heart could replace that of any living creature, Subaru, truly shameless. Regulus, the worthless howls of a retreating dog are pleasant to hear. Ha ha ha. No matter what I have to say, just keep running with your temper. Searching for some ridiculous excuse for your failure is the right of the loser, and enjoying superiority while hearing them is my right as the winner. This isn't bad. Not bad at all. Amelia, I don't meet your standards for a wife. You yourself were saying so earlier. Regulus. So annoying. Going on and on as if you're strong enough to speak of your own rights. More importantly, how are planning to take responsibility for killing my wives? My ideal wives. How long do you think it took to gather such a group? How many years do you think it takes? Obviously of age, but lacking anything like a wife or lover. Do you want me to be one of those garbage widowers who no one wants? Before I find a new wife, you have the obligation to join with me." Using stern words to smack at Amelia, full of spirit as he voiced his rhetoric, was Regulus, the violent reasoning that the murderer believed in, completely convinced that his heart was indeed within Amelia. If so, the possibility of removing Regulus's heart from Amelia. "Regulus, would you like to try? To see if there's a way you can move my heart?" "Regulus, the method is simple if you want to try it. Right now, just kill this girl before you. As long as you end her life, you'll naturally understand whether or not my authority will stop. Very, very simple, effective, and reasonable." "Aha! You couldn't do it, could you? If you do something like that, with the motives and values that you've challenged me with, won't you have lost your self-justifying reasons?" Although hard to admit, Regulus was right. Subaru had not the courage to sacrifice Amelia. Call him selfish, call him arrogant, only that could he not do. In order to defeat Regulus, they had already tossed aside the lives of his wives. Even with the revelation that there had been no alternatives than letting go those sacrifices, in no way could they compare with the life of Amelia or his other comrades. Natsuki Subaru's choices always were selfish to a disgusting degree. Regulus, you see, someone like him could never. In that case, how about offing yourself in proxy? Simple, isn't it? Just like what you did to the others. Or what? Can't you do it? Though you've clearly taken the lives of others without consent. But because you treasure your own so much, you can't do it? How amazing. I think I'm going to vomit. Amelia. Subaru, duh. Subaru. Wait, you can't. Seriously, this alone is unacceptable. At Regulus' provocation, Amelia too seemed to be calling to Subaru as if in realization. Hearing the unsparing tone of her voice, Subaru hurriedly stopped Amelia in fear. Even if you giving in to the provocation, surely she wouldn't immediately make the choice to abandon herself. However, Amelia had already done a good job of choosing the worst option if she didn't have the means to win. Then Subaru had only the thought that he would absolutely not choose this path. In that case, they had lost. Calling Amelia's name had only stopped her, but he could speak no words. Regulus. Then, in that case, we're about ready to draw this to a close, aren't we? Although keeping a low-grade woman like you isn't in my interest, for time being I'll compromise. Before finding my next wife, I'll join with you for a bit, though I'll just have to kill this guy. You've already infringed on my rights to this point. Ah, that's right. So, did you laugh earlier? Before Subaru, who clenched his teeth, Regulus happily turned the corners of his mouth upward. A torrent of magic was welled around Amelia, as she planned to make her own decision. At the same time, Regulus, not taking note of the wind, laughed. "Regulus, you're that guy, aren't you? That loud voice in the city that yammered on right before my wedding? Killing a single sin, Archbishop or whatever? What a joke, right? My condolences if you really thought you could best me just because you killed that disgrace. That man, both before and after becoming an archbishop, has never accomplished anything. He has always been a simpleton." Regulus, standing and giggling, what his words pointed to was without doubt the madman Betelgeuse Romane Conti, who Subaru found abhorrent. Betelgeuse was the worst kind of lunatic, with no redeeming qualities. He felt not a shred of goodwill for the lunatic, instead hating him down to his bone marrow, and would never spare him even were he to come back as a ghost. But nevertheless, seeing the Sin Archbishop ridicule Betelgeuse, who was supposed to be his comrade, in Subaru's heart grew an inherent feeling of unpleasantness. The possibility of defeating Regulus, and in addition this entangled state of Amelia's life and death, didn't even need mention. Then again, Betelgeuse, Subaru, should have been a loathed, lunatic opponent. Mad blood-stained laughter appearing in his mind. While thinking back, he lifted his face. Then something felt as if it had begun to stir within his chest. He seized it, swallowing his breath. Could it be that something like that was also possible? Subaru. Could it be done? Incomprehensible. Strictly speaking, no one can guarantee the possibility generated within Subaru's mind, just like bringing an empty table to a negotiation, or rather it was closer to being the product of Subaru's delusions, merely Subaru's own feelings. But that was precisely why Able to arrive at this possibility was only Subaru alone. That notion now, based just on intuition, even a god would know if it could succeed. But Subaru. Emilia. Emilia. Feeling the magic that seemed to have risen to its limit, Subaru called to her. Emilia remained silent, only revealing the realization of a tragedy. Nevertheless, deep in her eyes a hint of emotion flashed through. That was expectation and trust in Subaru, who watched her. As if to lend support to those feelings, Subaru asked, Subaru. Emilia. Emilia. Subaru. Can you completely trust me and leave everything to me? Emilia. I can. Toward this question, her response came simply and without hesitation. Emilia placed a hand on her chest, and for the first time since returning to the battlefield, revealed a smile. Emilia, I believe that if it's Subaru, you can do anything. Ah, damn it. How despicable this was. A girl who he liked, treating him with unflinching trust. How could he fail? Whether holding tight with hands or biting tight with teeth, he wasn't allowed to fail here. Subaru slowly breathed deep, then slowly released a breath. Then, glanced toward Regulus, who watched them in silence. Regulus did not obstruct their conversation, just rested on his wrists as he waited leisurely. Subaru. Aren't you a bit too relaxed? Regulus. Aren't I usually relaxed? Any trace of failure and the like. Not even a speck remained. Regulus had revealed all his preparations and wanted to do away with Subaru. In truth, Regulus's authority lion's heart was perfect. After clarifying its key points, victory was still placed somewhere nigh unreachable. However, precisely because he was convinced of his impending victory, would, when confronted with Subaru's struggles and efforts, watch from aside without intervention. He had no idea what was happening. That point was the same for Subaru himself. Subaru. If Beatrice had been here, there might have been another method. If that intelligent girl had been by his side, there would have certainly have been a less risky way to win. In the depths of his chest lay the connection with the girl who was his comrade. Certainly, after all this was over, he'd be in for a scolding from her. Not being scolded wouldn't do. So now that he was alone, recalling the times when he'd been alone, the memories remaining within his chest were certainly not ones which brought happiness, awakening only an initial landscape of terror and agony. Emilia. Subaru. Subaru. Emilia. Let go and do it. Emilia's call became strength for him to make the decision. Subaru violently seized his own chest, rousing something within him that was truly difficult to consider, concentrating his consciousness on the center of the whirlpool, where this chaotic force swirled, liberating it, in this moment, slightly, changing the manner in which he called it, in order to have the murderer who had insulted the lunatic understand what had happened. Only this once, this power inherited from that abhorrent madman. Subaru, come forth, unseen hand. Invisible providence, or rather, unseen hand. The force that surged through his body, Subaru defined as the power of the witch created by the witch factor. He'd heard from Echidna in her dream castle that he'd gained the witch factor since he'd killed Betelgeuse. What detriments it had were yet unclear. However, the power which gave Subaru unseen hand undoubtedly came from here. So until now, Subaru had never sought to use the witch factor as his own source of power. Subaru firmly believed so. The nature of this power being similar to that of the madman's was because the witch factor of sloth inherently held this nature. The possibility of Betelgeuse running amok within him, he didn't even want to consider. But if this is the case, what was this feeling about? Echoing, lively, silently cheering from inside Subaru. Cheering for being called upon. Cheering for once again being able to use his power. Cheering for being requisitioned, completing his goal. And then was only an unspeakable, incomprehensible joy, accompanying the liberation of that power, that happiness and appreciation, as well as that feeling of gratitude. The fluctuation of this incomprehensible emotion was in no way something Subaru's problems could solve. Regulus. Huh? Accompanying Subaru's loud scream was Regulus's own cry as he looked to the sky. He shouldn't be able to see it, because this was unseen hand, the poisonous hand that was perfect for assassinations due to its invisibility, having been insulted by Regulus as sluggish, a negligible and residual power, something even weaker and more residual than that, only one in number, with an incredibly short range, and too many unknown factors. As the key to breaking through this situation, there should be a limit to unreliability. Subaru. The first step of summoning the magical hand had been passed. Starting now were the unknown second step, and the third step that would be the final one. With his own consciousness, Subaru commanded the fingertips to take action, infusing his own hopes into the magical hand that seemed woven by shadow. Subaru. Emilia. And once again, confirming whether or not she was aware, seeking help for herself. Along with that sound, Emilia closed her eyes, nodding as if she understood what would happen after this. Emilia. It's fine. You are here, Juice. Emilia's eyes were filled with warmth and understanding as she spread her arms, repeatedly preparing for Subaru's intention, as if already having seen what would happen. She shortened the distance to her heart. Subaru did not hesitate as he brought the magical hand into her chest. The invisible hand moved to the center of Emilia's chest. As the fingertips passed through her white skin without resistance, Emilia's shoulders jumped as if she'd felt something. However, the hand could not stop. Through the sternum, across the lungs, finally reaching the pulsating core, the magical hand had arrived at Emilia's heart. The second step had been accomplished. When the taboo is triggered, the witch's magical hand easily passes through Subaru's body and only hurts his heart. This was an application of that principle. Unseen hand, and the witch's magical hand, sharing that properly, was the only path left to gamble on. However, the gambling had been successful so far. Problem was that after this, there was no precedent for that power. If he were to just seize Emilia's heart, he could do so in an instant. But that would make no sense. This power was not to be used for that. So, what was this power for? Right now, in this moment, this power would be used to save. Was this really possible? Subaru, with his mind in a sea of confusion, took a deep breath. Unseen hand. Could it really be used as a hand which saved? Under the madman named Betelgeuse Romane Conti, how many lives had this power stolen? Although that would depend on the power's use. Oftentimes, powers were limited in ability. Was Unseen Hand the type of power that could bring naught but destruction? This power, no matter if existed for the sake of having someone live on, no matter what. Emilia. Subaru, hesitating and doubting in that moment. Emilia's voice, which he shouldn't have been hearing, reached him. Emilia. It'll be fine, because I have faith in the both of you. Who and what was she talking about? Emilia sent her trust to Subaru, and another person he didn't know, but with ease he accepted and believed all of it. This hand absolutely would not hurt Emilia. Subaru. Come, my third hand. Within his heart, the undispellable doubts about this power dissipated. How this power had originated didn't matter anymore. This power right now was in Subaru's hands, and Subaru had no intent of hurting Emilia. And if anything existed within power itself, in Emilia's chest, the magical hand weaved by shadow began to close. Fingertips touched Emilia's heart, which was engraved with rhythm, and Emilia gave a slight gasp at the gentle grip on the surface of her heart. Rather than pain, it was akin to a slight itch. Inside the chest, Emilia, whose were dyed red, the magical hand that closed its fingers to seize an actual heart. And that heart beat different from Emilia's own. That little lion's heart, Subaru, caught you. He did not have room to pull it out. With his magical hand, Subaru crushed the heart that shamelessly still beat within Emilia. Emilia's heart received not the slightest bit of damage, merely defeating parasitic organ that yet sang odes to love. Subaru truly did feel sensation from that third hand that did not exist. And then, Subaru, at the same time experienced the cost of using such a degree of concentration on a power which did not belong to him. Organs feeling a pain as if being carved. Rushing forth was a sense of despair as if it had been tainted. Subaru immediately fell upon the ground with both knees. Harsh coughs that were even tinged with blood racked him. Emilia. Subaru. Emilia reached out a hand toward Subaru, who knelt on the submerged ground with blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. He took her outstretched hand and placed it on his face. Emilia. Ah. Subaru. Still alive, right? Emilia. I'm fine. My heart is perfectly fine. Still beating inside me. Subaru used the touch of the hand which yet flowed through with blood to reassure himself of reality, and Amelia used her empty hand to confirm her heartbeat. There was no doubt in this moment. Inscribed there was heartbeat that seemed congratulate that happenings of right now, and then only Regulus alone wore an expression as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening as he looked upon the two. Regulus? Huh? What? What happened? Casting aside those around you? For something only those involved with you can understand? Why is this repulsive scene? Just what happened? You, Subaru, you didn't notice? Regulus? Huh? What are you talking about? Haven't noticed. Or whatever, when not a single change has. Subaru, your feet, they're getting wet. Regulus. Subaru pointed to tell Regulus, who seemed to have succumbed to his anger. Regulus was shocked to see his feet growing wet, and fell momentarily silent, widening his eyes. Noticed the reality that his white tuxedo, white shoes and hem of his clothing, were soaked through by the water by his feet. Regulus. You people, actually? Noticing this change with a response too slow, Regulus bared his teeth and waved his arm. But a slender white leg struck out, kicking into Regulus's face and sending him flying. Completely unprepared for this direct hit, Regulus gave a wail as he was kicked to the submerged ground filled with water. Half his body was left soaked by the water, and a shoe print remained on the side of his face that had been kicked. Regulus, HK who? This kind of. As if unable to comprehend this reality in the slightest, Regulus blankly lifted his face. Looking down at such a Regulus, Amelia, who had performed the beautiful kick, tilted her head slightly. Amelia. I did it. I finally landed a hit. Regulus. You. From Amelia's short sentence being filled with a sense of accomplishment, Regulus' face grew red and agitated. Using the motion of standing to gather water, Regulus scattered droplets of water at Amelia. However, the pain of taking the kick had his victorious figuring collapse, and the bomb of water flew in a completely wrong direction, instead leaving him wide open. Amelia. Ice brand arts. Regulus. HK creating a hammer of ice in her hands. Amelia then slammed it directly into the center of Regulus's body, receiving a swing that threatened to crush his bones into. The body of the murderer did rolls in the water. With unsuppressed coughs, slamming his fist into the ground without pause, Regulus glared at them with reddened eyes. Regulus, why? Why? You people, it just had to be you. What did you and why did you? To greed. And to my rights. Subaru. To someone like you who saw all the proceedings and yet still hasn't figured it out, it'd be useless to explain it to you. Well, that's how it is. Very simple. As he pitied the screaming Regulus, Subaru endured internal cries of agony from his organs, revealing a sneer, revealing a ferocious smile that would not lose to even Betelgeuse. Subaru, you were played by your opponents because you ridiculed them so much. Regulus, even if he didn't quite understand the meaning of those words, the taunting intent would be clearly conveyed. Regulus screeched with a sound that couldn't even be called a sound, ignoring Amelia's stance to launch himself at Subaru. However, he was cut off by Amelia. Amelia. Earlier. The attack I made in the stead of your wives, because it didn't seem to work. Allow me to land one that does. Regulus. Stop kidding around. Appearing over Regulus's head hung countless icicles. Each one varied in size, but if they all fell together, they would bring instant death. Amelia's disgust of Regulus had reached a point that even her gentle self could not stand. Climbing to his feet with a leap, Regulus struck at the falling icicles with water. Though the icicles shattered, the small shards still had their uses. Ceaselessly tossing out bullets of water as if in a storm, Regulus cursed loudly as he was bathed by ice and rain that he ran through. The snow-white crystals of ice turned to fog, and frozen the streets that had been submerged in water. For Subaru too, the water along his knees formed a film of ice around him, scaring him into hurriedly pulling his hands out of the water. Even with consideration for Subaru, such a rain of destruction had befallen him. Of course, Regulus, who was the actual target at hand, was simply no match for this. But Subaru, completely unhurt? In the frozen scene after the barrage of ice had ended, Regulus remained, standing and alive, knees supporting his arms, spitting out uneven breaths. Even though his entire body was soaked through with water, he still avoided a final puncture from an icicle. Regulus. Absolutely. Absolutely. Regulus, who clutched at his chest, looking as if he were dying. Look at that demeanor. Subaru understand. The invincibility from Lion's heart could still be used, even with the heart from his own body. Only Subaru. If you stop time to become invincible, it will cause the heart in your body also to stop beating. Is this the still perfect invincibility, with a time limit? Regulus. Goo. It seemed he had struck true, as Regulus endured the pain in his chest to show his rage. If there were a time limit, sooner or later Amelia could land an effective attack. In that case, Regulus was but a random soldier who would put his everything into attack. Regulus. That's... Don't you feel despicable in the slightest? Regulus pointed a fingers at Subaru, who was analyzing his opponent's strength. Additionally, he pointed toward Amelia's direction, looking back and forth between the two of them. Regulus, two people gang up on one person? In an act that's essentially extortion. Do your consciences not ache? Isn't there something wrong with your most essentially human part? Do you truly hold no doubts about yourselves who are capable of this? Having doubts should be what's right, shouldn't it? Oh. Subaru, you're really something else. This was in fact the same mouth that had, under the advantage of Lion's heart, spoken non-stop. Having now lost that effect and falling into a disadvantage, dared to use that disadvantage to ask his opponents for justification. Subaru had already completely exceeded surprise, to the verge of now wanting to respect him. Such an existence without a shred of human dignity would perhaps never been seen again from antiquity unto now. From now unto the hereafter. Subaru. That is to say, your belief is this: because the 2-on-1 is too despicable, you hope to be able to fight an upright 1-on-1 battle. That's in fact the way battles should be. Is this the case? Regulus. Exactly. Would that be doing the proper thing the proper way? Who do you take me? Who do you think I am? I, a sin archbishop of the witch cult. Regulus Corneus, who is charged with greed. This world's most satisfied, most resolute existence. Regulus spoke thus in a trembling voice. As he looked down at his hands, Subaru was now completely speechless. So in Subaru's stead, Amelia spoke. Amelia, going back on your word immediately after saying something, the contents of your speech is entirely devoid of actual meaning. I think you are the most pitiful person in the world. Regulus, truly irritating. Greed will definitely make you regret this. Even shallow in his rage at the contempt of others, Regulus repetitively, endlessly repeated the drone of his curses. Looking at the helpless demeanor, Subaru could finally feel fully relieved. Regulus was genuinely unable to win in any situation where he did not have the highest advantage. If he could use Lion's heart for even a brief time, he still had a chance at victory. Clearly this was the case, but upon seeing a little bit of difficulty, he would immediately give up without even bothering to glance across the setting. Subaru. Scorning progress in life will lead you to fall down in unexpected places. Regulus. Subaru. Nothing. Talking to myself. More importantly, we can accept your challenge of ship-to-ship combat. Regulus. That's more like it. This is how it should be. Of course, a knight would not let their master step up first. As long as it was in line with his mood, Regulus would immediately attach the conditions that gave him an advantage. Between Subaru and Amelia, their level of combat needed no comparison. As long as he first killed Subaru and caused Amelia to waver, he could see hope in his odds of victory. Straining that mind of his that did not exist in the first place, that conniving result seemed to suit Regulus's tastes perfectly. However, if he wanted to best Subaru in terms of unrelenting perseverance, he was hundreds of thousands of years too soon. Finding a chance to win in a situation where victory was impossible, this was Subaru's truest way of fighting. Looking in terms of determining victory or loss, the match between Regulus and Subaru had already begun. Subaru. Indeed, having a night battle is the righteous way. Regulus. In that case, Subaru. So, now that it's come to this again, I'll leave the rest to you." His feet still submerged in water. Subaru said so after exhaling deeply. At those words, Regulus tilted his head with a "Ah!" However, Subaru's words were meant not for him, but for him. I'm done. No. Professor Janan. Ibadim. Kipigarita. Oh, I see. The one-on-one duel you proposed, I accepted as a knight. Responding was a flame. In these flooded streets, a young man who sent not a single ripple as he strode across the water approached. Unlike the inexplicable mystery that Regulus, he was possessed of protections that had been bestowed by the love of the heavens. Reinhard, of the kingdom of Lugunica's guardian knights from the line of sword saints, Reinhard van Astria, standing before Subaru and Emilia. The knight who reported his name pointed at Regulus with a sheathed sword. That demeanor of denomination was an invitation to begin a one-on-one duel. That was something even Bowel Hunter Elsa would respond to, the well-established declaration of a duel. In contrast, Regulus stood, stretching his hands before him. Regulus, wait, this isn't normal? Defiling the sacred duel, the very definition of a warrior, the sword saint will not show him any trace of tolerance. The opening blow started below Regulus's underarm, vertically slashing across his body. Regulus had not even the chance to cry out before being slammed far into the sky. Regulus! Cheike! Before his eyes was the demolished city of water. He was suspended so high in the sky that he had a panoramic view of the entire city. Whether a cry or a curse, a sound incomprehensible to all who heard it, echoed. Chapter 59. Regulus Corneus. It can't be. What the hell is this? I don't get it. Why do I have to go through this? Who do you take me for? I am the Sin Archbishop, Greed, Regulus Corneus, the most satisfied existence in the world, the most indisputably asserted, an existence without any wavering aspects. It's supposed to be like that. So why do I have to go through this? I see. Chun, old show, Dyson. Don't mess around. This is no joke. Each and every one of them. What's wrong with them that they accept such nonsensical absurdities as if they are a matter of course? That man, that woman, and that knight too, just because I showed a little mercy, are getting too ahead of themselves. If I had been serious from the beginning, then I could have had torn them apart in bits and pieces. But aren't they misunderstanding their own power? That you can shamelessly make misunderstandings that are, from my point of view, hilariously wrong, is why I hate getting involved with others. Obnoxious, annoying, irritating, infuriating, vexing, dirty, unsightly scum. I've always been doing well. For years, decades, centuries. This way for all that time, I have been faithfully serving as a Sin Archbishop more than anyone. When I was first chosen as a Sin Archbishop and received this witch factor, I killed them all. The father who, despite his poor earnings, was plagued with bad drinking habits. The mother who prattled on, endlessly complaining day and night, and the greedy brothers who used to ravenously eye the portion that rightfully belonged to me, were all killed by me. The villagers who looked at me like I'm an idiot too. The people of the town who pushed me and my house into that hopeless village too. The inept heads of the country who carelessly abandoned the village and the town to that state in the first place too. I tore them all apart into bits and pieces, and when everything was gone, I finally noticed a way I could live. I don't need anything. Everything is just annoying. I am already satisfied. It's not like I didn't have it. I just didn't need it. Unlike the intrusive scum, I've never needed anything. Despite that, giving me something, doesn't that mean that from outside, from your point of view, that you looked at me and thought that I was a pitiful, lacking existence? Everyone who wants to impose unneeded things on me should be killed. So only those who will leave the satisfied me alone should be allowed into this world. No matter who, just talking about their selfish nonsense, those shits. Who has the right to pity me? Who has the right to pity me and drive me to despair, as if I would let them? I don't need anything, and neither did I ask for anything. A father who, despite his poor earnings, was plagued with bad drinking habits, and yet still occasionally buys gifts for me, is scum better off dead. A mother who prattled on, endlessly complaining day and night while saying obvious things like, Apologies I've troubled you. A scum better off dead. The greedy brothers who, despite ravenously eyeing the portion that rightfully belonged to me, used to divide my part of their bun. When my food got spilled, are scum better off dead. Stop you shits being arbitrarily kind towards me. Being kind, it must mean that you think I'm low, that you're looking down on me. Someone who looks the goddamn down on others, especially someone who looks down family, it's natural that they would be hated. It's natural that they're dead. It's not my fault. I've done nothing wrong. It's your fault. You pity me. Treat me like I'm pathetic, and leave me all alone. Have a taste of what it's like to be made to feel like the most worthless person in the world. Surrounding me should only be those who do not pity me. Those who do pity me should disappear from the world. I hear laughter. You're looking at me, aren't you? You looked at me and laughed, didn't you? What's so laughable about me? What did you see in me that made you laugh? All of them. Laughing and laughing. A bunch of powerless scum who are only good at running their mouths. Why does my heart have to break so much because of them? Don't stand in my way. Don't obstruct me. Don't pity me. I'm not the pitiable one. It's you, helpless and ignorant, but still with greed. You have to crawl throughout your entire life just to satisfy your incomplete selves. You're the pitiable greed. I'm different. I'm not like that. I don't want anything. The desireless me is better than your incomplete selves. Don't pity me. The truth is that you're jealous of me, envious of me, you admire me, and because you can't reach me, you're just running your mouth off. That's right, that must be right, it's obviously right. Wait. Just wait. Just stop. Don't look at me, don't say my name, don't talk about me. Good or bad. Just stop it. Don't pay attention to me. Ignore me and leave me alone. Even though a complete existence has a heart that should not be able to be trampled on, how come the likes of you are so insistent on interacting with me? I cannot comprehend it in the slightest. Both you and I are different people. Even thinking of getting a return by taking risks, no matter how you think about it, could never be reasonable, would always be a mistake. You're sick in the head. Calm down and think about it. And you should be able to understand. All humans except me are just floating in a fever. Asking of others, that very fact that it is understandable is meaningless, useless, and irresponsible should be easy to understand. It is all a fantasy of yours which you call it. Love is friendship. And trust what foolish idiocy reproductive activities themselves are the utmost disgusting acts. I don't understand what it means. For what are you doing this? Whether it's for being a mother or a child. Although it makes a family, even if it is decorated with such words, it will be different from myself, whether that thing dies out or not. What does that have to do with me? If they continue to live when I die, I'll be over. If they are dead while I live would only mean my continuation. Love and affection only makes it so that people cannot be independent. A person is independent in the first place, out of concern for those who operate under such delusions. To be looked down by others is foolish. And so I found companionship by gathering well-looking women. And in order to not be betrayed, I ask for only virgins. What more do you want of me? Don't skip such a selfish act. Infringing on me to this extent, but you still ask whether you can infringe upon me even more? To think you've hit this point? To think your thoughts could be so twisted? Inflicting all this upon me, what more could you even ask of me? Just what do I have to do to not be pitied? The most pitiful person in the world or whatever. There is no way anything said by that a lady plagued with such vulgar greed who wants to connect with one she linkies is justified. Regulus. Oh, higher, along with the wind. Regulus' body flew into the night sky. The instant that his underarm had been struck, Regulus had activated Lion's heart and stopped his heartbeat to enter a state of invincibility. As a result, though the damage from the blow had been counteracted, Regulus panted, groaning as his vision blurred with pain. Regulus's stopping of time, alongside his heart, could last for 5 seconds maximum, although during this period he could hand Lion's heart over to a wife without issue. Going any further would mean that Regulus's body would be unable to recover. In addition, once Lion's heart was lifted, the ever-present pain of the sudden release of a stopped heart was inescapable. Anything like pain and suffering hadn't been tasted in more than 100 years. Regulus, You're kidding. Painfully coughing hatred as if it were blood. The rising Regulus could no longer speak comprehensibly. His flying body was stuck in orbit, infused with who knows how much momentum, reaching a height that offered a bird's-eye view of the city of Pristella, Ortegate City Pristella. There, upon seeing the Gospels writ that the empty wife's seat could be filled, clearly only fortune had been in his heart. Regulus. Such a foolish unfolding. Losing those wives which had been collected with such hard work, even his status as greed had been shaken, insulted by a damn kid whose only talent lay in his foul mouth, pitied by a shameful woman who had only just met him. There was no greater shame. He couldn't remember having ever tasted such humiliation. Wasn't it precisely because he didn't want to taste this loathsome feeling that he became an archbishop? Clearly still receiving this kind of treatment. Wasn't this different from what had been foretold? Regulus. Enough. Enough. HK. No need to think about being merciful. The show of indulgence would end here. This had nothing to do at all with Lion's heart being seen through by an opponent, or with that extraordinary sword Saint As long as he could stop his heart for 5 seconds, Regulus could kill them many times over, because he hadn't wanted to see the expressions of despair, hear cries of death. He'd refrained, thus far. Using Lion's heart's effect of creating a state of invincibility, Regulus could ignore every physical law in the world if he so wished, reaching speeds that could outpace the wind. In that logic-defying moment, with power so overwhelming the denizens of this world could not conceive, he'd turn them into corpses. If he used the authority of greed to take him higher into the sky, it'd be easy enough to kill them by scattering sand into the city. Although the other sin archbishops had also come to the city, he couldn't care less whether they lived or died. At the moment, washing his own humiliation clean was the priority. He would have the faces of those fools who boasted of victory be painted with horror. Once this pointless momentum came to an end, his fall back to the earth would spell those guys' death. Before that, at best they could be excited about a superficial victory. Regulus. Congatums. Regulus, who continuously recited words of hatred, screamed as an attack collided with his back. Looking from the side would determine that Regulus's rising momentum had come to a sudden stop, having been forcefully nailed into the air, as if something from the heavens had stepped on him to pin him in place. Reinhardt. If this were a normal duel, I'd withdraw my blade once my opponent lost their will to fight. The owner of the voice was perched on Regulus back in midair, leisurely saying so. As to what the existence who stepped on his back in midair was, Regulus understood instantly, shuddering as he came to this realization. He grasped just how high where he was right now, arriving faster than the Regulus he had struck. Just how had he managed to reach such heights? Reinhardt, though I have no intention of boasting, I have quite the confidence in my jumping ability. I had once even leapt from the ground to land on the back of a flying dragon. Regulus, damned monster. Reinhardt, indeed, I am a monster who hunts monsters. For you too, the time to accept fate has come. Reinhardt's feet left his back. As soon as the sound of his voice fell, Regulus felt a fighting spirit. In the course of his life, although he had repeatedly faced strong opponents, Regulus had learned nothing whatsoever. Even the him who was like this had greeted those powerful opponents who had come forth to confront him with a yawn, and his conscious memory was limited. Relying on this memory, Regulus tried to react. Lion's heart was activated in the same instant that an attack came. Regulus. No. Toward the center of Regulus's back, Reinhardt swung his hand like a blade. Regulus received an attack even more piercing than an actual blade would deal, but he took the impact with his invincibility and slammed downward in one motion. Accelerating toward the ground, Regulus slammed straight into the slate. However, the effect of the lion's heart persisted, and his body continued to dig into the earth as if being swallowed. Regulus's body penetrated the paving in a line, crossing a rigid sheet of rock to drill through the earth. While helplessly continuing to drill into the ground, Regulus suddenly noticed, if this momentum were left untouched, his body would plummet to the lowest level of the earth. He'd never considered whether or not there was a lowest level before. But the land of this world was not endless, surrounded as it was by the great cascade. At the end of this would be where those falls flowed to. If he kept falling like so, Was that where he would wind up? Regulus. Something like this. How could I endure? Goo. Literally, the limitless horror had made Regulus hold his breath, reaching the limit of his heart. 5 seconds had passed. Sirens began to blare as Regulus found himself confused over his judgment. Stopping his heart within his own body for more than 5 seconds wasn't feasible. The number of seconds that he could hold it at maximum was perhaps less than 10, and even if he could extend it, that was just more distance he dug. But here, what would happen if he dispelled his ability while drilling into the ground? There was no time to debate. Heart stopping or brain dying or whatever. Stupidity should have a limit. Regulus. Ooh. Gritting his teeth in preparation for the shock that was about to meet him, Regulus strengthened his resolve. Hearing the sound of his heart which demanded to resume its beat, Regulus lifted the effect of Lion's heart, let go of his invincibility, and the laws of physics were restored. Regulus. Boo. Well, his entire body, all his bones, shattered. Regulus's body was attacked mercilessly upon impact. That was a matter of course. Regulus's body had hit the ground with a much higher velocity than free falling, and the momentum continued drilled into the earth without loss. The reason his body hadn't shattered in every which way was that there was no space for it to scatter underground. However, although it could not spread horizontally, vertically was a different story. Regulus. With a hollow voice, tears of blood flowed from Regulus's ruined eyes. The impact penetrated through Regulus's body, rendering it completely destroyed. Saying he'd received damage greater than a shattered body would be no exaggeration. Even the organs within his stomach had been twisted together. Originally impeccable white hair was covered with blood and mud, and his incontinent lower abdomen had lost its function and freely released waste. Existing here was a slab of meat which had lost human form, and what was most surprising was that this slab of meat still clung to life. Regulus. Peerless persistence in clinging to life, or rather, this transcended persistence into a grudge. This was not merely some attachment to clinging to life. Remaining was solely a grudge against those above who remained alive. Still struggling in such a condition was this empty vanity. If I were to get serious, you fuckers, merely this. Regulus. Yet, this fixation should not be sullied. Having exhausted a lifetime in pursuit of being that would not be pitied, an evil whose root was unharmed after experiencing more than a century's worth of attacks and beatings, making the most suitable judgments for his own survival. Wretchedly, repeatedly using Lion's heart in short bursts, Regulus dug at the earth. If he entered a state of invincibility, his injuries became insignificant. In the absence of pain, he could exercise even his injured body without harm. With his empty hands, Regulus dug ceaselessly at the soil. His body had been buried upside down, and he adjusted it by digging in a circle. Once his head faced upward, he needed only to slowly work his way above ground. And perhaps once he made it, he would see those self-satisfied maggots smugly celebrating Regulus's fall. Unforgivable, could never be forgiven. To be mocked, to be scorned, to be pitied, was a pain without parallel. That such injuries were impermissible in life went without saying, and even in death could not be tolerated. Right. Directly acting was all that was needed. Whether those who saw him and those who didn't, if he cleanly did away with them all, no one would bully him anymore. If only he'd done so at the very beginning. This time he would certainly not make the same mistake. Returning to the surface, killing all 3 of them. That would be the end of this. Regulus. No longer capable of making sound, Regulus turned his hatred into strength and continued to dig at the ground. When he made it above ground, he'd be sure to savor the sight of those guys pleading for their lives. Especially Thew woman who had continually scorned him. He would be sure to mock her in equal measure. The 79th wife was the role she'd been meant to fill. Speaking of which, the woman who was originally supposed to fill this vacancy was that elf woman living in that forest, where the hateful petal juice had been as well. He remembered. Now, he remembered. That woman! Indeed, it was that woman. No. She had been a child then. The little brat who'd been crying and yelling non-stop, when he'd gone to retrieve no water. 79. The little brat from then had grown into the woman of today. He now understood the reason for which he'd felt inclined to fill the vacancy with her the instant he'd laid eyes on her. A simple matter. Serving as a substitute for her mother, it would only be natural that the daughter takes up this position. That was the little brat of no 79 who scorned me, and that fool, Petaljuice. Why hadn't I realized earlier? No. Thank goodness I'd realized it now. If he'd killed them without having noticed, he wouldn't be able to derive proper joy from it. Precisely because he had now clearly realized their sins, would there be value in killing them? Would he feel the accomplishment of avenging his humiliation? Would he experience that long-lost feeling of the significance of fulfilling a desire? Watch me tarnish her. No. 79. Watch me snatch her Petaljuice. The one you all cherished? Who dared to pity me? That girl. Regulus. An impulse surging from deep within his throat. Regulus grew giddy with excitement. With a mouth missing teeth and cracked lips, he smiled. A hope of survival emerged. Feeling joy at the idea of brutalizing those who dared to insult him. Climbing up, and then Regulus. The upward-striving Regulus suddenly felt his fingertips come into contact with something. He withdrew the right hand with fingers no longer in comprehensible positions, and with a blinded eye tried to catch a glimpse. His bloodied and muddied form was faintly wetted by something other than blood. He tried taking a lick at it. Although tinged with the bitter taste of mud, it seemed to be water. Water, thought. It was water. After understanding that it was water, Regulus immediately felt a thirst parch his throat. One drop was not enough. He wanted to soothe his throat, to fill his stomach. Lion's heart's effect had been interrupted, and Regulus' body, having returned to the cycle of time, finally had the opportunity to ingest again after a century. For now, water was fine. It tasted sublime. As he thought so, as if in accordance with his wishes, the water gurgled as it poured down from overhead. He sipped this slightly muddied water. Even if all his teeth had fallen out, his tongue had been shredded, his blood spurted forth without cessation. This water tasted amazing, so satisfying. That feeling existed here. The flow of water pouring in suddenly grew, and Regulus' body once again fell to the bottom. Regulus. Wah. Going down, flowing in. In this earth with nowhere to run, the water gradually rushed in. This was the underground, without any extraneous space. In a blink of an eye, Regulus's body sank into the water where he lost his freedom of movement. Perhaps until this moment, Regulus still had not understood what was happening. This water came from overhead in Pristella, where all the canals gathered. Due to Reinhardt's attack, Regulus had smashed through the street and into the ground. Between the underground tunnel that he had made with his body and the path he had dug himself, the four currents of the canal had been blocked. It now rushed to Regulus without pause, submerging the murderer entirely, as if expressing the fury over the destruction of the streetscape, from the city and its inhabitants. Regulus, Needless to say, Regulus, who was busy drowning at the moment, naturally did not notice. Trapped by the soil, Regulus panicked from the pressure of the water that poured directly into his lungs, and began to struggle with desperation. However, he had no room with which to struggle within the earth. All he could do was curl up through the sludge himself, and protect himself with Lion's heart. When Lion's heart was active, he would be able to breathe freely. The same held true for the pain of his ruined flesh. However, Lion's heart could last for only 5 seconds. Once he felt his heart reaching its limit, fear of death would cause Regulus release the effect and once again be dragged back to hell. His cause of death alternated. No matter which, he could choose neither side. No matter which, neither side could not be eliminated. However, Regulus had no choice but to endure. All he could do was resent this unreasonable situation. The time limit had disappeared. Even if he could use Lion's heart repeatedly, that wasn't the case for breathing. And to reuse Lion's heart, he would need to wait several seconds. Heart failure. Drowning. Heart failure. Drowning. Heart failure. Drowning. As if continuing without end. Pain and suffering without end or pause. Regulus opened his mouth, and water and mud are poured together into open mouth. With this repeated violation of his lungs and internal organs, Regulus cried out. With a voice that could not make sound, he continued to cry out. No response. Around him there was no one. Even so, he continued to cry out. From his cries spilled a hatred that hoped for all of mankind to die off. After he died, mocking laughter would be begged leave of. For that girl, rejoicing over the vengeance of her mother and Betelgeuse, would also be begged leave of. The mere thought of that girl's delight over Regulus's death, growing radiant with excitement, was vomit-inducing. A life's goal, a motivation to keep living. Its consummation would certainly bring joy. Her existence being moved by Regulus' death, giving off radiance. To say this significance was unknown would not be incorrect. Because this was wrong, completely unexpected, unreasonable joy, the notion of satisfying that girl was unbearable. His death would greatly impact to the girl's heart. Regulus corneus shattered through the stone street and was buried in the dirt. Toward the grave dug by the murderer's body, water from the Watergate city gushed voluminously. How deep the murderer had sunk was unknown. However, considering the limits of his authority, crashing through to other side of the world, such a thing was impossible. In all likelihood the effect had been exhausted somewhere underground, and like that he had been crushed by the momentum. Even if he hadn't been crushed somehow, the water that poured in would never allow the murderer to escape. The murderer who indulged in his powerful authority had finally drowned as a tribute to the city he had destroyed. Subaru. Emilia Tan, you look sorrowful. Emilia watched the cave where Regulus sunk motionlessly. Seeing a trace of mourning on her face, Subaru spoke in response. For that murderer, there should have been not a single hint of sympathy. Emilia was supposed to share that feeling, and not feeling badly about his underground demise should have been right. Subaru. Although Emilia Tan's kindness is wonderful, I don't think it should be wasted on him. A completely hopeless guy really does exist. Emilia. Thank you for worrying about me, but that's not it. It's not like that. Subaru. Toward the concerned Subaru, Emilia slowly shook her head from side to side. Then she fell silent for a long while casting low the eyes from which hung long lashes. Emilia, Regulus seemed, when I first saw him, I felt like I'd met him somewhere before. Subaru. So this wasn't your first meeting. In that case, when? Emilia. That. I can't remember. Faced with Subaru's question, tilted her head in doubt. Miraculously, this coincided with the exact moment the buried Regulus screamed. With a voice that could not reach, the murderer screamed for Emilia to not cheer for his death. Her mother's death and her benefactor's madness. He'd been closely entwined in both. Toward a young girl, this was perhaps a turning point that she could never forget. He did not want for her to find satisfaction upon his death. Such was the murderer's dying wish, which had no way of reaching the surface. Emilia. Regulus, just where did you meet me? Regulus Corneus had left no impression on Emilia. In this ironic manner, it was precisely achieved. Chapter 60. One ending. One battle. The sight of a white light. Warm, soft, a light which reassured one's heart. To greet the morning with such a serene mood had been too long absent. Always waking in despair, in never-ending everydays that were as nightmares, there had never been a trace of peace. Gradually coming to firmly believe that for always and always, this darkness would never usher in the morning sun. Precisely because of this was perhaps why this ray was so refreshing. Hey, wake up, hearing someone's voice. Beyond the white light someone was calling for her. Guided by that voice like so, led by the hand like so, departing from this darkness. That white light glimpsed in the distance, finally engulfed her vision completely. Emilia. Good morning. No matter how much of a sleepyhead you are, it's about time to wake up, you know. Opening her eyes and gazing over, a shy, silver-haired maiden laughed as she spoke such words. Those words made Sylphie's cheeks become stained with tears. Cerulean light flooded the sky as the enchantment of ice lifted. The ice that had engulfed the half-demolished church gradually turned to light, and the scattering manna was circled by the micro-spirits and disappeared. The sight of one unfathomable fantasy being overtaken by another unfathomable fantasy engraved an agonizing wound in the hearts of the viewers. Although it wouldn't be strange to be moved to tears by such a sight, the reason why they cried and wailed was certainly something greater than that. From what overtook their lives, a nightmare which had bound the most brilliant and sparkling time of their lives, From that, they had been freed. Subaru. Speaking of which, Amelia Tan is pretty amazing. Thoughtlessly loosening his lips, Subaru murmured absent-mindedly. In front of his eyes were Amelia, and the bride clinging on to her in tears, the former brides, in a healthy shape. The number of women in dresses were precisely 50, with not a single error in counting. Subaru. When I informed her that his heart and the bride's were integrating, I thought there wouldn't be a way to save the brides without having them die. Taking away the lives of the brides, rendering Lion's heart without a place to be in. Subaru had partly, seriously given up on there being another way to stop that abhorrent man. He had been prepared for victims. However, unlike Subaru, Amelia had not given up. It is true that in the fierce and life-risking skirmish against Regulus, his thinking had come to a standstill. However, Amelia did not stop thinking. With the cards she held and considering what all would be possible for her, she had made her move. Which is why, Subaru, this time, Amelia Tan completely carried us across, huh? Amelia. It's not like that. Letting out an exhausted sigh, next to the wall, Subaru remarked on his own vanquish. Hearing his relieved exhale, Amelia came back to him. Her white dress was torn, and her silver hair, which overcame the struggle for life and death, was disheveled. Even still, now after the fight had ended, Amelia looked beautiful. Inhaling with that in his mind, Subaru jerked his chin. Subaru. Those people too, faces full of expressions of dissatisfaction that failed to sufficiently express their gratitude toward Amelia. Amelia, don't use me to kid around, and I am unable to explain some grand ideology to them, even if only for a brief while. The choice of dying was forced upon them. Subaru. But there isn't anyone who died. Everyone's still alive. This point is more important than anything else. This result was more perfect than anything else. Having found the answer he was seeking, Subaru felt relieved. Amelia placed her hands on her hips and raised her voice as she spoke to the Subaru who was still regarding himself too lowly, and thus putting himself down. Amelia. Wounded all over. Forcing yourself even so. If Subaru hadn't worked so hard, everyone wouldn't have made it so far. Lion's heart, too, was all thanks to Subaru noticing it. Subaru. Lacking a trump card is the usual thing. That said, all along it's felt off. But, thank goodness it had been noticed. Freezing the wives, to place them into a death trance. Amelia. I too was frozen for a bit too long. Amelia stuck her tongue out with that kind of feeling. Adorable. Although for some reason this didn't seem like content to be discussed while laughing. Which was to say, Amelia's actions and keenness to strike down Regulus had yielded the greatest effectiveness without unnecessary sacrifice. 53 lives of those precious wives had been saved. Amelia. Though as for whether or not I could do it, I was a bit lacking in confidence. Subaru. But it was done even still. Amelia Tan worked hard in order to improve your own skill and strength. Amelia. But that possibility that they would stay frozen like this also existed. To free everyone perfectly like this is what finally allows me to relax. And then, as if to hide her shy smile, she touched her chest. Underneath the palm of that hand was seemingly to confirm that there remained only her pulse and heartbeat. Amelia. In addition, if Subaru hadn't removed Regulus' heart from my chest, I would have needed to use the same magic on myself. In that case, whether for Sylphie and the others, or for myself, I think it'd be way worse than melting like this, because then it could have taken another 100 years. Subaru. That again, isn't that exaggeration no matter how you look at it? Amelia. Subaru. So this isn't exaggeration? And then you all... Or worse, isn't this completely unparalleled extremism? Watching the silent, bitterly smiling Amelia, Subaru felt a sharp shock. Due to Regulus's provocation, Amelia had wanted to stop Lionheart's effect on her. If an eye hadn't been kept on her, if the situation hadn't been dealt with right then, perhaps Amelia would have been parted from this life. Of course, notions of searching everywhere for a way to melt the ice in order to avoid this still existed. Subaru. Something like 2 sleeping beauties, my pestilent demon truly isn't ordinary. Please give me your forgiveness. Although complaining, Subaru's heart had settled down. In any case, Emilia had been rescued safe and sound, and the wives had been freed without harm. Although the battle against Regulus had yielded a scale of destruction beyond what one opponent seemed capable of, in summary, their side had sustained more or less no loss. Even so, Subaru's flesh carried all kinds of burdens, as well as an unnecessary fate shared with the witch cult. And in addition, Emilia. Reinhard, leaving without even treating his wounds. I wonder if he'll be okay. To Subaru, who had been lost in thought, Emilia suddenly spoke thus. Subaru raised his head, gave a wave with his hand. Subaru, it'll be fine, since that guy, even if he leaves his wounds as is, micro-spirits'll come along and treat them. He himself said so. Emilia. Makes sense. Originally, there had been quite the number of micro-spirits here, but as soon as Reinhard left, everyone went too. Reinhard perhaps has the aptitude to potentially be a spirit's arts user. Subaru. My niche would be completely killed, so that can't be. And as for Reinhard's circumstances, even without anything like that, he was strong enough. Although the one who had tossed Regulus to be dealt with by Reinhard was Subaru himself, Reinhard's manner of battle in that final indistinguishable duel, to describe coldly in one phrase, could a human leap with such ease above the clouds? Even if they couldn't all be classified as human, they were all knights to a candidate of the king's election. Subaru. Emilia Tan. Weak though I may be, please don't cast me away. Emilia. I am, especially dependent on Subaru. Subaru. Is that right? That's right. From now to the future, I'll also work my hardest. Emilia. Apologies, your sudden rush forward of hard work is a bit confusing. In any case, best to stop comparing this to that. To do so would be the same as Regulus, who couldn't act with a peace of mind without using others as a point of reference, though he'd always been thought of as a man without qualities to be admired. But unexpectedly treating him as a frame of negative reference worked out just fine. Emilia. Everyone else, are they getting along fine? Subaru. It's for that reason that Reinhard was brought along. In all honesty, because everyone else is stronger than me. To entrust to one another, or rather for one to rely on the other, the awkward expression known as faith would be the most suiting. Despite differing factions who would one day meet in conflict in the struggle for the throne, Subaru still believed in them, even with the variance of personalities, abilities, and beliefs. At least, he'd believe that he wouldn't lose to those despicable, hopeless guys of the witch cult. Moreover, if anyone failed, if the lives of anyone who mattered, was to say that Subaru needed to consider using return by death. The contract with Roswell, even if it hadn't existed, as long as there remained any slight chance of salvation, they would certainly be saved. Pain and suffering were worthy of his hatred indeed, but tragedies were surely even more worthy of his disgust. Emilia. Subaru. Subaru. Unknowing of what the Subaru who was considering death saw, Emilia bent down from beside the sitting Subaru. Her body rested against his left shoulder as she gently stroked his lowered head. How itchy. But it was hard to part with. Subaru. Emilia Tan. Emilia. Right now, I share the same sentiments as Subaru. Although I'm worried about everyone, my own strength is spent. Even reaching out a hand is impossible. So me too. Allow me to pray with Subaru, in hope that everyone will be safe and sound. Subaru. Emilia. Certainly there won't be any problems, because everyone compared to us is super strong, super smart, super hard workers. In order to reassure Subaru, carefully considering her choice of words was Emilia. Her use of phrasing sounded especially of her, and Subaru too was able to relax. Faith. To have faith in everyone, and Reinhard, who had already set off. Immediately upon defeating Regulus, Reinhard had left to help their compatriots. A battlefield with him present would not be any cause for concern, without losing even a single person, welcoming the coming morning. In that case, capturing Subaru's worry was only one remaining issue. Alongside Subaru, who looked toward the sky as if in prayer, Emilia as well looked through the ceiling of the demolished church to regard the night sky. As if to prevent Emilia from seeing, Subaru tightly grasped his chest. Alongside the moment of Regulus's death, it had felt as if something formless and black had slid into his own chest, pulsating. This must be the same thing that had happened with Betelgeuse then, so he would, in order keep Amelia from noticing, merely keep quiet. Pray to the heavens, come to an epiphany, merely keep quiet. Turn back time to just a little before Regulus had been defeated, when Subaru and the others had left for the control towers, and Otto, who had seen them off before leaving in order to recover the Book of Wisdom, even transpiring about a quarter of an hour after. That was when Otto and Feld had encountered gluttony and had begun to fight. Was when Garfiel and Kurgan had just landed in the canal. Was when Wilhelm had unveiled the Razia's cloak. Was when Julius had frowned upon hearing discourse of hatred that he couldn't remember. Was when the church where a bride had been on her way to being forced into marriage and a farce of a wedding had been half destroyed. Was when the canals to the city's north had suddenly ignited at once. Was the instant when city ignited at once. Hall with only non-combatants left inside were attacked. Train. Now. Time for this lovely lady's debut. On the topmost floor of City Hall, that stood 5 stories tall, a tremendous force shattered walls without any room for resistance. The tremendous vibration shattered the architecture's windows, and combined with the damage to the building's foundations that had happened during the day, caused lethal damage. Cristela City Hall, a building which had once been the city center, had in the space of a mere single day turned to the verge of ruin, becoming unsightly to behold. However or not the curtain would close on only the verge of ruin was dependent on what would happen here, would be decided based on those results. 4 towers corresponding to 4 gates. No matter which opens, the city would indeed be flooded. To not gamble on the possibility of retaking all the towers wouldn't do. Even if you rotten meats were unwilling, you'd still need to disperse your forces. So using your total forces wouldn't do either. Long-windedly, a voice which was an assault to the ears described the immediate circumstances of the city. And then, echoing were voices opposite to this. Everyone, be certain to survive, to protect this city, using our strength. Let's take back this beautiful street. We who stand with justice couldn't possibly lose. Good is paid with good, and evil is paid with evil. This battle will be the victory we await. The stern voice of a young man, the brave voice of a young woman, a cry of a stern voice from a male soldier which had tangibly seen war, a cry of rational naivete from a young woman cheering everyone on. In any case, only the innocence of these unrelenting and unashamed wills improved these unyielding lines of discourse. Only the mouth which discussed this was only a single one. Eastern. Oh. Why is it? This unwillingness to just think the slightest bit. Then from the same mouth which spoke these effective words, as if betraying all the preceding remarks, insulting and taunting, a voice so rooted in malice to speak, as if without even conscious, malicious intent of smearing them away, spoke thus. And then the owner of the voice hugged her own petite frame as if seeing something disgusting and began to shake back and forth at the shoulders. Stop, please, don't do this. Why does this lovely lady have no choice but to greet thieves' justice that exudes the same stenchel as soil and sweat? You rotten meats. Are you all gathered together so that your brains can boil beautifully? Raising her voice high, producing a laugh piercing as a clamor, without capability of hiding, without intent of hiding malice, was this sultry voice. And the source of this voice was a young girl who had yet to blossom into maturity. Wide round eyes and delicate thin lips, blonde hair riding to shoulders and faintly reddened cheeks, as if taking the form of the concept of cuteness. That face appeared inconsistent with the young girl's luster and fierceness. Clad in pieces of cloth which were practically just lingerie. Forget being a woman. For a young maiden whose human body's characteristics had yet to develop, this outfit was far too exposed. Any normal human who saw this would hold a twisting sense of aversion. The terrifying young girl, or rather, the monster's purpose, lay here. Witch cult sin archbishop representing lust, Capella Emirata Lugunica. A monster whose purpose was to ridicule morals and dignity of humanity as exceedingly as possible was present. Capella. That you would delusionally believe this lovely lady would be following decorum and obediently wait in the tower is practically incomprehensible. Kinda the point of allowing you to pass these days is already charity. What is called battle is about not allowing the opponent to do as they like, and then to do precisely what they don't want you to. This kind of principle is understood even by flowers in a greenhouse. You trash, trash, trash meats. In the midst of these coarse words of unbearable ridicule was the monster that was only cute in appearance, that was Capella. Using fingers to poke at cheeks while twisting her body was this monster, who resumed human form immediately upon successfully infiltrating City Hall and entered a nearby room. Meeting Capella, there was a cat-eared knight who had been immersed in her abusive words earlier, and the long-haired woman lying on the platform behind him. Here was the uppermost floor of the hall, the room that the pair of Ferris and Crush occupied. "Felix, you are the Sin Archbishop of Lust," Ferris cried out with a voice trembling with rage as he protected the bed while glaring at Capella. Capella tilted her head at the Ferris, who glared at her, then looked toward the bed behind him and nodded with an expression of acceptance. Capella, okay. Your hatred is understandable. She died, in fact, lose to the blood. From the start it shouldn't have worked, even though that was believed. Actually seeing this failure is disappointing indeed. The most noble Lugunica blood mislead me to have just the slightest bit of expectation. Felix, for what purpose would you force something like this on Crush-sama? Oh, what has to be done to save Crush-sama? Answer me! Toward Capella, who sighed with something more like listlessness than disappointment, Ferris' cute face was dyed red in anger as he screamed. Wielded in his two hands was the soldier's short sword he'd been carrying until now. That sword was engraved with ornate decorations and the emblem of a lion, more akin to a first-class ornament of favor than a weapon of combat. Aligning with Ferris's own immature skills, it lacked the ability to make effective attacks. Capella, is that a toy? An important gift? No matter which, using your frail arms to wave something like this is pretty dangerous, little girl. No. Capella, who had stuck out her tongue to jeer, cut her words off midway with a sudden frown. Capella, disgusting. You have a pretty unnatural body. Clearly a man, but that body. Something that should have been removed wasn't so. How did you become like that? From a glance, it's fundamentally different from a simple change by dressing in women's clothing. Hasn't this lovely lady ruined your mood now? Felix. Not only did she see through Ferris's gender, Capella showed disgust at the unnaturalness. The monster carefully examined Ferris from top to bottom, looking as if it were unintentional. Capella, that manner of dress, is it to seduce other men? In any case, all it's worth is bringing understanding of the pointlessness of humans. Men are all fools, women are all sluts, and humankind altogether is utter trash, is what this lovely lady concluded from her preferences. Felix, how noisy. Stop with the useless. Answer my question already. What exactly did you do to Crush-sama? Capella. Truly. How truly annoying. Toward Capella, who hadn't yet established dialogue, Ferris was unable to bear the insult and once again let out a roar of rage. Capella, who heard this, relaxed her shoulders, and after a moment, the visage of the young girl dissolved away. Felix. Before the Felix, who took a stunned inhale, the young girl's body began to dissolve and reform, short stature elongating as if in a nightmare, bright golden hair beginning to change in color. The tempting sweet face who would provoke in anyone a desire to protect it upon being seen became stern, and the lingerie-like clothing transformed into a blue dress. Although having heard of it, this process of variation and change was still the first time it had appeared before Ferris. The body which was released conformed not in the slightest to others' opinions, freely being changed as the architect of this nightmare liked. And then faced with this scene as if a nightmare, Ferris was frozen with shock. Felix. Capella. What's there to be so surprised about? Saying so, caressing long green hair was the face that Ferris cherished most. The figure of Capella, who stood before him motionlessly, had become the very appearance of Ferris's most beloved master. This made Ferris's face turn stark white, and even the hand holding the short sword had begun to tremble slightly. Capella, look here. The ferocity from earlier has completely vanished. This face, this body, this voice, before your very eyes has become like this now. The face of Crush that he had never seen before laughed and slowly Capella strode forward. She reached Ferris's side, stopping when she reached a distance where she could touch him if she stretched out a hand. As if thinking of something, pointed the short sword Ferris was holding to her own chest. The tip of the sword rested right at the center of Crush's large chest. Leaning just slightly forward would have it pierce through, was the position it was in. Capella, your despised enemy is right before you. Avenge me. It hurts. It hurts. Even breathing brings me anguish. Eyes unopening. Flowing through my chest isn't blood. Flowing through my entire body is something that feels like poison. So hurry. Avenge me. She's saying so, like this, you know. Felix. Who? Capella. Plunge the blade in with one breath. Stir the wound around as you will and yank it out in one breath as well. Then the heart will be destroyed. The pulse will stop. The blood spurt forth constantly. You can kill her. Ferris's breaths began to grow too rapid. Gaze began to wander. More prized than gold. The life of his master's enemy was being offered right before his very eyes. Just as she said, like this an attack could truly be effective, could destroy her heart, could kill her. However, precisely because she wore that too familiar face. Capella. Stab down, stab down, stab down, stab down, stab down. Felix. Capella. Stab down. Felix. Commanded as if by malediction, Ferris's sword short-stabbed toward that chest. The blade pierced that body with ease, reaching between bones to destroy the heart within. With a twist of the keen blade, came the ruthless sound of muscle being severed, and finally, along with blood that spurted forth, the short sword was yanked out. Ferris. Ha! Felix, trying to avoid being stained by the gushing blood, with uneven breaths backed away. The short sword slipped from his hands to the ground, the floor wetted by the dripping blood. Capella. And then, Capella, who had been stabbed in the chest, knelt on the ground, spitting vast quantities of blood from her mouth. In appearance, she still wore Crush's mien, a pained face stained with blood. Amber eyes filled with disbelief fixing on Ferris. Capella. Hurts. It hurts. Why do something like... Felix, it was you who made me stab down. Made me injure Crush Sama. Capella. So uncomfortable. So very uncomfortable. Too much. Unforgivable. Though clearly speaking of things like liking you, loving you, clearly loving each other. Felix. Felix, don't say such ridiculous things. I don't share that kind of relationship with Crush Sama. Capella. Is that so? In that case, the interpretation of the script itself was off. With a frank expression, Capella used a sleeve to wipe the blood from her face while standing. She casually brushed the wound on her chest, and the freshly made wound disappeared in an instant. The twisted expression of agony from before disappeared as well, leaving only a sigh. Capella. Indeed, playing around is meaningless if it doesn't start from the very beginning. It's something like that. Master and vassal who love each other, forcing one to kill the lovely lady who looks just like the other, and then to unfold the tale of the shaping of a love, was what had been planned on originally. A failure. Failure indeed. Felix. Putting on such a farce. Just what do you intend? What do you want from us? Capella? Nothing much? There isn't much intent behind it. Nor is there anything to really ask of you. Watching a husband kill his wife is something to kill time. Asking an adjutant knight to wear women's clothing. Something caused by a preference like that. Just think of it that way. Felix. My promise with Crush Sama isn't anything superficial like that. Capella. Putting proclivity and sexuality on the surface like that. This lovely lady finds that a rather frivolous performance, you know. Regarding the Ferris who couldn't help but cry out. Capella tilted her head as she said so. Then Capella raised her right hand, and her external form once again changed drastically, her palm becoming like a flower's giant petal. The tentacles that stretched forth sent Fairy's body flying, before entangling him as they lifted him up, then tightened their grip as they slammed him against a wall. Felix. Capella. Whether seeing or feeling, it's the same. What a body, both so slim and so fragile. If you want to become a woman so badly, how about this lovely lady lends you a hand? In this lovely lady's hands, it'd only be child's play. How about being given help for removing it and forming your holes in minutes? Felix, my body is irrelevant. More importantly, that crush Sama is Capella. How ridiculous. Something like valuing another over yourself. How about you stop audaciously saying sweet nothings? And speaking of which, you're asking about how to recover a body infected by dragon's blood to its original state. If such a method exists, it should rather be said that this lovely lady would be more eager to know. The tentacle continued writhe forcefully, causing Ferris's delicate extremities to begin bleeding. Widening his eyes in agony, the sound of twisting broken bones echoed throughout the room. In comparison to the right hand, which had taken the form of a carnivorous flower, the raised left hand took the shape off the scythe of a mantis. Maintaining Crush's mien, she had become a repulsive monster whose left hand was an insect's and right hand was a flower's. Even so, that face bore no trace of change, all the more horrid for remaining adorned in beauty. Capella, directly turning you into mincemeat would also be pretty entertaining, and this lovely lady doesn't have much time to spare anyway. Before any unrelated others can appear, it wouldn't do to not take care of you and your master. Felix. Ooh, Capella. That said, you really are some guy foolish beyond limit. Without expecting this lovely lady to show up here, even a strategy for counterattack is sluggish. Just what point will it come to before? Having said this, Capella's once delighted face was now tinged with a touch of a frown, as if holding doubts toward what she had just said. She dragged the still gasping Ferris before her. Capella, no matter what, isn't this a bit too slow? Even given that this lovely lady infiltrated from above, it's taking too long for any others to arrive on this upper floor. Felix. Capella. You have to be planning something. Hurrying up and revealing everything is for your own good, you know. Otherwise, your most treasured master Sama will undergo an even uglier transformation. Capella's scythe extending from her left wrist reached toward Crush, who lay on the bed, and Ferris faced an incomparably cruel choice. Serving as a response to this question was Ferris's shaking voice that he squeezed out. Felix, you, Capella? Which way of begging for mercy will you? Felix, you utterly useless creature. Capella? Yellow pupils bearing disgust glared at Capella, a sentence uttered as if spat. Immediately afterward, the tentacles that bound Ferris began to spout smoke, and the petals discolored and rotted away. Regarding her own right arm that had been corroded away, Capella revealed an expression of surprise. Capella. Arara? Just what happened to this lovely lady's hand? Pencils. It's charm size. And then this was trying. Well, just think of it like scummy personalities ain't unique to your side. The tentacles rotted away, and Ferris's body was freed. Another sound overrode that of Capella, who turned her head at this. That was a cute voice with a unique cadence. Capella looked in the direction of the bed that had issued the sound. At this very moment, light flooded the entire room, a white ray which practically created the effect of instantaneously spiking temperature. This energetic beam burned away at Capella's face, destroying the entire left half of her face. Accompanying the carbonizing half of her face was the stench of scorched flesh, and Capella retreated several steps, then reaching out a serpentine tongue to caress the surface of that wound, smiled. Capella, standing against the face of an ally without even a trace of leniency who, well, not Leika, this had much of an effect. The presence of someone here is well expected, so not a huge surprise to wind up like this. Shoons. Something like ally is a misunderstanding. We're commercial competitors. Nah. It's more like competitive opponents. Moreover, not like we're living such easy lives that we'd hesitate to attack upon seeing the face AF an opponent like that. Capella, a conditional ally will sooner or later become an enemy. In that case, was especially aiming at the face some deliberate preemptive scheme? If truly so, your personality might be a little too twisted too. I've already said there wasn't any such confusion of private non-public affairs. Amen at the head was purely to see EF destroying it would prove fatal. Hoping so for a moment, so. Saying so, the person who clambering from the bed gave the sigh of betrayed expectations. In place of Crush, lying on the bed had been Anastasia. She touched her own wavy hair colored with green dye, responding with a slight smile to Capella, who had survived with even half her face burnt off. Anastasia, though Odd clearly hoped for it, seems no death happened. Capella, even though you might be different from the type of woman who only smiles upon seeing Moni, but something like unhesitatingly scorching half the face of a woman. A personality surpassing a reasonable amount of self-interest. Truly a female meat that this lovely lady would take an interest in. Anastasia, being taken interest in by a person like you, even us here would feel a bit of resistance. You see, us here something beloved is with long fur that feels silky to the touch. With formality. Anastasia responded frankly to the monster Capella's words. With a small cough she approached Ferris, who was near the bed, taking his wrist and helping him up. Watching the teary-eyed Ferris, Anastasia with, "Isn't this enough as a precursor, Anastasia? No information's been gathered at all. At the very least, let's set Crush's affair aside for now. Felix, I understand. You've accompanied me far already, in such a risky gamble. Anastasia, for this situation us here's holds a rather large share of the responsibility. So let's just call it that. Even the ability of Ferris, who was the leading healer in the kingdom, could do nothing to heal the current Crush. To save her, there was no other way aside from finding the reasoning and a solution from the one who had done this to her. As for what Ferris had prosed, Anastasia could not refuse. Welcoming each candidate to the city of Pristella had been Anastasia, and then things had hit this point. Due to holding a share of responsibility for the matter, Anastasia was unable to refute Ferris' plea. Anastasia, it's something like this. Call this completely fruitless, and yet it still managed to betray expectations. Capella, to be burdened by expectation like so, my deepest apologies, but these feelings are truly, completely absent. But there shouldn't have been any guarantee that I'd show up at all. Anastasia, wasn't there an announcement from Natsuki-kun? Seems that you would have acted upon hearing it. Sending the main combative force away, leaving the base camp undefended, would surely prompt activity from the enemy. In the first place, the witch cult had no obligation to greet then with integrity. Truly, this was just as Capella's earlier speech had said. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun there grew naive at a critical moment. Although in no way was there a possibility of a guarantee, strictly speaking, to consider from the nature of the witch cult, showing up to attack could only be one of either wrath or lust. So Anastasia had laid a trap and allowed City Hall to be attacked. The real Crush had, of course, fled to a nearby shelter with the other injured. There would, of course, be no one who would step into this uppermost floor. People still remaining in this building, aside from those on the Hausdurje, this topmost floor. Capella. Shut up. People whose minds move a little too quickly are just the slightest bit irritating to others. But then, aren't you underestimating this lovely lady? That cat ears over there, this little lady over here, neither looks like someone who can hold their own in battle. Anastasia, being called a little lady is really rather embarrassing. Though we here look like this, seems that I'm technically still a grown adult. At Capella's remarks, Anastasia closed one eye in response. Capella, it's been decided. That cute face of yours, lovely face, is all that'll be when everything below your neck becomes a locust. After turning into that, do try again to battle against me using that rude mouth of yours. Anastasia, how rather horrid. In that case, best to bid farewell for now. Capella. Anastasia's refusal surprised Capella, who had been the threatening party. Anastasia tugged on her still green hair, glanced about the room. Anastasia, we here should have mentioned already, we've been awaiting you all along. In that case, we couldn't have been waiting without making any preparations. As soon as the sound of her voice fell, Anastasia rapped gently against the floor with her fingers. Two ringing sounds, as if some kind of signal. Immediately afterward, cracks appeared in the floor by Capella's feet, and the broken body of the young girl plummeted downward. Capella, Oh, me. The bottom of the floor falling away, and appearing in the floor she had plummeted to was a similar opening. In this manner, Capella continued to fall floor by floor, falling the height of 4 stories in one breath, landing directly into an underground chamber beneath the first floor. Splat! With such a sound, Capella's body exploded. Defenselessly slamming into the ground, the body of the young girl was completely flattened on the cold surface. Blood gushed forth from her face, and her limbs were folded over and broken with a miserable appearance. But the body that became a piece of flesh immediately began sluggishly moving hands and feet. And young girl's body stood in the form of an aqueous, amorphous state. Appearing there was the figure of a seductive woman, clad in extremely revealing clothing, displaying her ample flesh without a trace of shame. The rare sight of black hair was done into a 3-stranded braid, exuding a somewhat dangerous aura, and a beauty that caused restlessness in its wake. Whether Ferris or Anastasia, both should have no idea who this appearance belonged to. In any case, the 2 that remained on the 4th floor shouldn't be able to see her transformation, and so there should have been no one who would react with surprise upon seeing this figure. Capella. Really. Isn't this just going to make me so very delighted? So very excited. Ki-ha-ha. With the manner of an agonized death, and a manner that couldn't feel agony, Capella let go her voice. That was a light and delicate sound incongruent with her mutated appearance, echoing throughout the entire underground chamber of City Hall. In shadows, in air both cold and humid. This was not merely the landscape of a basement. It was part of the numerous waterways distributed throughout the city. Part of the management facilities used to maintain these waterways. From somewhere came the sound of rushing water, and from somewhere else overhead a breeze blew by. Capella, receiving such a warm welcome and whatnot, allowing me to freely change the size of my chest, is exciting, isn't it? To return and embrace them tight, to have them rectify their upbringing from within this lovely lady's arms, to have them never love anything aside from this lovely lady. Can't return. Cheeks dyed crimson. Capella, who was exhilarated to the point of trembling, was barred by someone unknown. Sounding out was a deep voice, a man's voice, muffled and sulking. As she heard this voice, Capella raised her head, and from the shadows underground emerged a person's figure. The expression of Capella, who saw him, suddenly twisted. The absent-minded expression that had been her face until now immediately contorted to one of loathing as she glared at her opponent. Capella. By this lovely lady's aesthetic values, the most intolerable are the ones who try to hide their ugliness, aren't they? I see. Rest easy. By my aesthetic values, your feelings can't be tolerated either. Responding to Capella with an apathetic manner, heaving a sigh as if something were weighing him down, and then, hi. Shouldn't you have heard from above? Your actions have been seen through by that wicked one on our side. Which is to say, in terms of wickedness, how could you hope to triumph against our princess? As he spoke, the heaviness that sat in his voice was still present. The sword attached behind his side was drawn from its sheath, and sluggish light reflected onto it from the empty space above his head. Standing there was a man with one arm, was a shadow clad in a black helmet, was a singularly dressed strange man. The stranger facing Capella pointed over with the single arm holding the blue dragon sword. Al, though I've only just greeted you, I'm in a terrible mood today. Before I die, hurry up and leave the hell away from here. Mollusk. End.